Welcome back to Mr. Darkness. Thank you for your love and support. It truly means a lot to me. Tonight I have some terrifying stories waiting for you. Relax, listen to the rain, and enjoy the stories. Thank you for being here. Good night. When you spend enough months alone in the high country of southwestern New Mexico, you get used to the way the air tricks you. I was 34 years old in the summer of 2014, working as a seasonal law enforcement ranger in the Black Range district of the Gila National Forest. And if Arthur Vance knew anything back then, it was how to read a topographic map, how to pack out a dead mule, and how to spot the difference between heat shimmer off granite and genuine movement in the scrub oak. The Gila is vast, over 3 million acres of steep timber, dry arroyos, box canyons, and wilderness where the roads end 40 miles before the real solitude begins. People go missing out there every year. Most of the time it's heat stroke, a broken ankle in a boulder field, or an unseasoned hiker taking a wrong turn off the Continental Divide Trail without enough water. You learn not to romanticize it. You look at the terrain as an equation of calories, elevation, and gallons of fluids. My post that season was the McKnight Cabin, a low-slung, rustic stone and ponderosa station sitting at nearly 9,000 feet, just off a rocky fire road that hadn't seen fresh gravel since the Clinton administration. My duty partner was a senior district ranger named Michelle. Michelle was 58, possessed skin that looked like tanned saddle leather, and had spent nearly 3 decades in the district. He wasn't a man given to long speeches. He spent his off-duty hours fixing small gas engines on the cabin porch or paring down cedar kindling with a pocket knife until the shavings were thin as paper. It was mid-August, the tail end of the monsoon season. The afternoon rainstorms had stopped coming down as steady downpours and had turned into dry lightning that rattled the metal roof of the cabin every afternoon around 3 o'clock, leaving the air smelling sharply of copper, dust, and scorched pine needles. The trouble began with a boundary discrepancy on the northwest quadrant of the district, near an area known locally as the Iron Creek Mesa. The mesa was a flat-topped table of dark volcanic basalt covered in dense, spindly jack pine and gray cliff rows. It wasn't a popular spot for campers. There were no marked trails, no natural springs that stayed wet past June, and the rock was so sharp it would cut the shoes off a pack horse if you weren't careful. Livestock permittee who ran cattle on the forest allotment below the mesa came into the ranger station on a Tuesday morning. He was an older rancher named Sam, a guy who had run cows in the Black Range since the 70s and knew every fence line down to the staple. He sat in the folding chair across from my desk, holding a greasy straw hat between his knees, looking genuinely frustrated. He told us he was missing 7 head of yearlings that had drifted up toward the south wall of Iron Creek Mesa. He had gone up on horseback to trail them back down to the water tank. But when he reached the fence line, a 3-strand, barbed wire boundary built by the Civilian Conservation Corps back in the 1930s, he found the fence wasn't where it was supposed to be. Michelle didn't look up from his logbook at first. He just said, "Fences slide in the mud, Sam, the posts rot out." "It ain't rotted out, Michelle," Sam said, his voice flat and quiet. "The wire is taut. The cedar posts are set deep into stone cairns right where they've always been. But the line isn't running east-west anymore. It's angled north. It cuts right through the middle of the draws. It wasn't like that in June when we did the spring brand." Michel paused his pen. He looked over at me, then back at Sam. "Fences don't walk, Sam." "I'm not saying it walked," Sam replied, staring at his hat. "I'm saying the distance between the road and the line isn't 3 miles anymore. I rode it with my mule. My mule's step is 3 feet, give or take an inch. It took me 45 minutes longer to reach the fence than it did 2 months ago. And the country in between, it feels tight. It feels like someone took the ground and pinched it together." Michel gave a short, quiet grunt, the kind of sound an older ranger makes when he thinks a civilian is misremembering his landmarks. but he promised he'd ride up with me later that week to check the forest boundary markers. Boundaries mattered to us. If cattle crossed onto protected wilderness acreage, it meant paperwork, fines, and headaches with the regional office in Albuquerque. 2 days later, Michelle and I loaded the Green Forest Service Ford F-250 with our gear, strapped 2 chainsaw cases into the bed, and pulled out of the station at dawn. The morning air was cold and brittle, the sky clear and pale blue over the peaks. We drove 40 minutes up Route 59 before turning off onto a narrow, rutted logging road that climbed into the jack pine along the flank of Iron Creek Mesa. The truck bounced heavily in the washboard ruts. Dust drifted in through the floorboards, carrying the dry, sharp scent of rabbit brush and sage. Mikkel drove with one hand on the wheel, a half-burned cigar cold between his teeth. "Sam's getting old," Michelle said as we rounded a hairpin curve where the road scraped against a sheer wall of red volcanic rock. "His eye for distance is slipping. He probably took the wrong ridge up from the wash." "He sounded pretty sure," I said, watching the shadows of the tall ponderosa sweep across the hood. "People get sure about things that are dead wrong all the time," Michelle remarked. "Especially out here. Look at a mountain long enough from the bottom, and you start thinking you know how far away it is. Get up on top, and you realize there's 3 draws and a boxed canyon you couldn't see from below." We parked the truck at the end of the passable road, where a fallen Douglas fir had blocked the grade years ago and had been left to rot. We grabbed our packs, our compasses, and the heavy leather-bound land survey registry from 1922 that contained the original field notes taken by the General Land Office surveyors who had laid out the township lines. The hike was quiet. The high country in late August has a specific kind of silence, a heavy, dry stillness where even the birds seemed to stop singing by mid-morning. The ground beneath our boots was thick with decades of accumulated pine needles that muffled our steps like thick wool carpet. We reached the original corner monument after 40 minutes of steady climbing. It was a brass cap set into a concrete mound, stamped with the survey year, township, and range. I knelt beside it, cleared away the dried bearberry vines, and laid my map across a flat rock. "Here's the corner," I said, pointing with my thumb. "Corner 4, Section 12. According to the 1922 notes, the boundary line runs due west for 1,800 feet until it hits the stone cairn at the edge of the Iron Creek drainage." Michel pulled out his old Brunton compass, held it level at waist height, and adjusted the sight glass. He looked down through the lens, adjusted his sight again, and then blinked. He took a step back, wiped the glass on his shirt, and looked through it a 3rd time. "What do you have?" I asked. "Compass is pulling," he said. His voice was entirely neutral, but he didn't put the compass back in its leather belt pouch. "Mineral deposit?" I asked. "There's iron ore in these hills. That's why they call it Iron Creek." "Iron ore doesn't make a Brunton swing 16 degrees off true north in 50 yards, Michel muttered. He looked up into the trees. The timber ahead of us was dense, thick, straight jack pines standing so close together that their lower branches interlocked, forming a dark, shadowed grid through which the sunlight barely touched the ground. "And look at the blazes." I looked down the line where the survey blazes were supposed to be. In forestry, boundary lines are marked by cutting flat slices out of the bark of trees along the line and painting them with high-visibility boundary paint. The blazes were there, but they weren't straight. A surveyor's line is precise. It is shot with a transit and chained out by hand. It cuts through a forest like a laser, but the painted scars on these pines curved. They snaked gently to the right, leaning into a long, slow arc that disappeared into the dark timber toward the interior of the mesa, where no line had ever been drawn on any map. "That's not right," I said. My voice sounded thin in the quiet woods. "It's poor work," Michel said, though I could tell he didn't believe his own words. His eyes were narrow as he stared at the curving line of yellow marks. Some summer seasonal 40 years ago was probably hung over and painted the wrong tree line. You can't miss a line 600 yards of transit line by 16 degrees by accident. Heikel, I said, stepping up to the first marked tree. I reached out and placed my hand against the scar on the tree. The bark around the yellow paint was strangely distorted. Tree bark grows in vertical furrows, but the grain on this ponderosa was twisted, as if the trunk itself had been wrung out like a wet towel while it was growing. I ran my fingers over the wood. It felt cool, far colder than the ambient temperature of the morning air. We walked along the curved line for 10 minutes. As we went deeper, the silence became heavier. In the Gila, even in the dense timber, you always hear something. The rasp of a Steller's jay, the rustle of a pocket gopher in the dry pine litter, or the low, distant groan of tree trunks rubbing together in the mountain wind. Here there was nothing. No wind, no insects, no birds. The only sound was the dry, crunching impact of our own boots, and even that sound seemed to deaden almost immediately, stripped of its echo, as if the surrounding trees were absorbing the noise before it could travel 10 feet. We reached the fence Sam had spoken about. It was a 3-strand wire fence, ancient and gray. The cedar posts were set in circular piles of basalt rocks, just as the CCC crews had built them 8 decades before. But Sam was right. The fence line didn't cut across the mesa. It banked hard toward the center of the plateau, plunging down into a narrow, steep-sided draw that didn't appear on our USGS 7.5-minute quadrangle map. I pulled out the paper map and unfolded it against my chest. I looked at the contour lines. The map showed Iron Creek Mesa as a uniform, gently sloping plateau with a slight tilt to the south. Where we were standing, the map insisted the ground was flat. Instead, right in front of us was a deep, V-shaped gully that looked as if it had been torn into the basalt by a massive wedge. The sides were sheer, covered in loose gray scree and thickets of stunted leafless oak brush. At the bottom of the draw, half buried in the shadows, sat the fence. "This draw isn't here," I said. Michel didn't answer right away. He walked to the edge of the slope, leaned over, and spat onto the dirt. "Maps have errors, Vance. Not 50-foot drop-offs on an 18-inch contour scale. They don't. The USGS aerial surveys were done with photogrammetry in '84. You don't miss a 200-yard wide trench from an airplane." "Well, it's here," Michel said gruffly. He pointed down into the shadowed gully. "And look at the wire." I stepped up beside him and looked down. The top strand of barbed wire was pulled ridiculously tight. It wasn't slack or sagging between the posts like old wire usually is. It was drawn as taut as a steel cable on a winch. It vibrated. It wasn't a wind vibration. Remember, there was no wind. It was a high, faint hum, so low and fast that you felt it in the back of your teeth more than you heard it with your ears. It sounded like the tension on an iron bridge cable right before it snaps. "We need to follow it down," I said. "No," Michel said immediately. He turned his head, sniffing the air. "Sun's going to turn in 3 hours. We aren't cleared for night ops in the wilderness without notifying dispatch. And my radio's been bouncing off the repeater all morning." He unclipped his Motorola from his shoulder strap and clicked the push-to-talk button. The radio let out a flat, hollow screech, not white noise static, but a rhythmic, oscillating pulse that sounded like someone breathing slowly into a metallic tube. "Shh, ah, shh, ah, shh, ah." Michel frowned, switched channels to the direct ranger-to-ranger frequency, and tried again. Same sound, cold, rhythmic, and perfectly mechanical in its timing. "Repeaters down," he said, unclipping the radio and tucking it into his pocket. "We go back to the truck. We report the boundary discrepancy to the district ranger and reserve tomorrow. Let the survey crew handle it with a GPS rig." We turned around to retrace our steps, back along the painted tree line. We had walked maybe 200 paces when I realized something was wrong with the light. It was 11:30 in the morning. The sun should have been almost directly overhead. beating down through the thin mountain air with the harsh white glare typical of the high desert. But the light filtering through the canopy was gray and thick, like the light you get 20 minutes after sunset during a heavy autumn overcast. I looked up through the branches. The sky wasn't cloudy. It was a clear, pale blue, but the sun looked smaller. Not dimmer, exactly, but concentrated, as if its light was being drawn into a tight focal point somewhere high above us, leaving the forest floor in a deep, cool twilight. "Michel," I said, stopping. "Keep walking," he said. He didn't slow down. His long legs were taking wide, aggressive strides through the dry needles, his heavy iron-toed boots digging deep into the soil. "Michel, look at our shadows." He stopped then. He looked down at his feet. Our shadows weren't pointing away from the sun. They were stretched out to our left, thin and unnaturally long, reaching sideways across the ground toward the deep draw where the taut fence lay. As we stood there watching, the shadows didn't stay still. They vibrated slightly, twitching in tiny, sharp movements that had nothing to do with the way we were standing. "We walk fast," Michel said. His voice was lower now, dropped an octave, devoid of its earlier dismissive authority. "Don't look at the blazes. Just keep your eye on the ridgeline to the west." We walked. Then we trotted. The distance back to the truck should have taken 20 minutes. We walked for 35 minutes at a brutal, lung-burning pace, our lungs aching from the thin air at 9,000 feet. The ridgeline to the west didn't get any closer. Every time we rounded a stand of ponderosas expecting to see the white dirt of the logging road, we were met with another identical slope of jack pine and gray basalt boulders. The woods felt compressed. The space between the tree trunks seemed narrower than it had on the way in, as if the forest was slowly pulling its ribs together. Then came the sound. It wasn't a roar, a howl, or any animal noise I had ever heard in my years in the backcountry. It was the sound of iron meeting iron, a sharp, heavy clank followed by the dull, grinding scrape of something heavy being dragged across flat rock. Clank, drag squeak, clank, drag squeak. It was coming from behind us, down in the draw where the fence was. It wasn't fast. It moved at the speed of a man walking with a heavy burden, taking a measured step every 3 seconds. Michael didn't turn around. He reached down, unholstered his service Glock 22 and racked the slide, spitting a live .40 caliber round onto the pine needles before chambering the next. "Do not turn around, Vance," he said. "Look at the ground in front of your boots. Step where I step. What is that?" I asked, my voice shaking. My hand was on the grip of my own sidearm, my knuckles white. "It's an old line," Michel whispered. "Just move." We ran. We broke into a full sprint, tearing through the oak brush, ignoring the low branches that slapped across our faces and tore at our green uniform shirts. The air felt thick, heavy as water, pulling at our boots as if the earth itself had turned into wet clay. Behind us, the sound followed. Clank, drag squeak, clank, drag squeak. It didn't speed up when we ran. It maintained that same dreadful, deliberate rhythm. But no matter how fast we moved, the sound stayed precisely 30 paces behind us. I could hear the sharp metallic ping of the barbed wire fence snapping under immense tension, one post after another being pulled out of its stone cairn with a violent, tearing groan. Suddenly the dense timber gave way. We burst through a thicket of scrub juniper and tumbled down a dirt bank, landing heavily on the hard-packed white gravel of the logging road. The truck was sitting right where we had left it. We didn't say a word. We scrambled into the cab. Michel slammed his key into the ignition, cranked the V8 engine, threw the truck into reverse, and tore down the road in a cloud of white dust and spitting gravel. I looked in the side mirror as we spun around the first hairpin turn. The logging road behind us was empty. The midday sun was bright and hot again, casting short, dark shadows directly beneath the trees. There was no gray twilight, no tight canyon, no sound of iron. just the vast, quiet expanse of the Black Range stretching out under the blue New Mexico sky. Michel drove the entire 40 miles back to the station in absolute silence. He kept both hands glued to the wheel at 10 and 2, his knuckles bleached white, his eyes fixed on the center line of the pavement. He didn't smoke his cigar. He didn't look at me once. When we pulled into the gravel driveway of the McKnight cabin, he turned off the ignition, sat in the quiet cab for 3 full minutes, and then looked over at me. "We aren't filing a report on the fence," he said. His voice was flat, hard, and final. "Michel, there's something out there," I said, my throat feeling dry as ashes. "The survey line. The terrain didn't match the quad map. The fence was pulled 50 yards into a canyon that shouldn't exist." "I said we aren't filing a report," he repeated, leaning closer to me. His eyes were bloodshot, the fine red veins around his irises standing out like thread. "You want to keep your commission, Vance? You want to stay in the service? You write down that we checked the corner monument, found the boundary intact, and returned to quarters. You write anything else, and they'll send a district doctor out from Santa Fe to evaluate your fitness for duty. You'll be sitting at a desk in an admin office filing fire permits until your retirement." I stared at him. "You've seen this before." Michel looked away, staring out the windshield at the dry pine needles drifting off the cabin roof. "My first year in the service was 1986 over in the San Mateo Mountains. Same thing happened to a 3-man trail crew near Mount Taylor. They went in to clear a blowdown on a boundary line. 2 of them came back out 3 days later. They weren't talking right. They kept saying the trail was pulling them around in circles, making the mountain bigger than it was. What happened to the 3rd man?" I asked. Michel took a slow, deep breath. "They found his pack 4 miles off the trail, sitting on a flat stone. His boots were neatly placed beside it, laced up tight, but there were no tracks leaving that rock. The regional office sealed the survey logs for that section and redrew the boundary 3 miles to the south. They called it a mapping adjustment." He opened the truck door and stepped out into the hot afternoon dust. "We don't go back up to Iron Creek Mesa. If Sam comes back about his cows, tell him the fence is intact and his yearlings probably drifted down into the Diamond Creek drainage. End of story. For 2 weeks I tried to let it go. I did my daily patrols, checked campfire permits at the lower campgrounds, serviced the water pumps at the work center, and wrote up routine warnings for fire code violations. But I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes in my small bedroom at the back of the cabin, I heard that rhythm, clank, drag squeak. I felt that strange, cold twilight pressing against my skin. I started digging through the cabin's historical files. In the back room of the station sat 3 heavy olive-drab steel filing cabinets containing old district records dating back to the creation of the Gila National Forest by Aldo Leopold in the 1920s. Late one night while Michel was sleeping in his quarters, I took a flashlight and went into the record room. I unlocked the bottom drawer of the oldest cabinet, which was thick with dust and smelled of dried mouse droppings and old paper. Pulled out the leather-bound ledger from the 1907 Boundary Survey, the very first attempt by the U.S. Forest Service to map the Black Range after the land was set aside from the public domain. The entries were written in black, India ink in a neat, sweeping copperplate script by a surveyor named E.R. Holcomb. I flipped through the pages until I found the entries for Township 11 South, Range 10 West, the Iron Creek Mesa section. The early entries were mundane, descriptions of soil quality, timber volume, locations of water sources, and stone markers set at section corners. But as I flipped toward the August entries of 1907, the handwriting began to change. The letters became jagged, pressed so hard into the paper that the nib of the pen had torn through the parchment in several places. August 14th, 1907. The chainmen refused to proceed along the northern line. They claim the measure is changing between the pins. We laid out 66 feet of iron link chain across flat ground. but upon measuring the same stretch with the rear rod, found it to record 82 feet. The iron links appear to stretch without thinning. August 16, 1907. Lost sight of Miller today. He was holding the front rod no more than 50 yards ahead down the timbered ridge. We heard his voice calling out the transit figures, but when we stepped through the brush to his position, the ground dropped off into a deep, stony ravine that is not present on any territorial sketch. We called for him for 4 hours. His voice answered us from the bottom of the ravine, but the sound was delayed by several seconds as though coming from a vast distance. August 17th, 1907. We have abandoned the northern line. The iron survey chains have become heavy, so heavy that 2 mules cannot drag the chest. We left the iron markers set in the basalt rock. The land up here is not stable. It folds upon itself when measured. God forgive us, we left Miller's rod where it stood. Below that last entry, a large section of the page had been heavily crossed out with thick strokes of blue pencil, and the official stamp had been placed over the text, "Survey voided by authority of the General Land Office." Nine. My hands were shaking as I closed the ledger. The next morning, Michael left early to drive down to the supervisor's office in Silver City for a quarterly staff meeting. He wouldn't be back until late that night. I knew I shouldn't do it. Everything in my training, every grain of common sense I possessed told me to stay away from that mesa. But the urge to understand, to confirm that I wasn't losing my mind, was a dark, heavy weight sitting in my chest. I took the small district patrol vehicle, a lighter short-wheelbase Jeep Cherokee, loaded it with my personal gear, a heavy-duty handheld GPS unit from the station office, a pair of 10-foot steel measuring tapes, and 2 extra canteens of water. I drove up to Iron Creek Mesa alone. I arrived at the end of the logging road at 9 in the morning. The sky was high and clear, the temperature cool and pleasant. The woods looked entirely normal, just miles of pine and stone under the bright high desert sun. I strapped the GPS to my shoulder harness, booted it up, and waited for it to lock onto the satellites. It picked up 4 signals almost immediately, accuracy within 3 meters. I set off on foot toward the boundary line, keeping my eyes fixed on the small digital screen of the GPS. For the first 15 minutes, everything matched the topographic layer on the screen. My track was a straight blue line moving steadily northwest toward the section corner. Then, at precisely 9:45 a.m., the GPS let out a quiet beep. I looked down at the screen. The blue line representing my trail hadn't changed, but the digital map background beneath it was warping. The contour lines were crowding together on the display, pixelating and redrawing themselves into tight, dark, concentric circles. The satellite signal icon began to flash rapidly, dropping from 4 satellites to 3, then 2, then 0. The screen flickered, displayed a garbled string of text, E00 geometry out of range, and went entirely blank. I stopped. The woods around me were dead silent again. The morning breeze that had been whistling through the pine needles 5 minutes ago was gone. The air felt heavy, dense, and unnaturally dry, scorching the inside of my nostrils as I breathed. I pulled out my paper map and laid it on a flat basalt rock. I took out my steel tape measure, hooked the brass lip on the edge of the stone, and walked back 20 steps. Pulling the steel tape out behind me, I looked at the markings on the tape. Between the 10-foot mark and the 11-foot mark, the etched inches weren't an inch apart anymore. They were stretching. The metal itself hadn't expanded. It was cold to the touch, but the physical distance between the black printed lines was visibly widening as I watched, as if the space inside those 12 inches was being pulled like soft taffy. I dropped the tape. It hit the pine needles with a heavy dead thud, devoid of any metallic ring. Then I saw the fence. It wasn't where Michelle and I had seen it 2 weeks ago. It was much closer, no more than 20 yards ahead through the trees. The cedar posts were leaning at sharp angles, and the 3 strands of barbed wire were drawn so tight they were thin as human hair, humming that low, bone-deep frequency that vibrated in my jaw. Beyond the fence lay the deep draw. But it wasn't 50 feet deep anymore, it was vast. It opened up into a towering, terrifying canyon that stretched as far as I could see through the trees. A jagged, barren gash in the earth lined with high, vertical cliffs of dark basalt that I knew with absolute certainty did not exist in the state of New Mexico. At the bottom of this impossible canyon, half submerged in the gray volcanic silt, lay dozens of objects. I pulled my binoculars from my harness and adjusted the focus wheel. Scattered across the floor of the canyon were iron survey markers, ancient wooden sighting rods, rusted wire spools, and old brass transits on wooden tripods, all piled together in long, straight windrows, as if some unimaginable force had swept through the forest and scraped every tool ever used to measure this land into a central pit. And then I saw the figures. They weren't monsters. They weren't moving fast. They were human-shaped structures, tall, thin, constructed entirely out of dry juniper roots, rusted survey wire, and old square-cut iron nails, bound together with dried pine pitch. They stood in a long, precise line along the floor of the canyon, spaced exactly 66 feet apart, the length of a standard surveyor's chain. They were holding sighting rods. They stood perfectly motionless, staring up at the cliff faces with blank, knot-hole eyes. Suddenly, the air around me turned ice cold. The sun above didn't hide behind a cloud. It simply shrank into a tiny, brilliant point of light like a star visible at midnight. The shadows of the pine trees stretched out across the earth, twisting into long, angled lines that crisscrossed over my boots, weaving together like a dark, tight net. From deep down in the canyon came the sound. Clank. It was the heavy, terrible sound of iron dropping onto stone. Drag squeak. One of the wire-bound figures at the bottom of the canyon turned its head. It didn't turn smoothly. It moved in sharp mechanical jerks, the dried wooden joints popping like dry kindling snapping in a fire. It raised its arm. The arm was made of 3 heavy iron survey chains twisted together, ending in a rusted iron measuring pin. It pointed the pin directly at me. I couldn't move. My legs felt as if they had been set into concrete. The air in my lungs was so heavy I couldn't pull it up past my throat. The space between me and the edge of the canyon began to collapse. I don't know how else to describe it. The 20 yards of ground separating my boots from the drop-off didn't vanish, it compressed. The pine trees standing between me and the pit folded inward, their trunks overlapping, their branches sliding into one another like collapsing telescope tubes, bringing the canyon wall closer and closer to my feet with every tick of my pulse. Clank. Drag squeak. The sound wasn't coming from the bottom of the canyon anymore. It was coming from right behind me. I felt a sudden freezing pressure against the back of my neck, the sensation of something metallic, old, and immensely heavy hovering less than an inch from my skin. The smell was overpowering. The sharp ozone stench of lightning-struck iron mixed with the dry, suffocating dust of an ancient, undisturbed tomb. In that final second of pure, unadulterated terror, my instincts as a ranger took over. I didn't try to draw my gun. I didn't try to run straight ahead. I remembered the old 1907 ledger entry. We left the iron markers set in the basalt rock. The land up here is not stable. It folds upon itself when measured. I reached down, tore off my shoulder harness holding the digital GPS unit and my radio. Everything made of steel, copper, or circuit boards, and threw it with all my strength directly into the face of the approaching shadow behind me. The moment the metal gear left my hands, the spell snapped. The heavy pressure on my neck released. The ground beneath my feet violently expanded back to its normal state with a concussive crack that sounded like a dynamite blast in a dry cave. The air rushed back into my lungs so fast it burnt my chest. I fell backward onto the pine needles, scrambling on my hands and knees, tearing my fingers on the basalt stones as I threw myself away from the boundary line. I didn't look back. I ran blindly through the woods, falling, scrambling up, running again, until the trees finally thinned out and I hit the white gravel of the logging road. I threw myself into the Jeep, started the engine, and drove back down the mountain like a madman. The tires screaming on every gravel turn, the engine roaring in second gear until I hit the asphalt of Route 59. I didn't stop at the McKnight cabin. I drove straight to the district ranger station in reserve. When I walked through the front doors, covered in dirt, my hands bleeding, my shirt torn to ribbons, the desk secretary looked up in horror. "Arthur?" she asked, standing up. "Where have you been?" "I need to see Michelle," I rasped, leaning against the counter to keep from collapsing. "Michelle?" She stared at me, her face pale. "Arthur, Michelle left for Silver City yesterday morning. He was involved in a head-on collision on Highway 180 near Cliff. His truck went off the road. He passed away late last night." I stood there in the air-conditioned lobby, the silence of the room washing over me like cold water. I resigned from the Forest Service 3 days later. I didn't file a report. I didn't give a reason. I packed my belongings into the back of my civilian pickup truck and drove out of New Mexico, heading north toward the high plains, as far away from mountains, forests, and survey lines as I could get. It's been 12 years now. I live in a flat, treeless town in western Kansas. There are no mountains here, no high timber, no deep draws, just miles of open wheat fields stretching out to a flat, straight horizon that never moves. But I still can't use a tape measure. I don't keep an analog clock in the house, and every autumn, when the dry wind comes off the plains and rattles the window panes of my house, I sit in my living room with the lights on, staring down at my feet. Because sometimes, when I'm walking across my concrete driveway at night, I can feel my footsteps hitting the ground just half a second after my boots touch the earth, as if the space I'm walking through is still trying to figure out exactly how far away the ground really is. If you drive north out of Silver City along New Mexico State Road 15, the asphalt narrows until it feels less like a highway and more like an afterthought laid down over old wagon ruts. Cell service dies somewhere near the southern boundary of the forest, where the desert scrub finally surrenders to scrub oak and alligator juniper. I spent 7 years walking those canyons, learning the exact way light bleeds off the Mogollon Rim at twilight, but I haven't set foot in Catron County since the first freeze of that year. I was 38 years old in the autumn of 2016, working as a seasonal backcountry law enforcement ranger for the United States Forest Service in the Gila National Forest. My name is Arthur Vance, though everyone from the district office down to the volunteer trail crews called me Artie. People think ranger work in a 3 million acre wilderness is mostly about saving lost tourists or sighting people for illegal campfires. And 9 days out of 10 it is. But the Gila is old land, volcanic tuff, dry basalt slot canyons, and deep ponderosa basins where nobody walks for decades at a time. And if you spend enough time alone in those drainages, you start to realize how flimsy our understanding of spatial distance really is. The shift started on a Tuesday, October 11th. The weather had turned crisp, that sharp southwestern autumn air that smells like dry pine needles and coal dust. I was staged out of the Willow Creek Guard Station, a small wood-frame cabin sitting at 7,000 feet. My assignment for the week was a solo 4-day wilderness patrol through the West Fork drainage, checking hunters' camps for unpermitted outfitters, and ensuring the wilderness boundary lines weren't being crossed by illegal ATV riders coming down from the private holdings near Glenwood. My gear was standard issue, a 60-liter internal frame pack carrying 4 days of rations, a canvas bivvy, a Motorola XTS 5000 handheld radio tuned to the Signal Peak repeater, a standard issue Sig Sauer P229 in a leather hip holster, and a weathered USGS topographic quadrangle map wrapped in clear plastic. I checked in with dispatch at 7 in the morning. The dispatcher on duty was Marcy, a woman who had worked the radio console in Silver City since the late 80s and knew every ridge and dry wash in the district by heart. Her voice came through the speaker with that familiar, scratchy radio fidelity. Full of static hum and low gain, she gave me the routine weather update. Clear skies, high near 65, overnight low pushing 28 in the river bottoms, no red flag warnings for fire. Then she added a brief note on a missing person file that had been passed over from the Catron County Sheriff's Department late the previous evening. A 42-year-old hydrogeologist from Albuquerque named Thomas Mercer had failed to check out of his hotel in Reserve 3 days prior. His rental truck, a dark green Ford Ranger, had been found parked at the trailhead near the confluence of Iron Creek and the West Fork. He was an experienced outdoorsman, according to his family, and was conducting soil moisture sampling along the volcanic benches above the canyon floor. Sheriff's deputies had done a brief sweep of the main trail up to the first river crossing, but with limited personnel, they were asking Forest Service staff on active patrol to keep an eye out for any sign of a temporary shelter or improvised campsite. I acknowledged the transmission, clipped the hand mic back to my shoulder strap, and started down the trail from the trailhead off Forest Road 153. The air was dead quiet. In the early morning, before the thermal winds start pulling heat up from the desert floor, the Gila has a specific kind of silence. It isn't an absence of noise, but a heavy, pressurized stillness where you can hear the dry, papery rustle of a single falling oak leaf 50 feet away. For the first 4 miles, the trail followed the winding bed of the creek. The water was low, clear and cold, moving over smooth river pebbles with a soft, steady murmur. I stopped periodically to inspect horse sign, check trail registration boxes, and look for campfire smoke rising above the canyon walls. Everything appeared completely normal. By noon, I had reached the junction where Iron Creek breaks off to the northwest, cutting through a deep, sheer-walled basalt gorge that receives less than 2 hours of direct sunlight a day. That was where I found the first anomaly. Though at the time I didn't recognize it as anything supernatural, it looked like ordinary carelessness, the kind of mild wilderness negligence you see every week from hikers who don't respect the country. About 200 yards up the Iron Creek branch, sitting on a flat stone bench beneath a massive cliff face of gray volcanic ash, was a small single-person dome tent. It was pitched correctly, guy lines staked out with heavy river stones, but the rainfly was rolled up and clipped back despite the freeze predicted for that night. I called it in to dispatch, giving Marcy my coordinates off my Garmin unit, and stepped off the main path to investigate. "Ranger Vance to Silver City," I said, thumbing the mic. "Go ahead, Artie," Marcy replied. "I'm at the Iron Creek bench, roughly 2 miles past the West Fork confluence. I've located a green Eureka tent pitched on the south terrace. No sign of occupants at present. Going to check the camp for identification." "Copy that. 10-4, stand by." I approached the tent slowly, using standard field protocol, speaking in a firm, calm voice to avoid startling anyone who might be resting inside. "Forest Service, Ranger." "Is anyone in the tent?" There was no answer. The flap was unzipped halfway, hanging limp in the absolute still air. I stooped down, using the butt of my walking stick to nudge the nylon flap wider. Inside lay a complete backpacking setup, but it was laid out in a pattern that made no practical sense. A synthetic sleeping bag was unrolled, but instead of lying flat, it was folded neatly in half lengthwise and tucked against the back wall like a bench cushion. Next to it sat an unfastened internal frame backpack. The contents of the pack had been taken out and arranged in a straight, perfectly spaced line along the tent floor. A water filtration pump, 3 unopened freeze-dried meal pouches, an unlit headlamp with the batteries removed and placed next to it, a small leather-bound notebook, and a pair of heavy leather hiking boots. The boots were what caught my attention first. They were standing upright, perfectly parallel, pointing toward the back wall of the tent rather than the opening. They were clean, not a trace of mud or dust on the soles, as if they had been brand new out of the box or thoroughly washed before being placed inside. I put on a pair of nitrile gloves for my first aid kit and reached inside to examine the notebook. It was a field journal belonging to Thomas Mercer. The entries were written in precise small block print, detailing water acidity levels, soil temperatures, and GPS waypoints across the Iron Creek drainage. The last entry was dated 3 days earlier, October 8th at 2 in the afternoon. The entry read, "Acoustic profile in the lower slot is incorrect. Sound does not dissipate against the basalt face. It holds. Testing return times with mechanical clicker. Delay is 6 seconds late at 40 meters. Wall density appears standard. Will monitor overnight." Below that line, written in the same steady, neat hand, was a single additional sentence that had been underlined twice. "It is not an echo." An echo returned softer. I stood up, stepping back from the tent to look up at the canyon walls. Iron Creek at that point was pinched between two sheer walls of dark basalt, rising nearly 300 feet above the creek bed. The rock was scarred with vertical fractures and overhangs where prehistoric floods had scoured the stone smooth. I clapped my hands together hard once, a sharp, loud crack that shattered the canyon's stillness. I waited. In a canyon that narrow, a clap produces a swift, violent series of reverberations, a rapid snap, snap, snap as the sound wave bounces rapidly off the close, hard surfaces fading into a dull murmur within 2 seconds. I listened closely. The initial sharp report of my hands bounced off the left wall, slapped the right wall, and died out almost immediately, exactly as physics dictates. I took a breath, preparing to turn back to the tent to collect Mercer's journal for the sheriff's evidence locker. Then, precisely 6 seconds after I had clapped my hands, a sound came from the top of the northern cliff face. It was not a soft, distant reverberation. It was a single, crystal-clear, razor-sharp clap, identical in volume and tone to the exact strike of my palm against palm, coming from a point 300 feet above me where there was nothing but dry scrub brush and empty sky. It sounded as if someone were standing 2 feet from my head, striking their hands together with full force, yet spatial perception placed it squarely on the rim above. I froze. My thumb moved reflexively to the unsnapping strap of my holster. "Hello?" I called out, raising my voice to a sharp, authoritative tone. "This is the U.S. Forest Service. Is someone up on the rim?" Silence followed. The wind did not pick up. No birds flushed from the piñon trees along the ledge. I stood there for nearly 2 minutes, my heart hammering against my ribs with a sudden, illogical intensity. There was no movement on the skyline, no loose rocks skittering down the slope, no scent of smoke. I pulled out my radio. "Silver City, Vance." "Go ahead, Artie." "Marcy, I've located personal belongings belonging to the missing individual Thomas Mercer at the Iron Creek bench site. His camp is fully set up, but his boots and gear are inside. No sign of injury, but he is not on site. I'm going to establish a localized search area along the upper bench of Iron Creek towards the slot section, requesting you inform Catron County that we have a confirmed last known location." "Copy that, Artie. Do you require additional personnel for a sweep?" I looked up at the darkening sky above the canyon walls. It was nearly 3 in the afternoon. The sun was already dropping behind the western ridge, plunging the bottom of the gorge into deep, icy shade. Bringing a full SR team down the West Fork Trail in the dark would take until mid-morning the next day. "Hold off on mobilizing a full team until first light," I said, keeping my tone strictly professional. "I'll conduct an initial line-of-sight search along the lower 2 miles of the creek before nightfall, and set up camp at the site to secure his gear. 10-4. Vance. Next check-in at 2000 hours. Copy. Vance out." I spent the next 3 hours sweeping the floor of Iron Creek. The work was demanding and slow. The terrain degraded rapidly into a chaotic tangle of fallen ponderosa trunks, flash flood debris, and slippery algae-skinned boulders. I kept my eyes on the ground, searching for broken twigs, overturned river rocks, crushed moss, or any scuff mark that would indicate a heavy boot walking upstream. There was nothing. The riverbed looked utterly untouched, as if no human foot had trodden its banks since the last summer rain washed the silt clean. By 6 in the evening, twilight had settled heavy and thick over the gorge. The temperature plummeted rapidly, the dry desert air losing its heat the moment the sun vanished. I returned to the bench where Mercer's tent was pitched, cleared a small area of flat dirt 50 yards downwind, and set up my own bivvy shelter. I did not light a campfire. Forest Service regulations during search operations dictate keeping light sources minimal to avoid disorienting lost persons who might be looking for flashlight beams or signal fires on distant ridges. Instead, I sat on my foam sleeping pad, boiled water on my small canister stove, and ate a dehydrated meal by the red light setting of my headlamp. The night was intensely, violently quiet. In most wilderness areas, night brings a distinct set of ambient sounds: the rustle of pack rats in the brush, the distant eerie calling of great horned owls across the drainage, the creak of pine trunks bending under high-altitude wind, or the steady rhythmic rush of water over stone. But as I sat there in the gloom, I realized that the creek water below me had grown almost entirely silent. It wasn't that the water had stopped flowing. I could see the dark sheen of it moving past the basalt rocks 30 feet below my camp. It was that the sound seemed unable to travel upward. It was muffled, compressed, as if a thick layer of wet wool had been laid over the canyon floor. At 8 o'clock sharp, I conducted my scheduled radio check-in with Marcy, Silver City. "Vance, nightly check-in." The radio crackled. Marcy's voice came through, but it was heavily distorted with rhythmic bursts of white noise, like a signal passing through a strong electromagnetic field or dense metal structure. "Vance, Silver City. Copy your check-in. Weather hold, confirm. Night location. I am stationed at the Iron Creek bench, adjacent to the target's tent," I said, speaking slowly and clearly into the mic. "Visual search negative for the afternoon. I will commence a secondary grid sweep along the northern bench at first light, 6:30 hours. All secure. Copy, Artie. Be advised. County Sheriff, checked. Relative. States Mercer carried. A small acoustic gauge reported static." Her voice broke apart into a harsh whistle of static, then cleared suddenly for 3 words. "Watch your footing." 10-4. Marcy, out. I unclipped the radio and set it beside my pack on the ground. I pulled my fleece cap down over my ears, slid into my sleeping bag, and zipped the canvas bivvy up to my chin. I kept my service pistol in its holster, resting right beside my right hand, and placed my high-output LED flashlight next to my pillow. Sleep came slowly, fitful and thin, filled with the half-conscious awareness of cold air biting at the tip of my nose. At precisely 2:14 a.m., I woke up. I did not wake up gradually. My eyes snapped open, my muscles locking tight in an instant, every nerve ending in my body firing with an immediate, primal alert signal. There was a sound outside my bivvy. It was not the sound of an animal rustling through dry oak leaves, or the heavy plodding tread of a black bear searching for food scraps. It was a sequence of sounds, specific, mechanical, and horrifyingly familiar. It was the sound of a stove canister being turned, the metallic click-clack of a pocket knife blade snapping open, and the sharp, distinct hiss of boiling water hitting a dirt floor. It was the exact sequence of noises I had made 3 hours earlier when preparing my dinner. The sounds were coming from less than 10 feet away, right beside the fire pit where I had sat in the dark. But they were not happening in real time. They were detached, isolated, played back with a horrific, dry precision into the cold night air. The hiss of the stove water didn't fade. It cut off abruptly, cleanly, as if an audio track had been paused on a tape deck. I lay frozen, holding my breath, my right hand slowly closing around the grip of my P229. The metal frame was ice cold against my palm. Then came another sound. It was the sound of my own voice. It came from the darkness outside, about 15 yards up the slope toward the cliff face. It was my voice from 3 hours prior, speaking to Marcy during the 8 o'clock radio check. I am stationed at the Iron Creek bench, adjacent to the target's tent. The pitch was identical. The cadence was identical, but it wasn't coming through a radio speaker. It was being spoken into the open air, flat, unmodulated, devoid of any natural room tone or acoustic echo. It sounded as though a recording of my vocal cords had been projected out of the dark stone wall itself. My chest felt crushed under an immense weight of panic, but years of law enforcement training kicked in before my terror could paralyze me. I didn't scream. I didn't call out. I rolled quietly out of my bivy bag onto my knees in the cold dirt, thumbed the safety off my pistol, and grabbed my high-lumen tactical flashlight. I unzipped the shelter entrance in one smooth, violent motion, stood up into the freezing night air, and snapped the flashlight beam into the darkness. Raising my firearm with both hands, "State your name," I roared into the dark, my voice echoing off the nearby rocks. "Show me your hands." The heavy white beam of light sliced through the blackness, illuminating the gray trunks of the alligator junipers, the flat dirt circle of my camp, and the green nylon of Mercer's abandoned tent. There was no one there. The dust on the ground was undisturbed. The air was bone dry and motionless. The beam swept across the ground, moving from my bivvy to the base of the basalt cliff wall 50 feet behind my shelter. Then I saw the wall. The rock face was not solid shadow. In the bright center of my flashlight beam, about 8 feet off the ground, the surface of the basalt looked strange. It didn't reflect light normally. Where the gray stone should have shown rough, porous texture and lichen patches, there was a vertical section, roughly the width and height of a tall man, that looked like thick, stagnant water held in place by invisible glass. It didn't shimmer like heat waves. It refracted light unevenly, bending the beam of my flashlight into strange, greasy halos, and standing directly in front of that distorted patch of rock cast against the stone was a shadow. It was not my shadow. My shadow was thrown long and dark behind me, leaning to the left away from the flashlight lens. This shadow was cast in reverse, as if an intense light source were shining out from inside the solid stone wall, casting the silhouette of something standing between the rock face and the air onto the rough basalt floor. The shadow was long, thin, and possessed arms that hung far down past where a human knees would be, ending in long, blunt, fingerless shapes that rested flat against the dirt. It had no head, or rather its upper torso tapered into a smooth, featureless wedge that met the cliff face at a steep angle. As the beam of my flashlight hit it, the shadow didn't move away. It didn't flinch. Instead, it played back another sound. It was the sound I had made 5 seconds earlier, the harsh, metallic clack-click of my pistol's safety being disengaged, followed instantly by the sharp, terrifying sound of my own heavy breath catching in my throat. The playback didn't come from the shadow. It came from the air directly behind my left ear, less than 3 inches from my exposed neck. I spun around instantly, sweeping the flashlight behind me, bringing the gun up to bear. There was nothing behind me but the empty riverbed and the pitch black void of the canyon stretching off toward the West Fork. My heart was beating so violently, I could feel the pulse in my teeth. I stood in the middle of that clearing, rotating in slow, controlled circles with my gun and light, watching the tree line, watching the rocks, watching the eerie, distorted patch on the cliff face. The shadow on the rock wall was gone. The basalt was just basalt again, flat, cold, rough volcanic stone coated in yellow lichen. I didn't sleep for the rest of that night. I sat on my gearbox with my back pressed firm against a smooth granite boulder, my gun resting across my knees, my flashlight held ready in my left hand. The silence returned, but it was no longer passive. It felt deliberate, like an entity holding its breath, waiting for me to make another sound so it could record it, store it, and spit it back at me from the dark. At 5:30 in the morning, the sky began to turn a bruised pale violet above the high eastern rim. The moment there was enough natural light to navigate without a flashlight, I packed my gear. I didn't take time to roll my sleeping bag properly. I stuffed everything into my pack with trembling, stiff fingers, my eyes constantly scanning the tree line and the high rock ledges above. My duty was to locate Thomas Mercer, but every survival instinct honed over nearly 4 decades of life was telling me to walk back to the trailhead, get in my patrol truck, and drive until the mountains turned into flat prairie. I pulled out my radio to contact dispatch. I raised the hand mic to my lips, thumbed the push-to-talk button, and stopped. If I spoke into the radio, it would hear my voice again. It would take those words and keep them. I lowered the radio, my hand shaking slightly. I looked down at the physical USGS quadrangle map stretched across my knee. Mercer's field journal had mentioned testing the acoustic return in the lower slot, a narrow, dry box canyon that branches off Iron Creek about 3 miles upstream, heading north into an unmapped area known as the Black Canyon Shelf. It was an area devoid of trails, littered with dangerous rock falls and narrow slots that didn't see sunlight from one year to the next. If he had walked into that slot canyon, he was either dead at the bottom of a drop-off or still trapped inside it. I took a long drink of water, checked the action of my firearm, holstered it, and picked up my heavy wooden walking stick. I didn't speak. I didn't make a sound. I walked quietly up the bed of Iron Creek, moving deeper into the shadows of the gorge. The air grew progressively colder as I advanced. The canyon walls rose higher, sheer basalt cliffs turning from light gray to a dark, oxidized purplish black that seemed to swallow the morning light. The creek narrowed from a wide gravel bed into a tight, slick trench of black water flowing between polished rock chutes. After an hour of quiet, deliberate hiking, I reached the entrance of the lower slot canyon. It was a narrow vertical crack in the northern wall, no wider than 6 or 7 feet at the base, completely hidden behind a dense screen of wild rose bushes and dry willow thickets. If I hadn't had the topo map and Mercer's field notes, I would have passed it by without ever knowing it existed. I pushed through the scratchy, brittle willow branches, stepping onto the dry floor of the slot. The temperature inside dropped instantly by 10 degrees. The air was damp, cold, and smelled intensely of old wet stone, copper, and something sweet and rank, like stagnant pool water mixed with decay. The floor of the slot was fine, gray volcanic silt that deadened the sound of my boots completely. There was no creek in here, only a dry, winding trench cut through hundreds of feet of solid volcanic ash by ancient floodwaters. I walked slowly, keeping one hand on the rock wall to steady myself. 50 yards into the slot, the natural light faded into a dim, gloomy dusk. The sky above was reduced to a thin, jagged line of pale blue pinched between towering black rock walls that leaned inward toward each other at the top, almost touching. Then I saw the first sign of human presence. Lying on the silt floor was a small, blue plastic device, an electronic acoustic distance meter, the kind land surveyors and geologists use to measure rock faces with ultrasonic pulses. The digital display was cracked, but the small green LED power light was still blinking faintly in the dark. I knelt down beside it, careful not to touch it directly. Beside the device, written directly into the fine gray silt with a finger or a stick, were 4 words: "Do not make sound." The letters were deep, frantic, dragged through the dirt with ragged strokes. I stood up slowly, my heart pounding in my ears like a sledgehammer hitting wet earth. I turned my head to look further down the slot canyon. The corridor twisted sharply to the right, disappearing into total blackness around a sharp jut of rock. I took my flashlight out, shielding the lens with my hand so only a thin ring of light spilled out onto the silt floor ahead of me. I stepped around the bend. The slot expanded into a small, high-ceilinged chamber, a dry pothole carved out by an ancient waterfall. The air was completely still, unmoving, heavy with that metallic, copper smell. Sitting against the far wall of the chamber, his knees pulled tightly up to his chest, his arms wrapped around his head, was a man. He was wearing a red nylon jacket, dirty khaki trail pants, and no boots. His feet were wrapped in thick gray wool socks that were shredded at the soles, stained dark with dried blood. "Thomas," I whispered, the sound barely escaping my teeth. The man didn't move. He didn't lift his head. He was shuddering violently, his entire body trembling in small, rapid spasms as if he were suffering from severe hypothermia. I stepped closer, my boots making no sound on the soft silt. "Thomas Mercer," I whispered again, standing 3 feet away from him. "I'm Ranger Vance with the Forest Service. I'm here to get you out." Slowly, agonizingly, the man lowered his arms from his face. His skin was gray, caked in dry dust, his lips cracked and bleeding. But it was his eyes that horrified me. They were wide, unfocused. The pupils dilated so large they almost swallowed the irises entirely. He looked at me, but he wasn't seeing my face. He was looking at the air around my head, his eyes darting frantically from my left shoulder to my right ear. He opened his mouth to speak. No words came out. Instead, what came out of Thomas Mercer's throat was the sound of my own voice from 20 minutes prior. A perfect, terrifying playback of my own voice whispered back at me. "Thomas? Thomas Mercer. I'm Ranger Vance with the Forest Service. I'm here to get you out." The voice didn't match his mouth movements. His lips were barely parted, dry and stiff. But the sound emerged from his chest with pristine crystalline clarity, complete with the subtle timbre of my own throat. A cold wave of sheer terror washed over me, so intense I felt physically nauseous. I reached down, grabbing Mercer by the shoulder of his jacket to pull him to his feet. "Get up," I hissed through my teeth. "We have to move now." The moment I touched him, he stiffened. He grabbed my forearm with a grip like an iron clamp. His fingers were cold as ice. He didn't speak. He raised one shaking finger and pointed upward toward the high, dark ceiling of the chamber. I raised my flashlight slowly, tracking the light beam up the sheer, black basalt walls toward the gloom 20 feet above us. The ceiling of the pothole was not rock. Suspended in the narrow throat of the canyon ceiling was a mass. It looked like a thick, gelatinous tangle of dark ash, fine river silt, and dry pine needles, woven together into a massive, bulbous structure that filled the entire width of the slot. It looked organic, like an inverted hornet's nest or a bird's nest scaled up to the size of a minivan. But it was smooth, slick, and slowly expanding and contracting in a rhythmic, shallow motion. And embedded in the outer surface of that dark, fibrous mass were shapes. They were not teeth or eyes. They were indentations. Hundreds of smooth, hollow funnels formed out of hardened gray mud, pointed downward like small trumpet bells facing the canyon floor. As the light from my flashlight hit the mass, the funnels began to vibrate. A sound began to leak out of them. It was not a roar or a creature's growl. It was a chaotic, overlapping chorus of every sound that had occurred in that canyon over the last 48 hours, or perhaps the last 48 years. I heard the rapid, metallic clack-click of my pistol safety, repeated 20 times in staggering, unsynchronized layers. I heard Marcy's voice from the radio, chopped up into static fragments. "Vance, Silver City, watch your... I heard the sharp, terrifying crack of my hands clapping together at the tent site yesterday. I heard the hiss of boiling water, the rasp of dry branches breaking, the crunch of gravel under heavy boots, and beneath it all a dark, low, rhythmic sound. The sound of a human throat crying out in total, hysterical terror played backward and stretched into a long, drawn-out drone. The sound swelled in volume, bouncing off the narrow walls of the chamber until the air itself seemed to vibrate against my skin. The pressure in my ears mounted rapidly, like descending too fast in an airplane. Mercer let out a silent, gurgling gasp, pulling his knees back to his chest, pressing his palms against his ears so hard his knuckles turned white. I knew then, with absolute cold certainty, what was happening. It didn't feed on flesh or blood. It was an acoustic predator, a spatial anomaly that nested in the dry volcanic rock of the high desert, gathering sound waves, trapping human voices and environmental noise within its structure. Using those sounds like a deep-sea anglerfish uses a light lure to draw living things into narrow, inescapable stone traps until they died of thirst and exposure in the dark, listening to their own voices called back to them from the walls. I didn't try to speak. I didn't scream. I hauled Mercer up by his collar with pure adrenaline, dragging his dead weight across the silt floor toward the narrow exit of the chamber. The moment we moved, the structure above us responded. The mud funnels on the ceiling flexed. The mass dropped lower, sinking 3 feet down the narrow shaft, blocking out what little daylight was filtering from above. A voice exploded out of the dark. Not my voice, and not Mercer's. It was the voice of a young woman, clear and bright, speaking with an accent from somewhere in the Midwest. A voice that sounded like it belonged to a hiker from 20 years ago. Is anyone up there?
We lost the trail!
Please, we're down in the creek. The voice was projected from right in front of my face, coming from the empty air between me and the exit turn. I ignored it. I clenched my jaws together until my teeth ached, squeezed my eyes half shut against the disorienting acoustic pressure, and shoved Mercer around the stone corner ahead of me. The moment we cleared the sharp turn into the outer slot corridor, the sound changed. The entity didn't chase us with physical limbs. It used its store of sound to shatter our sense of direction. As we ran down the narrow trench of gray silt, the sound of heavy, rapid boot steps began pounding in the dirt directly ahead of us, making it sound as though someone were charging straight at us from the exit. At the same time, the sound of my own voice shouted from behind my right shoulder, "Stop! Halt Forest Service!" The auditory disorientation was so intense my balance failed. The narrow stone wall seemed to tilt and spin in the dim light. I stumbled, my left knee slamming hard against a jagged edge of volcanic rock, sending a sharp, searing lance of pain up my hip. I hit the silt floor hard, dropping my flashlight. The flashlight rolled away, its beam highlighting Mercer, who had collapsed 2 yards ahead of me, crawling on his hands and knees, clutching his head, his mouth wide open in an endless, soundless scream. The air in the slot grew freezing cold. The scent of copper and old whetstone was overwhelming, so thick it coated the back of my throat like dust. Behind us, around the bend, I heard the sound of my own pack being unzipped, the metallic slide of the zipper, the crinkle of the plastic meal pouches, the sound of my water bladder sloshing as it was lifted out. It was harvesting my camp. It was processing every sound I had carried into the canyon with me. I forced myself up off the dirt, ignoring the agony in my left knee. I lunged forward, grabbed Mercer by the strap of his nylon jacket, and hauled him up. I leaned close to his ear, close enough that my lips touched his cold skin, and I didn't speak. I simply pulled him forward with raw physical force, driving us down the last 50 yards of the slot canyon toward the daylight. The wild rose bushes and willow branches at the canyon mouth appeared ahead of us, backlit by the bright, clean, golden light of the morning sun. We burst through the thicket, collapsing together onto the wide, sun-drenched gravel bed of Iron Creek. The moment we crossed the threshold of the narrow slot into the open canyon, the sound stopped. It didn't fade. It didn't decay. It vanished instantly, cut off with the absolute terrifying sharpness of a radio being unplugged from a wall socket. The sudden return of natural ambient noise was almost deafening. The soft, continuous rush of the creek water moving over river stones, the dry wind rustling the yellow leaves of the cottonwood trees across the bench, the distant, sharp caw of a raven circling high near the rim. I lay on my back on the cold river pebbles, my chest heaving, staring up at the bright, empty blue New Mexico sky. Beside me, Thomas Mercer lay curled in a fetal position, shivering in the sun, his eyes fixed on the willow thicket we had just escaped. We lay there for nearly 20 minutes, unable to move, unable to speak, waiting for the shadow or the voice to follow us out into the light. Nothing came out of the slot. The rose bushes stood still in the quiet autumn wind. I pulled myself up onto my knees, my left leg stiff and throbbing with pain. I reached down for my Motorola radio, pulled it from my belt, and looked at it. The small digital screen was dark. The housing was cold. The internal battery, which had been fully charged when I left Willow Creek Station 24 hours earlier, was completely drained, dead as a stone. I didn't try to fix it. I didn't check Mercer's gear. I grabbed Mercer by the elbow, pulled him to his feet, and began the 3-mile walk back down Iron Creek toward the West Fork Trail and the main road. We didn't talk. We walked in absolute, unbreakable silence for 3 hours. Mercer moved like a mechanical doll, his bloody wool socks leaving faint pink smudges on the river stones. His gaze fixed straight ahead on the trail. Every time a dry branch snapped under my boot, or a pebble slid down a bank, I felt him flinch, his body tightening as if he expected a voice to leap out of the brush to claim the sound. We reached the trailhead on Forest Road 153. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, my Green Forest Service pickup truck was sitting in the gravel pull-off where I had left it. Standing near the tailgate was a Catron County Sheriff's deputy who had been dispatched to check on my progress after my radio went silent that morning. When the deputy saw us emerging from the timber, 2 men, covered in gray volcanic dust, pale, bruised, walking in absolute silence, he jumped out of his cruiser and ran toward us. "Artie," he called out, reaching for his radio handset. "Jesus, Vance, where have you guys been? We lost your signal hours ago." I looked at the deputy. I looked at his mouth moving, hearing his loud, clear voice carrying across the quiet mountain clearing. I opened my mouth to explain what had happened, to tell him about the tent, the field journal, the missing boots, the sound delays, the thin shadow on the basalt wall, and the mud funnels hanging in the pitch-black slot canyon. I stood there on the gravel road with the warm sun beating down on my face, and I couldn't do it. I knew that if I spoke, if I used my voice to describe what was in that canyon, I would be giving it something else to keep. I felt an irrational, overwhelming terror that if I uttered those words aloud, the sound would somehow travel back through the trees, down into the dark box canyon, and settle into those hardened mud trumpets, preserved forever in the cold stone. I simply shook my head, walked past the deputy, and helped Thomas Mercer into the passenger seat of my truck. "He needs medical attention," I said, my voice dry, raspy, and barely audible. "His feet are injured. Get him to the clinic in Silver City." That was the last official report I ever made. Thomas Mercer was hospitalized in Silver City for severe dehydration, acute exposure, and psychological shock. He refused to speak to the sheriff's investigators, to his family, or to the doctors. 3 days after he was admitted, his family transferred him to a private care facility in Denver, Colorado. I received a brief letter from his sister a month later, thanking me for dragging him out of the woods, but mentioning that Thomas had lost his ability to tolerate normal vocal sounds. He lived in a quiet residential home in the foothills, wearing industrial-grade noise-canceling headphones 18 hours a day, sitting by a window, watching the rain falling on the glass without making a sound. I submitted my resignation to the United States Forest Service 2 weeks after the incident. My district ranger tried to talk me out of it. He offered me administrative leave, a transfer to the Lincoln National Forest, or a desk position in Albuquerque. He thought I was suffering from severe burnout or PTSD brought on by a traumatic search and rescue operation in isolated terrain. I didn't argue with him. I packed my belongings out of the Willow Creek cabin, loaded my personal gear into my car, and drove east across the Rio Grande. leaving the mountains behind me forever. I live in a small, flat town in western Kansas now, miles away from any mountains, box canyons, or high basalt cliffs. My house sits in the middle of open wheat fields where the horizon is flat and unbroken in every direction for 20 miles. I don't keep a radio in my house. I don't go hiking. I don't visit national parks. Sometimes late at night, when the winter wind comes sweeping down off the plains, hitting the side of my house with a low, steady moan, I sit in my living room with the lights off, holding my breath. I listen to the wind, and I pray that it stays an ordinary echo, soft, distant, and fading away into the dark exactly as it should. Because every time I hear a sharp sound in an empty room, or a voice calling out from another room when I know I'm completely alone, I am terrified that if I listen closely enough, I will hear my own voice from 8 years ago, whispered back to me from somewhere behind the wall, waiting for me to answer. My name is Jonathan Vance Miller. I am 41 years old, and for 11 years I worked as a backcountry law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. The events I am about to write down here occurred between September 18th and September 26th in the year 2018. I have never included the full details of what happened in any official incident report, nor have I spoken about it to my former colleagues, my family, or the investigators who were eventually brought in by the Department of the Interior. If you look up the administrative records for Olympic National Park from that autumn, you will find a standardized search and rescue file, a brief missing persons summary categorized as an open cold case, and my own voluntary resignation papers submitted 6 months later. Everything in those public records is technically accurate in terms of dates, weather reports, and radio logs, but it leaves out the single reality that destroyed my belief in the natural world and ended my career. I am writing this now because the silence has become heavier than the professional consequences of breaking it, and because I know that whatever is living in the upper drainages of the Bogachil Wilderness is still there, completely indifferent to the boundaries drawn on our topographic maps. To understand how I ended up in that specific valley, you have to understand what it actually means to work as a backcountry law enforcement ranger in the Pacific Northwest. People often imagine that our job is a mix of environmental education and leisurely trail hiking. But the reality is much closer to solitary, high-altitude border patrol combined with rural law enforcement. I was a federal law enforcement officer, trained at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center in Glencoe, Georgia. I carried a standard-issue Sig Sauer P229 and 40 S&W on my hip, a tactical radio on my vest, and a heavy Remington 870 shotgun strapped to the side of my internal frame pack. My primary responsibility was the inner core of Olympic National Park. Nearly 1 million acres of rugged, glaciated mountains, ancient temperate rainforest, and dense untamed timber, roughly 95% of which is designated official wilderness where motorized equipment, roads, and structures are strictly prohibited. When you are out in the backcountry of Olympic, especially late in the season, you are entirely on your own. Backup is not 20 minutes away in a cruiser. Backup is 6 hours away on foot, assuming the weather permits a team to hike in, or 3 hours away by helicopter if the cloud ceiling isn't scraping the tops of the Douglas firs. You learn to rely on your own judgment, your own physical endurance, and a deep, methodical respect for the terrain. I had spent nearly a decade in those woods. I knew the smell of rotting cedar before an autumn rain, the distinct sharp scent of elk herd bedded down in the fern thickets, the sound of ice shifting on the upper glaciers of Mount Olympus, and the specific way sound carries across deep river valleys when the fog drops low over the canopy. I was not a superstitious man. I did not believe in urban legends, regional ghost stories, or the colorful folk tales that tourists occasionally brought up to the desk at the visitor centers. I believed in topographic lines, barometric pressure, thermal layers, and human error. In mid-September of 2018, the summer crowd had largely cleared out. The seasonal wilderness guides, Trail maintenance crews and temporary summer staff were finishing their contracts and packing up their gear. The weather had turned early that year. A low-pressure system had rolled in off the Pacific Ocean, anchoring itself over the Olympic Peninsula and bringing a continuous, bone-chilling drizzle that saturated everything below 6,000 feet. The ambient temperature was hovering right around 42 degrees Fahrenheit during the day and dipping into the mid-30s at night. It was that specific kind of cold that eats into your marrow, not quite freezing enough to snow, but wet enough that hypothermia becomes a constant. Quiet threat if you stop moving or allow your base layers to get soaked with sweat. On the morning of Tuesday, September 18th, I was sitting in the small duty office at the Hoh Rainforest Ranger Station, filling out equipment inventory sheets and sipping black coffee from a battered steel thermos. When the desk phone rang, it was Karen Miller, no relation to me, the lead dispatcher working out of the park headquarters in Port Angeles. "Jack, you got a second?" she asked over the line. Her voice was flat, carrying the familiar, slightly exhausted cadence of a veteran dispatcher managing end-of-season logistics. "Go ahead, Karen," I said, setting my mug down on the pine desk. "We've got an overdue solo hiker down in the Bogachiel drainage," she said. "Name is Dr. Arthur Vance, 58 years old. He's an associate professor of forest ecology out of Western Washington University in Bellingham. He checked out a solo wilderness permit 6 days ago at the Wilderness Information Center. His itinerary had him entering at the Bogachiel trailhead, hiking up through the river valley, and establishing a base camp near the junction where the unmaintained primitive trail heads up toward the headwaters. He was supposed to pack out yesterday by 1600 hours. His wife called the Port Angeles station about 2 hours ago when he didn't show up home or call. I pulled a blank pad of paper toward me and grabbed a ballpoint pen. "Did he leave a vehicle at the trailhead?" "Yeah," Karen replied. "Sheriff's deputy did a drive-by check on the trailhead parking lot an hour ago. His gray Toyota Tacoma is still parked at the end of the gravel road. Registration checks out. No sign of forced entry or vehicle break-in. His wife says he's an experienced bushwhacker, does field research on old-growth canopy decay every autumn, and usually carries a satellite messenger. But we haven't received an SOS ping, and his registered inReach unit hasn't transmitted a location update in 48 hours. What's the weather forecast for the upper Bogachiel over the next 48 hours? I asked, looking out the fogged window at the towering moss-draped Sitka spruce trees swaying gently in the wind. "Garbage," she said simply. "Heavy cloud ceiling down to 800 feet, steady precipitation, wind gusts up to 25 knots along the ridges. Air operations says air support is grounded out of Port Angeles and Whidbey Island until at least Thursday afternoon. If we're putting eyes on his last known location, it's going to have to be on foot." "All right," I said, mental map of the park unfolding in my head. The Bogachiel Trail is clear up to the park boundary, but past the 5-mile mark it gets rough. Fallen timber, overgrown brush, washout zones from last winter's high water. If he went past the junction into the upper primitive zone, he's out in the wild cut. Tell Chief Ranger Reynolds I'll take the patrol. I can gear up, drive around to the Bogachiel roadhead and be on the trail by 11. I'll do a hasty search up to his planned camp coordinates before dark." "Copy that, Jack," Karen said. "I'll log you as Ranger 402 on primary search status. Set your VHF to channel 2 for local relay, but keep the satellite unit on your belt. You know how dead those deep river canyons are for radio signals." "Understood. Ranger 402 out." I hung up the receiver and stood up, feeling that familiar quiet shift in focus that comes with a missing person call. Every ranger knows that in backcountry search and rescue, time is the single most ruthless variable you face. A healthy adult male can survive a long time in wet, cold conditions if he stays dry, builds a shelter, and stays put. But if he's injured, disoriented, swept down a river, or trapped under a blowdown, 48 hours in 40-degree rain is often the difference between a recovery and a rescue. I spent 45 minutes preparing my loadout in the station's supply room. I packed my heavy-duty 70-liter Gregory pack with standard 4-day cold weather survival gear, a 3-season tent, a 0-degree synthetic sleeping bag, an MSR Whisper light stove with 2 fuel canisters, 3 days of freeze-dried rations, extra wool mid-layers, a thermal bivy sack, a high-grade first aid medical kit, a personal locator beacon, and 2 heavy-duty LED headlamps with spare lithium batteries. I checked my duty gear, my Sig Sauer P229 in its retention holster, 3 fully loaded magazines, my heavy fixed blade knife, and a handheld Garmin InReach Explorer GPS unit clipped to my left shoulder strap. By 10:30, I was driving the marked Park Service Ford F-250 pickup north on US Highway 101, then turning off onto the narrow, potholed gravel Forest Service roads that lead toward the Bogachil River trailhead. The rain was coming down in a steady, relentless sheet, smearing across the windshield faster than the wipers could clear it. On either side of the gravel road, the forest rose up like a dark, impenetrable wall. Massive Douglas firs, western hemlocks, and giant red cedars, their branches choked with hanging tendrils of Selaginella moss that looked like frayed gray ropes in the dim afternoon light. I pulled up to the Bogachil trailhead parking lot at precisely 11:15. The lot was completely empty except for a gray 2015 Toyota Tacoma parked near the trailhead sign. I parked the Ranger truck alongside it, stepped out into the mud, and pulled on my Gore-Tex rain jacket. I walked over to the Tacoma, pulled my small tactical flashlight from my belt, and cupped my hand against the tinted driver's side window to look inside. On the front passenger seat lay an open road atlas, an empty plastic water bottle, and a fleece jacket. Nothing appeared disturbed. No signs of struggle, no broken glass, no flat tires. I wrote down the license plate, checked the registration, and transmitted the details back to Port Angeles Dispatch via the truck's mobile radio before locking the F-250, hoisting my heavy pack onto my shoulders, adjusting the sternum strap, and stepping past the wooden trailhead portal into the rainforest. The Bogachil Valley is one of the most remote and untouched river drainages on the entire Olympic Peninsula. Unlike the Hoh rainforest, which sees hundreds of thousands of tourists every summer walking the paved nature loops, the Bogachil receives a fraction of that traffic. The trail follows the course of the Bogachil River, winding through bottomland forest dominated by ancient trees, some of them over 800 years old, with trunks 15 feet in diameter rising over 200 feet into the green canopy. The floor of the forest is covered in a dense, knee-deep tapestry of sword ferns, maidenhair ferns, and rotting nurse logs carpeted in thick moss. As I walked, the sound of the truck engine and the distant rumble of the highway faded away within 10 minutes, replaced entirely by the acoustic environment of the deep woods. The rhythmic, hollow patter-patter of heavy raindrops striking the broad leaves of big-leaf maples, the soft, squelching sound of my rubber-soled leather boots sinking into saturated humus, and the distant, low-roaring surge of the swollen river flowing somewhere off to my right. For the first 4 miles, the trail was relatively clear. I maintained a steady, fast-paced power walk, scanning the muddy sections of the trail for boot prints. I saw several sets of older, washed-out tracks pointing toward the trailhead, likely hikers exiting over the weekend, and eventually, near the 3-mile marker, I spotted a distinct, crisp set of lugged boot impressions heading upriver, partially filled with standing rainwater. The sole pattern matched a technical wilderness boot, approximately size 10 or 11, consistent with a man of Dr. Vance's height and weight. Ranger 402 to Port Angeles, I said, keying the hand mic of my VHF radio. Static hissed through the speaker, followed by Karen's broken voice. Port Angeles. Go ahead, Jack. I have confirmed fresh boot tracks heading eastbound on the main Bogachil Trail. Roughly 3 miles from the trailhead, I reported. Looks consistent with our subject's movement. I'm pushing pace toward the primitive boundary junction. Copy, Jack. Report. When you reach junction, The static swallowed her voice and the line went quiet. I clipped the mic back onto my strap. I knew that once I dropped deeper into the canyon, radio communication would cease entirely until I gained high ground or used the satellite communicator. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I reached the boundary line where the maintained trail ends and the primitive wilderness route begins. A weather-beaten wooden sign nailed to a mossy cedar post read, "Attention, trail beyond this point is unmaintained. Hazardous crossings, fallen timber and navigation skills required." Past this sign, the nature of the landscape shifted noticeably. The clear 5-foot-wide dirt path narrowed into a faint, muddy single-track trail, choked by encroaching brush, wet salmonberry bushes, and towering thickets of devil's club with its razor-sharp spines. Huge fallen trees, 4 to 6 feet in diameter, lay across the path every few hundred yards, forcing me to either scramble over their slick, mossy bark or force my way around them through dense brush. The rain was dropping harder now, driven by a cold wind that channeled down the valley. The forest grew progressively darker, the heavy canopy overhead blocking out what little daylight managed to filter through the dense cloud cover. The green hue of the forest softened into a cold, monochromatic palette of dark slate gray, wet black wood, and murky olive green. I continued following the faint boot prints where the soil was soft enough to register them. Dr. Vance was moving steadily, his stride long and consistent. But about 2 miles past the primitive boundary, roughly 7 miles deep into the wilderness, the nature of the tracks changed. I stopped at the edge of a muddy bench, overlooking a small tributary creek that fed into the main river. I knelt down, turning on my headlamp to illuminate the mud. The boot prints had stopped following the established primitive path. Instead, they veered sharply off trail, heading down a steep, heavily wooded bank toward the gravel bars of the tributary. I stepped carefully off the path, using saplings to brace myself as I slid down the slick slope. At the bottom of the bank, near the edge of the rushing, milky gray creek water, I found what looked like a makeshift field setup. "Dr. Vance," I called out, my voice loud and clear, carrying across the rushing sound of the water. "National Park Service search and rescue. Is anyone down here?" There was no answer. Only the hollow rush of the creek and the steady dripping of rain from the branches above. I walked toward a small cleared area nestled between 3 massive western red cedars. Stretched between 2 trunks was a lightweight silnylon tarp, pitched neatly to create a rain shelter. Beneath the tarp was a complete operational campsite. A 2-person backpacking tent was pitched on a dry patch of pine needles. The rainfly was taut, fully staked down. Beside the tent sat a heavy expedition pack, neatly covered with a waterproof pack cover. A high-end carbon fiber tripod stood under the edge of the tarp, its mounting plate empty. "Dr. Vance?" I called again, pulling my flashlight from my belt and approaching the tent. "Ranger Miller Park Service. I'm coming up to your tent." I reached down, unzipped the front vestibule of the tent, and pulled back the inner mesh door. The tent was entirely empty of a human body, but it was far from abandoned. Inside, an inflatable sleeping pad was laid out, topped with a high-end down sleeping bag, fully lofted and unzipped. Sitting on top of the sleeping bag was a small open-field notebook with a ballpoint pen resting in the gutter of the pages. Beside it lay a heavy DSLR camera lens, a pair of reading glasses, an open plastic container of trail mix, and a water filter unit connected to a Nalgene bottle that was half full of clear water. I stood up, stepping back from the tent, a cold knot of professional unease tightening in my stomach. This was not a campsite that had been abandoned in a panic. It was not a camp that had been raided by a black bear or ruined by wind. Everything was in its proper place. It looked as if the occupant had simply stepped out of the tent for 30 seconds to grab a handful of firewood, or take a quick reading, intending to return immediately. I checked my watch. It was 3:45 in the afternoon. Daylight would be completely gone by 6:30 under this canopy. I pulled on a pair of neutral gloves from my pack and carefully reached inside the tent to inspect the field notebook. The pages were dry. The last entry was dated 3 days prior, September 15th, written in precise, small cursive handwriting. I read the final entry aloud to myself, my voice sounding small and flat against the ambient roar of the creek. 20. Core rot readings on tree number 84, Cedrus thuja line, showing anomalous structural density loss. Bark stripping patterns do not match Ursus americanus or Cervus canadensis. Strip width consistent 8 to 10 inches, peeled horizontally rather than vertical scraping. No hair samples recovered in resin. Audio anomaly noted again at 1305. Low frequency oscillation. Registered on audio logger at 18 Hz. Wind speed 0 at ground level. Need to check upper terrace recorder before dark. I closed the notebook and placed it back on the sleeping bag exactly as I had found it. I stepped out from under the tarp and walked around the perimeter of the camp, searching for fresh tracks. The soil surrounding the camp was soft, soaked mud covered in a layer of decaying cedar needles. To the east of the tent, heading away from the river and straight up the steep, unmaintained northern wall of the valley, I found Dr. Vance's outgoing tracks. He had been wearing his boots. The heel prints were deep, indicating he was walking quickly, climbing straight up the gradient through dense fern beds. I unclipped my Garmin InReach, composed a short text message, and transmitted it via satellite to Port Angeles Dispatch. Located subject camp at Bogachiel Tributary Mile 7. Tent and gear intact. Subject missing from camp since. Sep 1516. Tracks lead north up valley wall. Proceeding on foot to track. Request ground SAR team for morning first light. I waited 2 minutes until the unit confirmed the message was sent. Clipped it back to my chest. Unclipped the retention strap on my Sig Sauer holster out of habit. Took a deep breath. And began climbing the steep slope following the tracks. The ascent was brutal. The slope rose at a 40-degree angle, slick with mud, rotting foliage, and hidden moss-covered shale rocks. I had to use my free hand to haul myself up from sapling to sapling, my 70-liter pack pulling heavily against my shoulders. As I climbed, the forest around me seemed to grow unnaturally quiet. In the Pacific Northwest rainforest, even in heavy rain, there is a constant background chorus of subtle animal activity. Douglas squirrels chittering from the high branches, winter wrens flitting through the underbrush, northern flicker woodpeckers hammering against dead snags, and the occasional rustle of a black-tailed deer moving through the ferns. But as I gained roughly 400 feet of elevation above the creek floor, those sounds tapered off until they vanished entirely. The silence that replaced them was not merely an absence of noise. It felt like a physical presence. The ambient roar of the Bogachiel River down in the valley softened into a dull, muffled hum, as though a thick felt blanket had been laid over the landscape. Every sound I made, the wet crunch of my boots breaking dry twigs beneath the moss, the heavy, rhythmic sound of my own breathing, the soft rustle of my Gore-Tex jacket, seemed to die instantly in the damp air, reaching no further than a few feet from my body. I stopped near a massive, dead western hemlock snag that rose 70 feet into the mist. I wiped the cold rain from my eyes with the back of my glove and shone my flashlight around the base of the tree. Here, the ground leveled off slightly into a high, narrow terrace covered in dense, old-growth timber. The trees here were enormous, their bases wide as vehicles, their bark coated in dark emerald green moss. I found Dr. Vance's tracks again in a patch of exposed black mud between two large fern fronds. But beside his boot prints, I saw something else that made me freeze instantly on the trail. Imprinted in the mud, directly overlapping one of Vance's heel marks, was a second impression. I knelt down, resting my elbow on my knee, and lowered my flashlight until the beam hit the mud at an oblique angle. casting long shadows across the depression to highlight its contours. It was an impression of a bare foot. It was roughly 17 inches from the heel to the tip of the longest toe, but it looked nothing like a human footprint you would see on a beach or in a home. The heel was narrow, almost pointed, sinking nearly 4 inches deep into the saturated mud, indicating immense weight. The midfoot was wide and flat, with no discernible arch, and the toe prints were long, distinct, and spread wide apart, as if the digits were capable of gripping the terrain like talons. Deep, sharp furrows extended from the front of each toe mark. Digging deep into the soil, I stared at it for a long, motionless minute. My mind instantly tried to process it through the logical framework of my training. A bear? No. A black bear's hindfoot leaves a broad, short print with distinct claw marks situated close together above a wide pad. It lacks an elongated midfoot, and Olympic National Park has no brown bears or grizzlies. They have been extinct on the peninsula for over a century. A human wearing some kind of strange footwear? The weight required to press that deep into the packed clay beneath the moss would require a person weighing upwards of 600 or 700 pounds, carrying a load that no human could navigate up a 40-degree wet slope without specialized climbing gear. And then I saw the stride length, 10 feet further up the terrace. Near the base of an ancient red cedar was the next print. There were no intermediate tracks between them. Whatever had made that mark had stepped across a distance of nearly 11 feet in a single, fluid movement, landing perfectly on a slick, moss-covered log without slipping or tearing the moss away from the wood. I felt a cold prickle of goosebumps rise along the back of my neck, creeping up under my wet hair. The air in my lungs suddenly felt heavy and thin. I stepped carefully over the track, taking care not to disturb the impression, and walked up to the base of the red cedar where the second print lay. The tree itself was monumental, at least 12 feet in diameter at the root flare, and there, on the bark roughly 10 feet above ground level, was the damage Dr. Vance had noted in his field book. The rough, stringy outer bark of the giant cedar had been peeled away in wide, clean horizontal strips exposing the reddish-brown inner sapwood beneath. The strips were 8 to 10 inches wide, torn cleanly around the circumference of the trunk as if someone had wrapped a massive hand around the tree and pulled sideways. Tucked into a crotch of the tree branches 12 feet off the ground was a tight, neatly rolled bundle of that peeled bark, secured with a knot made of braided fern fronds. I stood beneath the tree looking up at the bundle. High above my head, the higher branches of the canopy were lost in a dense, swirling sea of white fog that drifted down from the upper ridges like slow smoke. "Dr. Vance?" I called out again. My voice felt strangely compressed, swallowed by the wet gray air before it could travel 20 yards. There was no response. I looked down at my watch. It was 4:30. Darkness was falling rapidly. To attempt to follow those tracks further up the ridge into unmapped, off-trail wilderness in total darkness with rain pouring down and no backup was against every safety protocol in the National Park Service manual. It was a good way to become a second missing person statistic. I needed to establish a bivouac, wait out the night, and resume the search at first light when the ground SAR team arrived at the trailhead. I remembered from my topographic map that about a mile down valley on the lower bench, near the main river, sat an old, abandoned Forest Service shelter, the Bogaccio Lean-To, built by the Civilian Conservation Corps in the late 1930s. It was a crude, 3-sided log structure with a cedar shake roof. It wasn't luxury, but it had a wooden floor and a dry stone hearth that would keep me out of the wind and rain until morning. I took out my handheld GPS, marked the exact coordinates of the tree and the anomalous tracks, took 3 high-resolution photographs with my department-issued camera, and began my descent back toward the valley floor. As I made my way down the steep slope, sliding through the mud and grabbing branches for balance, I couldn't shake the distinct, suffocating sensation that I was being watched. It wasn't the vague, paranoid discomfort that city dwellers feel when they enter the woods at night. It was a specific, localized pressure, a feeling like a pair of heavy physical weights resting on the back of my neck. I kept stopping, turning quickly, and shining my tactical flashlight back up into the dark timber behind me. Every time I stopped, the forest stopped with me. The beam of my light cut through the thick fog, reflecting off millions of suspended water droplets and the glistening surfaces of wet leaves, but revealing nothing except the endless, silent trunks of the ancient trees. I reached the lower valley floor just as the last pale remnants of daylight faded from the sky, leaving the forest submerged in a pitch-black, absolute darkness that felt almost solid. I navigated by the beam of my headlamp, following the roaring sound of the Bogachiel River, until I spotted the dark silhouette of the CCC shelter, nestled in a grove of big-leaf maples about 50 yards from the bank. The shelter was primitive. 3 walls constructed of heavy hand-hewn Douglas fir logs, a steeply pitched roof of hand-split cedar shakes, an open front facing south toward the river, and a small, crude stone fireplace built into the back wall. It was weathered, gray, and smelled of wet wood, old ash and damp earth, but the roof was intact and the interior floor was dry. I stepped inside, dropped my heavy pack onto the wooden floorboards with a dull thud, and unclipped my Sig Sauer, laying it on top of a flat stone near the hearth within arm's reach. I unbuckled my wet outer shell jacket, hung it from an iron spike driven into one of the wall logs, and pulled a dry wool sweater from my dry bag. I lit my MSR backpacking stove, filled my small aluminum pot with water from my canteen, and set it to boil for a freeze-dried meal and coffee. Outside, the rain had intensified into a steady, pounding downpour. The drop in temperature was noticeable. My breath was visible in the white light of my headlamp, rising in pale clouds toward the log rafters. By 7 o'clock, I had finished my meal. I sat on my foam sleeping pad with my back pressed against the rear log wall of the shelter, my legs stretched out toward the cold stone hearth, sipping hot instant coffee from an enamel cup. I had set my headlamp to its lowest red light setting to preserve my night vision and conserve battery life. The storm outside was growing worse. The wind came in long, howling gusts that whistled through the high canopy, flexing the branches of the giant red cedars and causing the old log shelter to creak softly under the strain. And then, around 8:15, the sound design of the storm changed. It began with a sound I had never heard in 11 years of forestry work. It was not the sound of wind, nor was it the crack of a dead branch breaking under tension. It was a sharp, massive thwack, the sound of heavy wood striking heavy wood with immense physical force. It echoed down the canyon from somewhere on the upper terrace where I had been 3 hours earlier. I froze, my coffee cup halfway to my mouth. I listened intently, my heart rate spiking naturally. 2 seconds later, a second impact answered from the opposite side of the valley. A deep, resonant thunk that vibrated through the floorboards beneath my seat. It sounded like someone taking a telephone pole and slamming it horizontally against the trunk of a living red cedar. Wood knocks, people called them in popular folklore. But hearing it in person, miles deep in a closed wilderness in the middle of a torrential autumn storm, carried no whimsical or mysterious charm. The sheer volume and timbre of the sound required a mass and structural force that no human swinging a branch could ever hope to generate. I set my cup down quietly on the floorboards, reached out in the darkness and wrapped my hand around the textured grip of my P229 pistol. For 20 minutes, there was nothing but the sound of the rain and the wind. Then, the movement began. It started at the perimeter of the clearing, roughly 40 yards to the north of the shelter, just beyond the reach of the open front wall. I heard the sound of footsteps in the wet fern beds. They were heavy enough that I could feel faint, rhythmic vibrations through the wooden floor of the shelter, but they moved with an unsettling, deliberate slowness. Squelch, pause, squelch, pause. The stride was completely irregular for any four-legged animal. There was no scrambling of hooves, No soft padding of bear paws, no light rustle of a deer. It was a heavy, upright, two-legged tread, dragging something heavy through the underbrush behind it. "National Park Ranger," I shouted, standing up and sweeping my tactical flashlight toward the open front of the shelter, the high-lumen white beam cutting through the rain. "State your name." "Show yourself." The footsteps stopped instantly the moment my voice hit the air. The white beam illuminated the empty clearing, wet fern fronds glistening in the rain, heavy moss hanging from maple branches, thick fog drifting across the grass. Nothing was visible. "Dr. Vance?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady, authoritative, professional. "If that's you, stay where you are. I'm an armed ranger." Silence. The forest held its breath. Then came the vocalization. It did not come from the clearing. It came from directly above the roof of the shelter, no more than 12 feet from where I stood. It was not a roar, a howl, or a growl. It was a low-frequency, wet, guttural vibration. A sound like a massive pair of leather bellows filling with water, followed by a heavy, rattling exhalation that sounded like thick fluid sloshing in a massive chest cavity. The frequency was so low that I felt it in my teeth and in the center of my sternum before my ears fully registered the sound. My skin flushed ice cold, and every hair on my arms stood on end. The air inside the shelter instantly filled with an odor so foul, so thick and suffocating, that I came close to gagging. It smelled like stagnant river silt mixed with wet dog, copper, and old. Rotting vegetable matter, a heavy metallic, organic stench that settled in the back of my throat. I raised my flashlight and pointed it up at the exposed rafters of the shelter roof. The cedar shakes were intact, but between two of the heavy log purlins near the rear wall, where the roof met the log frame, a small gap existed, no more than 4 inches wide. Positioned right at that gap, pressed against the wet wood, was an eye. It was larger than any human eye I had ever seen, roughly the size of a billiard ball. The iris was a dull, oily yellow-gray, catching the white light of my flashlight and reflecting it back with a faint, cloudy tapetal shine. Surrounding the eye was dark, leathery skin, completely hairless around the socket, cracked and gray like tanned hide. Thick, matted, charcoal-colored hair hung down over the brow ridge, soaked with rainwater and dripping dirty water into the shelter gap. The eye did not blink. It was focused directly on me with a calm, cold, terrifyingly clear intelligence. I stood frozen, my Sig Sauer raised in both hands, the front sight post lined up precisely with the gap between the logs. My finger rested against the trigger, taking up the slack. In that moment, every law enforcement procedure, every survival course, every year of practical experience I had accumulated evaporated. I knew with absolute certainty that if I pulled that trigger, the bullet would travel through that gap and hit whatever was sitting on that roof. But I also knew with an instinct that was older than reason that firing a single .40 caliber pistol round into an entity of that size and presence would accomplish nothing except instantly escalating the situation from an observation into a lethal attack. We stayed in that terrible, suspended balance for what felt like an eternity, though it was likely no more than 15 or 20 seconds. The rain pounded on the cedar shakes above us. The wind howled through the maples. The smell of rot hung heavy in the small room. Then slowly, the eye withdrew from the gap. I heard the heavy, creaking sound of the shelter's log roof shifting under immense weight, a dull groan of wood under structural strain. Something massive shifted its weight across the cedar shakes, moved to the rear wall of the shelter, and dropped to the earth behind the log structure with a heavy, wet thud that shook the stone hearth. The footsteps began again, moving away from the shelter, not fleeing in fear, but walking with a slow, leisurely pace, stepping over fallen logs and through the thick salmonberry brush without breaking a single stick, until the sound faded completely into the ambient roar of the river and the rain. I did not sleep that night. I sat back against the far corner of the shelter, my back braced against the intersection of the two side walls, my flashlight in my left hand and my pistol held ready in my right. Every time the wind shifted, every time a branch scraped against the wooden roof, every time the river roared louder as the water levels rose, my heart hammered against my ribs like a trapped bird. Morning came not with a sunrise, but with a slow, gradual graying of the mist. By 6:30 a.m., the darkness had thinned enough that I could see the outlines of the big leaf maples in the clearing. The rain had softened into a light, steady drizzle. I packed my gear with trembling, stiff fingers. My muscles were cramped from sitting motionless for 8 hours in the cold, and my neck was rigid with tension. I strapped my pack onto my back, holstered my weapon, and stepped out onto the porch of the shelter. The smell of rot was gone, replaced by the crisp, clean scent of wet pine needles and cold river water. I walked around to the rear of the shelter to inspect the ground where the entity had dropped from the roof. In the soft, churned mud directly beneath the back eaves, I found 2 deep, massive footprints identical to the ones I had documented on the high terrace the previous afternoon. The heels had driven nearly 5 inches into the mud, tearing through the root layer of the moss, and resting on a flat, dry cedar shake that leaned against the back wall of the shelter was an object. I walked over and knelt down. My breathing shallow, it was a silver wristwatch, a heavy, waterproof Seiko diver's watch with a black rubber strap. The glass face was scratched, and the rubber band was torn near the buckle. But the second hand was still moving, ticking rhythmically around the dial. Engraved on the steel back of the watch case were 3 simple initials: A, E, V. Beside the watch lay a small, dry, neatly constructed pile of 3 flat river stones, stacked precisely one on top of the other in a tiny, perfect pyramid. I didn't touch the watch with my bare hand. I pulled out a small Ziploc evidence bag from my kit, carefully lifted the watch by its broken strap using my multi-tool pliers, and sealed it inside the plastic. I did not continue the search up the valley. I did not go back to Dr. Vance's camp. I turned around and began walking back down the Bogachiel Trail toward the trailhead at a pace that was just shy of a full run. 2 miles from the trailhead, I met the ground search and rescue team hiking in, a 6-man crew from the Clallam County Search and Rescue Unit, accompanied by 2 Park Service handlers with bloodhounds. The lead searcher, a veteran volunteer named Tom, whom I had known for 5 years, stopped when he saw me coming down the trail. "Jack," he called out, wiping rain from his face. "We got your satellite ping last night, but the road washout delayed us at the boundary." "You look like hell, man. You okay?" I stopped in front of them, my hands resting on my knees, taking deep, shuddering breaths. The bloodhounds were whining softly, sniffing the air, their tails low and tucked between their legs. They refused to step past me on the trail, their handlers tugging on their leashes to no avail. "I found his camp," I said, my voice raspy and dry. 7 miles in, near the tributary creek. His gear is intact. His notebook and camera are there, but Vance isn't there. "Did you find any sign of him?" Tom asked, looking at me closely. Noticing the drawn look on my face and the way my hand rested heavy on my sidearm, I looked at Tom, then at the other searchers, then down at the 2 hounds cowering against the wet mud at their handlers' feet. "He went off trail up the north ridge," I said quietly, sticking strictly to the verifiable, defensible facts. "The terrain up there is unstable. There's heavy shale, washout zones, and severe windfalls. He dropped his watch near the lower shelter. I've got it right here." I pulled the evidence bag from my pocket and handed it to Tom. He looked at the engraved initials on the back, his expression turning grave. "We'll push up to the camp and set up a grid search," Tom said. "You coming back up with us?" "No," I said, looking past him down the long green tunnel of the trail leading back toward the parking lot and civil safety. "I'm heading to Port Angeles to file the preliminary report with the chief ranger." The search for Dr. Arthur Vance continued for 11 days. More than 40 searchers, specialized canine units, mountain rescue teams, and eventually, National Guard helicopters were deployed to the Bogachiel wilderness when the weather cleared late the following week. They searched the tributary, the upper terraces, the box canyons, and the high ridges of the mountain range. They found no further trace of Dr. Vance. No clothing, no equipment, no human remains. The official final report concluded that Dr. Vance had most likely suffered a catastrophic fall from a high shale cliff into the upper torrents of the Bogachiel River while conducting off-trail field research. His body subsequently swept downriver into the deep silt deposits near the ocean. The case was officially closed as an unrecovered accidental death. I stayed with the National Park Service for 6 more months, working out of the main headquarters in Port Angeles. I spent those months sitting behind a desk, managing administrative filing, boat permits, and vehicle maintenance schedules. Every time my supervisors asked if I wanted to return to backcountry patrol status, I found a logical administrative reason to decline. In March of 2019, I submitted my formal resignation. I moved out of Washington State entirely, taking a job in the private sector in a dry, flat region of eastern Oregon where the trees are sparse, the horizon is wide open, and the sky is clear for miles in every direction. I know what people will think reading this. They will think of hypoxia, of extreme psychological fatigue brought on by isolation and cold rain, of sensory illusions created by wind rattling through log shelters, or the powerful tricks that fear plays on a lonely mind in the deep woods. I spent months trying to convince myself of those very same things. I sat in my warm apartment in Port Angeles and tried to tell myself that the footprint was just an unusually melted bear track, that the bark peeling was the work of a rogue elk, that the eye at the roof log was an owl, or an optical illusion born of exhaustion. But every time I start to slip into that comfortable, rational denial, I remember 2 things. I remember the precision of the 3 river stones stacked in a tiny pyramid on that dry shake behind the shelter. A physical gesture that required fingers, spatial reasoning, and intent. And I remember the look in that single massive, oily yellow eye pressed against the ceiling logs. A look that was not wild, insane or monstrous, but ancient, patient, and completely aware that the vast, dark wilderness belonged to it, and that we are merely brief, fragile visitors passing through the edges of its world. My name is Mark Ellison. I am 44 years old, and for 12 years I served as a backcountry conservation ranger with British Columbia Parks, stationed primarily out of the remote, roadless northern expanse of Tweedsmuir Provincial Park. What I am writing down here occurred in late October of 2017, during what was supposed to be my final 10-day winterization patrol before the seasonal freeze locked down the waterways and high mountain passes until the following May. I have never spoken about this to my former supervisors, to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, or to my family. When I submitted my formal resignation 2 weeks after walking out of the bush, I cited severe occupational burnout and operational fatigue. That was a lie. But it was the only explanation that allowed me to hand over my keys, pack my truck, and leave the Ministry of Environment without being placed under psychiatric evaluation. To understand what happened, you have to understand the geography of Tweedsmuir North. It is not like the South Park with its manicured campsites and accessible vehicle trails. It is a massive, unforgiving landscape of glaciated granite peaks, alpine tundra, and dense old-growth boreal forest dominated by lodgepole pine, subalpine fir, and western red cedar. In late autumn, once the floatplane charters stop running out of Burns Lake and the hunting outfitters pull their camps out, there is nobody out there. You can travel for 60 miles across Whitesail Lake or Utsook Lake and not see a single plume of wood smoke, a single boat wake, or a single artificial light. The silence at that time of year is absolute. It is a heavy physical presence that presses against your eardrums from the moment you cut your boat engine. My assignment for that final run was straightforward. I was to take the park's 20-foot heavy-gauge aluminum jet boat up the length of Whitesail Reach. Check on 3 remote emergency warden cabins, service 2 automated hydrological weather stations, and clear any recent deadfalls along the primary portage trails. I was also scheduled to rendezvous with Julian Moreau, an independent forestry contractor, who had been hired by the province to assess pine beetle damage in the upper drainage around Garner Lake. Julian was an experienced woodsman who had worked contracts across the Yukon and the Northwest Territories for over 20 years. He was supposed to spend 4 days collecting core samples and then meet me at the Garner Lake Patrol Cabin on October 24th, where we would load his gear into my boat and head back to the landing together. I departed the launch at Francois Lake early on the morning of October 22nd. The weather was typical for late October in northern British Columbia. Low, iron-gray stratocumulus clouds scraping the tops of the ridges, a bite in the air that hovered just above freezing, and a pale, watery sunlight that never quite managed to warm the back of your neck. The jet boat ran well, its twin-stroke inboard motor humming steady and low as I cut through the black, glassy surface of the reach. On either side of the lake, the timber rose in steep, unbroken walls of dark green, interspersed with the pale yellow skeletons of fire-damaged aspen. I reached the first outpost, the Whitesail Shore Cabin, around 2 in the afternoon. The cabin was a sturdy 2-room structure built from hand-hewn cedar logs in the late 1970s, nestled back about 50 yards from the rocky shoreline behind a thick stand of mature Douglas fir. My routine was second nature after a decade on the job. Check the roof for fallen branches, inspect the propane lines for leaks or rodent chewing, drain the seasonal water lines so they wouldn't burst when the sub-zero temperatures hit, and stock the wood box with dry birch split from the woodshed. Everything at the shore cabin was in order. I checked off the inspection sheet on my clipboard, locked the heavy wooden shutters over the windows, and prepared to head back down to the boat to continue toward the Lindquist Creek trailhead. But as I walked back down the dirt path toward the shoreline, I noticed something odd about the tree line directly to the west of the cabin path. A section of lodgepole pine, spanning perhaps 30 yards across, looked completely devoid of color. It wasn't the rusted orange-red hue of pine beetle infestation, nor was it the charred black of an old burn. The trees were a flat, chalky alabaster gray. Even from 30 yards away, they looked somehow unnatural, as if someone had coated the trunks, branches, and needles in a thick layer of dry drywall compound or flour. Curious, I stepped off the packed trail and pushed my way through the underbrush toward the edge of the gray patch. The ground beneath my boots felt strangely dry. Normally, the forest floor in late October is a spongy, waterlogged carpet of moss, rotting pine needles, and wet loam. Here, the ground crackled under my weight with a sharp, crisp crunch like stepping on brittle eggshells. I reached out with my gloved hand and touched the trunk of a 6-inch wide lodgepole pine. The outer bark looked structurally sound, displaying the typical scaly texture of the species. But the moment my fingers applied pressure, the trunk gave way without a sound. There was no cracking of timber, no groan of splintering wood. The trunk simply disintegrated. My hand pushed straight through the tree as if it were made of compressed ash. A thick powdery cloud of fine white dust billowed out from the point of impact, settling over my sleeve and the front of my canvas work jacket. I pulled my hand back in surprise. The tree remained standing, but where my hand had pressed, there was now a hollow, perfectly circular hole that extended deep into the core of the trunk. Inside, there were no rings, no sapwood, no moist heartwood. The interior of the tree had been transformed into a porous, chalky lattice that looked strikingly like the inside of a bleached bone or a sea sponge. I took off my work glove and rubbed a bit of the dust between my thumb and forefinger. It was dry, cold, and entirely odorless. It didn't smell like rot fungus or ash. It felt finer than talcum powder, almost frictionless. I reached into my pack, pulled out a clear plastic sample bag, scooped a handful of the white powder into it, and sealed it. As I stood up and wiped my hands on my trousers, I experienced the first subtle hint that something was fundamentally wrong with the ambient physics of the area. I took a deep breath of the cold mountain air and exhaled heavily. The sound of my own breath, the low rhythmic rasp of air passing through my nostrils, didn't come from my face. It sounded as though it were originating from a spot roughly 4 feet above my left shoulder, hovering in the empty air above my pack frame. I froze. I stopped breathing and listened. The forest around me was totally silent. I took another sharp breath through my nose. Again, the sound produced by my own lungs sounded detached from my body, echoing softly from the empty space beside my left ear. I clapped my hands together once. The sharp thwack of canvas gloves colliding did not emit from the space between my palms. It snapped sharply from a point 10 feet behind me, deep inside the cluster of white chalky trees. I shook my head, assuming I was experiencing a sudden flare-up of middle ear pressure or altitude fatigue. I had been working alone in the backcountry for 6 weeks straight, and sensory tricks weren't entirely unheard of when spending long stretches in complete isolation. I walked briskly back to the jet boat, stowed the sample bag in my waterproof gear chest, and pushed off from the shore, heading further west toward the Garner Lake trailhead. By the time I reached the mouth of Garner Creek, the sun was sinking behind the jagged peaks of the Coast Range, casting long bruised purple shadows across the water. The air temperature dropped rapidly, plunging well below freezing within 30 minutes. Thin sheets of clear ice were already beginning to form in the quiet, shallow coves along the lake margin. I tied the jet boat off at the small wooden dock near the creek mouth, secured the stern line to an iron ring anchored in a granite boulder, and pulled my heavy internal frame pack from the storage locker. The Garner Lake Patrol cabin was situated 3 miles inland, sitting on a high timbered bench overlooking the lake's eastern shore. It was too late in the evening to attempt the trail in the dark with full gear, so I decided to spend the night at the base shelter, a small, insulated plywood sleeper shack located near the dock. After lighting the propane heater and boiling a pot of water for a dehydrated meal, I set up my portable VHF radio unit on the small folding table to conduct my mandatory 8 o'clock safety check-in with the regional dispatch office in Prince, Georgia. I adjusted the frequency dial to the park's primary repeater channel, lifted the microphone, and depressed the push-to-talk button. Prince George Dispatch, this is Ranger Ellison at Whitesail Base. Over. I released the button and waited for the static to clear. Instead of the familiar crisp burst of radio static and the voice of the evening dispatcher, the radio speaker emitted a sound that made my skin crawl. It was a recorded playback of my own voice, but it wasn't coming from the speaker on the front of the radio unit. Prince George Dispatch, this is Ranger Ellison at Whitesail Base. Over. The words echoed clearly, but the source of the audio was coming from inside the wall corner behind the propane heater, 5 feet to the right of the radio box. The pitch of my voice was altered slightly. It sounded thinner, stretched out, as though the vowels were being pulled apart by a mechanical winch. I pressed the transmit button again. Dispatch, do you read? I am experiencing audio interference on channel 2. Over. Silence followed. Then, from the small high window near the roof line of the shack, completely detached from the radio hardware, my voice returned, flat and rhythmic. Dispatch, do you read? I am experiencing audio interference on channel 2. Over. I turned off the radio power switch. The green LED display went dark. I sat at the wooden table for a long moment, my hand resting on the grip of my belt-sheathed hunting knife. The heater hummed softly, casting a low blue glow across the plywood walls. Outside, the night was deathly quiet. There was no wind, no sound of water lapping against the dock floats, no rustle of dry brush. I convinced myself that the radio's internal wiring had short-circuited, causing an acoustic feedback loop that reflected off the thin, uninsulated plywood walls of the shelter. It was a thin explanation, but in the backcountry you learn to lean on rationalizations until reality forces you to abandon them. I turned down the heater, rolled out my cold-weather sleeping bag, and lay down with my Remington 870 12-gauge shotgun resting across my chest. I did not sleep well. Throughout the night, I was repeatedly awakened by a subtle, unsettling sensation. It felt as though the physical weight of my body was shifting independent of my movement. When I lay flat on my back, the pressure against my spine felt light, almost buoyant, while my boots felt impossibly heavy, as though the iron nails in the soles were being drawn toward the floorboards by a powerful subterranean magnet. At 5:30 in the morning, I packed my gear, locked the base shelter, and began the 3-mile ascent up the Garner Lake Trail. The morning air was bitterly cold, dropping to nearly minus 12 degrees Celsius. A thin coat of hoarfrost covered every leaf, rock, and fallen log, transforming the dark green forest into a shimmering, brittle landscape of white glass. The trail wound steadily upward through a dense canopy of old-growth subalpine fir and Engelmann spruce. As I climbed higher, the strange phenomena I had observed the previous afternoon did not recede. They intensified. A quarter-mile up the ridge, I came across a stand of mature cedar trees that exhibited the same alabaster gray discoloration I had seen near the shore cabin. These trees were completely dead, but they showed no signs of decay, fungus, or pest invasion. They stood perfectly erect, their branches locked in rigid, unnatural angles. When a light mountain breeze passed through the canopy above, the green, unaffected trees in the surrounding forest swayed and rustled softly. The gray trees did not move at all. They did not bend, they did not creak, and the needles on their pale branches made no sound whatsoever as the wind passed through them. It was as though they had been frozen in solid resin or turned to stone. I kept moving, keeping my hand close to the receiver of my shotgun. The silence along the trail was becoming oppressive. In my 12 years of working in the Canadian wilderness, I had never experienced a forest so completely devoid of life. There were no chickadees calling from the branches, no red squirrels chattering from the middens, no raven calls echoing off the granite cliffs above. Even the sound of my own footsteps was becoming increasingly erratic. With every step I took, the crunch of my boots on the frozen dirt felt spatially detached from my feet. If I planted my right foot heavily on a patch of gravel, the sound of the impact would register 3 feet to my left, or 18 inches above my head. It created a disorienting, sickening sensation of phantom movement, as if someone were walking beside me, mimicking my cadence with an imperceptible delay. After 2 hours of steady climbing, I reached the high saddle that overlooked the Garner Lake Basin. The lake lay below me, a long, narrow ribbon of dark blue water surrounded by sheer vertical rock faces and dense timber. On the north shore, situated on a grassy spit of land extending into the lake, sat the Garner Lake Patrol Cabin. As I scanned the basin with my binoculars, I spotted Julian Moreau's equipment setup. His yellow Industrial Survey ATV was parked near the edge of the clearing, about 50 yards from the cabin porch. Beside it, his large orange field tent was erected, its rainfly staked securely into the rocky soil. I lowered the binoculars and called out his name into the clear mountain air. "Julian," my voice carried across the valley, but it didn't travel outward toward the lake. The sound of my voice rebounded instantly from the ground beneath my own knees, booming upward from the dirt like a speaker buried 3 feet underground. "Julian!" The dirt beneath my boots shouted back. I gripped my shotgun tightly, flicked the safety selector to the off position, and began descending the steep, switchback trail toward the lake shore. When I stepped into the clearing around the cabin, the first thing I noticed was Julian's ATV. The machine was sitting idle, but the metal body frame was vibrating violently, shaking the suspension arms and vibrating the rubber tires against the gravel. The engine was not running. The key was in the off position, pulled halfway out of the ignition cylinder. The gas tank cap was unscrewed and hanging by its plastic lanyard. Yet, despite the engine being completely dead, the distinct throaty chug of a 4-stroke engine was roaring clearly through the air. The sound wasn't coming from the vehicle's exhaust pipe or cylinder block. It was emitting from the high canopy of an ancient red cedar tree 40 feet above the ATV, booming out of the clear sky with absolute clarity. "Julian," I called out again, stepping carefully around the vibrating ATV. I approached his tent. The front vestibule flap was unzipped and fluttering gently in the cold breeze. I used the barrel of my shotgun to push the fabric aside and peered inside. Julian's sleeping bag was neatly rolled out on top of a foam sleeping pad. His winter parka, heavy wool sweater, and leather work boots were laid out beside his pack, as if he had neatly stripped down before turning in for the night. But his thermal long underwear, a pair of thick, gray merino wool bottoms and a matching long-sleeve top, were sitting in the center of the sleeping bag. Completely rigid, I reached down and touched the fabric of the thermal shirt. It wasn't soft or flexible. It felt like cold cast iron. The fabric had been completely saturated with the same fine alabaster white mineral substance I had found inside the hollowed trees. The cloth had retained the three-dimensional shape of a human torso, hollow on the inside, sitting upright on the sleeping bag like an empty suit of armor. When my finger brushed against the collar, a small section of the wool collar fractured off with a dry, glassy snap and fell onto the foam pad, disintegrating into a small pile of white powder. I stepped back out of the tent, my heart hammering violently against my ribs. "Julian!" I yelled, turning in a full circle to survey the perimeter of the clearing. My voice echoed back up from the soles of my boots, distorted and flat. I walked toward the main patrol cabin. The heavy cedar door was hanging wide open, swinging slowly on its forged iron hinges. I mounted the 3 wooden steps of the porch, my boots making no sound on the wooden planks, and stepped across the threshold into the main living room. The interior of the cabin was remarkably tidy, but the atmosphere inside was horrifyingly unnatural. The air was bone dry, so stripped of ambient moisture that my lips instantly cracked and bled as I stepped inside. My eyes burned with a sharp stinging sensation, and every breath I took drew a cold, desiccating air deep into my lungs that tasted faintly of dry lime and stone dust. Julian's leather-bound field logbook was lying open on the pine kitchen table. Beside it sat a half-empty mug of coffee. The coffee in the mug was not frozen, nor was it liquid. It had been transformed into a solid, chalky block of off-white mineral mass that had expanded, cracking the ceramic mug down its side. I picked up the logbook. The paper pages were dry and brittle, rustling like dead leaves as I carefully turned them. The entries from October 21st and 22nd were written in Julian's tidy, precise handwriting, detailing timber core samples, moisture percentages, and GPS coordinates. The entry for October 23rd was different. The handwriting was jagged, pressed so hard into the paper that the lead pencil had gouged deep grooves into the wood pulp beneath. The text read, "It doesn't have a voice. It uses mine, but it leaves the words in the wrong places. The trees aren't dying. They are being emptied. The weight is going somewhere else. It moves when you make noise, but the noise doesn't stay where you make it. If you step left, it hears you on the right. If you shout, it comes to where the sound drops. I can feel the water in my skin moving toward the tree line. It's pulling the density out of everything." Below that entry, there was only a single line written in large, frantic capital letters across the bottom of the page. "Do not look for the sound where you hear it." I stared at the page, my hand trembling slightly as I held the logbook. Suddenly, a massive sound shattered the quiet of the cabin. It was the distinct metallic clang of a heavy iron skillet being dropped onto a hard floor. The sound did not come from the kitchen area. It exploded from the inside of my own skull, a sound so loud, crisp, and close that my teeth clicked together and my vision blurred for a fraction of a second. I spun around, leveling my shotgun toward the corner of the room. The kitchen area was empty. The cast iron skillets were all hanging neatly from their brass hooks above the wood stove. Completely motionless, then I heard it, or rather, I felt it. Outside the cabin, the ground began to vibrate with a low, rhythmic frequency that had no audible sound attached to it. It was a mechanical, grinding pulsation that rattled the glass panes in the window frames, and caused the metal chimney pipe of the wood stove to hum like a tuning fork. I walked slowly toward the small, double-pane window that faced the northern woodline behind the cabin. I raised my high-lumen halogen spotlight, clicked the switch, and shone the bright, narrow beam of white light out into the darkening forest. What I saw in the center of the gray, calcified stand of timber 50 yards behind the cabin is something that has burned itself into my memory with absolute, indelible clarity. It is an image that returns to me every time I close my eyes in a quiet room, every time the wind drops in the winter, every time I hear a sound that feels even slightly out of place. Suspended between three massive, bleached lodgepole pines was an entity that defied every known law of biological structure and physical mass. It was vast, easily 20 to 25 feet in overall length, constructed from an intricate, asymmetric lattice of bleached bone-white, semi-translucent material that looked like a cross between petrified tendon, calcified horn, and dry bone. It possessed no recognizable head, no eyes, no mouth, and no limbs in any traditional sense. Instead, its central body was a segmented, cage-like structure composed of interlocking, curved ribs that continuously expanded and contracted in a slow, unnatural, wet rhythm, like the gills of a landed fish or the bellows of a forge. Crown-like clusters of hollow, horn-like acoustic cones jutted from the top and sides of its central mass. These structures were lined with tiny vibrating cilia made of calcified thread, shifting and pivoting independently to catch vibrations in the air. Extending outward from the main body were hundreds of paper-thin, glistening white tendrils that reached into the surrounding canopy. These tendrils were fused directly into the trunks, branches, and root systems of the adjacent trees. Where the tendrils made contact with the living timber, I could actually watch the life and physical density being drawn out of the wood in real time. The dark brown bark turned a dull, chalky gray. The green pine needles withered, turned white, and froze solid. The tree trunks visibly shrunken in diameter as their moisture, cellulose, and carbon were siphoned upward through the tendrils and into the central cage of the creature. The entity did not rest on the ground. It was suspended entirely by its tendrils, weaving itself through the high branches like a grotesque, parasitic loom made of calcified bone and tendon. As the beam of my halogen spotlight struck the central mass of the creature, it reacted instantly. It did not make a roar or a screech. Instead, the spotlight beam itself seemed to generate a sound as it struck the entity's surface, a high-pitched metallic whine, like a wet finger being drawn rapidly around the rim of a crystal glass. The sound didn't come from the creature 50 yards away. It emanated directly from the lens of the spotlight in my hands, vibrating through the plastic casing and sending a cold shock of numbness up my forearms. The acoustic cones on the creature's upper torso snapped toward the cabin window with a horrific, jerky motion. I remembered the frantic warning written in Julian's field log. It moves when you make noise, but the noise doesn't stay where you make it. If you step left, it hears you on the right. If you shout, it comes to where the sound drops. I stepped backward away from the window, keeping my eyes fixed on the creature outside. As my right boot moved back, my heel clicked softly against a loose floorboard. The sound of that click did not happen under my foot. It snapped sharply from the middle of the porch outside the front door. Instantly, the entity moved. It did not fly, and it did not drop to the ground to run. It shifted its physical location through the tree canopy in a terrifying, discontinuous jump. 1 microsecond, it was suspended 50 yards away in the gray pines. The next microsecond, 3 of its massive, bone-like rib segments crashed down through the roof overhang directly, above the front porch precisely where the sound of my heel click had projected. The timber of the porch overhang didn't splinter or crack under the impact. The heavy pine beams turned instantly alabaster white upon contact with the creature's tendrils and dissolved into a cascading shower of chalky powder, collapsing the roof structure over the front steps with a silent, heavy thud. The creature was now pressed against the outer wall of the cabin, less than 10 feet from where I stood. Through the broken glass of the window, I could see the internal structure of its central cage. Inside the interlocking ribs, suspended in a thick, gelatinous matrix of pale fluid, were dozens of smooth, spherical nodules that glowed with a faint, sickly bioluminescence. And woven into the center of that structural lattice, encased in a hardened sleeve of white mineral matter, was the upper torso and head of Julian Moreau. His skin had been completely transformed into the same smooth, alabaster white mineral material as the trees. His eyes were wide open, fixed in a permanent glaze of absolute terror, his mouth locked open in a silent scream. He was not dead in any sense I could understand. I could see the subtle, rhythmic pulse of fluid moving through the calcified tendrils that were rooted directly into his neck and temples, drawing his neural activity, his physical mass, and his spatial presence out of his body and weaving it into the creature's expanding frame. As I stared in horrific fascination, Julian's calcified lips parted slightly. From the dark, empty space underneath the cabin floorboards beneath my feet, Julian's voice spoke, clear, steady, and terrifyingly calm. "It takes the sound first, Mark, then it takes the weight. Stand still, and it won't know where the middle is." The sound of his voice coming from beneath my boots caused the creature's acoustic cones to contract violently. A dozen long, needle-thin tendrils shot down through the floorboards at the far end of the room, instantly turning the pine floorboards into crumbling gray ash where they struck. I realized with a surge of cold panic that I had only seconds before the entity completely siphoned the structural integrity of the cabin walls, causing the entire building to collapse into a heap of white powder and trap me in its calcified web. I needed to create a sound that would project away from my intended line of retreat. Reached into my canvas vest pocket and pulled out my emergency brass signal whistle. My hands were shaking so violently I nearly dropped it. I squeezed the brass tube tightly in my palm, took a deep, shuddering breath, and placed the whistle between my lips. I didn't blow into it inside the cabin. I knew that if I made the sound here, the acoustic displacement might project the whistle blast directly into my own chest or behind my head, drawing the entity's strike straight into my body. Instead, I lunged forward, kicked open the back door that led toward the wood storage shed, and hurled the brass whistle with all my strength toward the dense green, unaffected timber 50 yards to the east. As the whistle flew through the air, it caught the wind, producing a faint, high-pitched trill. The displacement phenomenon took effect instantly. The sound of the whistle didn't come from the air where the whistle was flying. It exploded from the far side of the clearing near Julian's abandoned tent. The creature reacted with lightning speed. It detached its tendrils from the cabin walls in a single, fluid snapping motion that sounded like a dozen thick ropes snapping under high tension. The cabin walls shuddered, turning a pale, sickly gray around the doorframe as the last remaining structural moisture was ripped from the cedar logs. The entity launched itself across the clearing toward the tent, its pale ribcage expanding and contracting as it slammed into the forest floor near the source of the displaced audio. I didn't wait to see the impact. I dropped the heavy halogen spotlight, sprinted out the back door of the cabin, and tore down the Garner Lake Trail toward the boat dock. That 3-mile run down the mountain was a nightmare of disoriented senses and instinctual survival. The forest was rapidly changing. The anomaly was expanding outward from the Garner Lake Basin, spreading through the canopy like a vast, invisible stain. Whole stands of old-growth spruce and fir were turning to ghost timber before my eyes. The trees stood silent, white and brittle under the pale moonlight, their branches frozen into delicate, chalky needles that shattered into clouds of white dust whenever my shoulders brushed against them as I ran. The path beneath my feet was losing its density. With every stride I took, the ground felt spongy and hollow, as if I were running along the thin ice of a frozen swamp. The sound of my heavy breathing and the thudding of my heart did not belong to me anymore. My gasping breaths echoed from the treetops 20 feet above my head, while the rhythmic pounding of my pulse sounded like a heavy wooden drum being beaten 50 yards behind me on the ridge. Every sound I made threatened to draw the entity back toward my trail. I tried to run as silently as possible, but in the brittle, calcified environment, every snapped twig, every scuffed rock, every heavy footfall created a cascade of displaced acoustic echoes that bounced erratically through the silent forest. Behind me, high up on the mountain ridge, I could hear the entity pursuing the sound of my escape. It wasn't making footsteps. It was moving by continuously siphoning the mass of the forest, jumping from tree to tree as each trunk collapsed into dust behind it. The sound of its movement was a continuous, horrific sequence of silent collapses, a heavy, rhythmic thump, thump, thump of displaced air as 1,000-pound cedar trees were reduced to hollow ash in fractions of a second. I crested the final rise above Whitesail Reach and saw the dock below. The heavy aluminum jet boat was still tied to the iron ring, floating on the black, glassy water of the lake. But the dock itself had already been touched by the anomaly. The thick fir pilings that extended into the water were turning a flat, alabaster gray, and the wooden planking was sagging under its own weight, turning into brittle, chalky timber. I scrambled down the rocky embankment, my boots sending a shower of loose granite sliding down the slope. As the rock struck the shoreline, the sound of the rock slide didn't happen at the water's edge. It boomed out from the end of the wooden dock, 20 feet out into the lake. The entity was already there. It was crouched over the dock pilings like a massive, skeletal spider, its central ribcage pulsing with that faint, sickly bioluminescence, its pale tendrils wrapped tightly around the aluminum hull of my jet boat. Where the tendrils touched the painted metal of the boat, the dark green paint was flaking off in dry gray curls, and the heavy aluminum plate was turning a dull, matte gray, losing its metallic sheen and structural rigidity as the entity tried to siphon the density out of the inorganic metal. I stopped at the edge of the tree line, 10 yards from the dock base, panting heavily, my lungs burning from the dry, cold air. I knew that if I tried to run onto the dock, the sound of my steps would project right into the center of the entity's rib cage, and I would end up like Julian, calcified, hollowed, and woven into its living frame. I had one weapon left, my Remington 870 shotgun. It was loaded with 3-inch Magnum 12-gauge lead slugs. I didn't aim at the creature. I knew that firing directly at its central mass would produce a muzzle blast so loud that the displaced acoustic shockwave would likely rupture my own eardrums or crush my chest where the sound dropped. I remembered the lesson of the whistle. Do not look for the sound where you hear it. I raised the shotgun, swung the barrel 90 degrees away from the dock, and aimed directly into the deep, dark water of the lake. 50 yards to the south of the boat, I squeezed the trigger. The 12-gauge slug struck the water with a deafening blast. The displacement physics of the anomaly caught the acoustic energy of the gunshot and twisted it. The sound of the blast didn't happen out in the water where the slug impacted, nor did it happen at the muzzle of my gun. The sound of a point-blank 12-gauge shotgun report exploded from the middle of the deep forest, on the far shore of the inlet, a half-mile away across the lake. The effect on the entity was immediate and catastrophic to its position. The acoustic cones on its torso flared outward to their maximum extent, vibrating so rapidly they produced a high screaming whine. Believing a massive source of acoustic vibration and mass had suddenly appeared across the lake, the creature instantly released its hold on the dock and the boat. It launched itself off the crumbling wooden pilings with incredible force, because there were no trees out over the open water to support its tendrils. The entity was forced to stretch its structural mass across the surface of the lake, extending its calcified ribs like a terrifying pontoon bridge made of bleached bone as it reached toward the distant sound on the opposite shore. As soon as its central mass cleared the boat deck, I sprinted onto the crumbling dock. My boots smashed through the chalky wooden planks, sending clouds of white powder into the freezing air. But I didn't care. I leaped into the stern of the jet boat, grabbed the emergency pull cord on the secondary outboard trolling motor, which was simpler and faster to start than the main inboard jet unit, and yanked it with all the strength left in my body. The small two-stroke engine sputtered once, coughed a cloud of blue exhaust, and roared to life. The sound of the small motor running was violently displaced. The chug of the two-stroke engine didn't come from the stern of my boat. It boomed out of the empty air 15 feet above the center of the lake. The entity, caught mid-leap half a mile away, paused in the air, its acoustic cones spinning wildly as it tried to reconcile the two competing sound locations. I didn't give it time to adjust. I shoved the throttle lever forward to full speed, slammed the tiller arm to the left, and sent the aluminum boat surging backward out into the deep, open water of Whitesail Reach, away from the dock, away from the crumbling shore, and away from the calcified forest of Garner Lake. As the boat cut through the icy black water, I turned and looked back at the shoreline. In the faint silver light of the setting moon, I could see the entire northern slope of the Garner Lake Ridge. Thousands of acres of old-growth boreal forest were turning gray. The dark, majestic green of the wilderness was being systematically erased, replaced by a dead white landscape of chalky skeletons that stood silent and motionless against the dark mountain stone. In the center of that white waste, standing on the ruins of the dock, was the entity. It was no longer pursuing me. It had drawn so much mass out of the forest, the cabin, and Julian Moreau that its central ribcage had expanded to twice its original size. It stood erect on a massive pedestal of calcified tendrils, its acoustic cones turned upward toward the cold stars, silently drinking in the physical density of the valley. And as I watched, the sound of my boat's engine, booming out of the night sky high above my head, began to fade. Not because the motor was stopping, but because the air itself between me and the shore was losing its ability to carry sound. The world was going flat, quiet, and weightless. I drove the boat for 5 hours in the pitch darkness, navigating by dead reckoning and the faint silhouette of the shoreline peaks until I reached the main park landing at the eastern end of Whitesail Reach at dawn. I didn't tie the boat up. I left it running, its hull resting against the gravel launch ramp. I walked up to my department truck, unlocked the door, started the engine, and drove straight out of the park. I didn't stop at the regional office in Burns Lake. I didn't stop at my rented cabin in Houston. I drove south along Highway 97 until I reached Vancouver 3 days later. When I submitted my formal resignation by registered mail a week later, the ministry sent 2 senior field supervisors to my apartment to interview me about the abandoned equipment at Whitesail Lake and Julian Moreau's failure to return from his contract work. I sat in my kitchen, looked them in the eye, and told them that I had experienced a severe nervous breakdown on the second day of the patrol, that I had lost my footing on a steep trail and suffered a concussion, and that I had panicked and abandoned the post due to severe disorientation and cold exposure. I told them I had no recollection of where Julian Moreau was or why his survey equipment had been left at Garner Lake. They didn't believe me entirely, of course. There was an investigation. An RCMP search and rescue team was dispatched to Garner Lake in mid-November to look for Julian. They found his tent. They found his quad. They found the patrol cabin, the official police report, a redacted copy of which was sent to me 6 months later by a friend in the ministry, concluded that Julian Moreau had likely fallen through thin ice on Garner Lake while conducting field surveys, and his body had been carried away by subsurface currents. The report noted that the Garner Lake cabin had suffered severe structural failure due to an unusual, localized outbreak of aggressive dry rot fungus that had weakened the cedar timbers, causing the roof and walls to collapse during a heavy autumn windstorm. They didn't mention the white dust. They didn't mention the complete absence of animal life in a 20-square-mile radius around the lake. And they didn't mention that every tree in the Garner Lake Basin had to be logged off and burned by the province, the Following summer under the guise of an emergency pine beetle containment burn, I live in a small, third-floor apartment in downtown Vancouver now. It is noisy here. Traffic rumbles along the street outside my window 24 hours a day. Buses screech, sirens wail, rain clatters against the glass, and my neighbors play music late into the night. I like the noise. I need the noise. Because in the 7 years that have passed since that night on Whitesail Reach, the world has never quite returned to its proper alignment for me. The white dust that covered my canvas jacket and work boots took months to wash out. Even now, if I reach into the deep pockets of my old winter pack, which sits locked inside a metal storage trunk in my closet, my fingers come away with a faint, dry coating of fine white powder that tastes faintly of stone and dry lime, and my hearing has never recovered its proper geometry. Whenever I am in a quiet room and I drop a coin onto the carpet, or turn a page in a book, or take a deep breath in the dark before going to sleep, the sound does not happen where my body is. The clink of the coin happens 18 inches above my closet door. The rustle of the page comes from the empty corner behind my bookshelf. And my breathing, the soft, steady rasp of air moving through my lungs, sounds as though it is coming from high up in the corner of the ceiling, where something invisible, cold, and weightless is sitting in the dark, waiting for me to make a sound in the wrong place. My name is Gavin Callahan. I'm 52 years old now, but back in the late summer of 2002, I was 38 and working as a backcountry resource management ranger for Ontario Parks. I was stationed up in Wabakimi Provincial Park, out of the district office in Armstrong. If you aren't familiar with Wabakimi, it's about 5,000 square kilometers of roadless boreal wilderness in northwestern Ontario. There are no roads cutting through it, no visitor centers out in the bush, and no cell towers. You get in either by float plane, usually a de Havilland Beaver out of Base Lake, or you take the VIA rail passenger train that runs along the southern perimeter and have the engineer drop you off at a flag stop near the tracks. Most of the terrain is classic Canadian shield, ancient granite bedrock covered in a thin, fragile layer of sphagnum moss, black spruce, jack pine, and paper birch, sliced up by thousands of interconnected lakes and dark, tannic rivers that look like steeped black tea. My job back then was mostly solo work. During the open water season, which ran from ice out in late May through the first heavy freezes in October, I'd spend 2 or 3 weeks at a time out on the water. I carried a 16-foot Kevlar prospector canoe, a steel 026 chainsaw, an Avery axe, basic surveying tools, a Motorola VHF radio, and enough dried provisions to keep me honest. My duties were straightforward. Clear portage trails that had been choked off by winter blowdowns. Repaint trail blazes, inspect remote campsites for left trash or illegal campfires, monitor woodland caribou habitat, and keep an eye out for fly-in anglers who might be pushing past their catch limits. It was quiet work, physically demanding, and for a long time it was the only work I ever wanted to do. You get used to the sound of your own paddle dipping into the water, 6 or 7 hours a day in the cold. Heavy stillness that settles over the bush when the sun starts dropping below the pines. Toward the end of August 2002, the weather up north began to turn early. The black flies and mosquitoes were mostly dead, killed off by a couple of early nighttime frosts, and the birch leaves were already turning that dry, papery yellow. I was assigned to a 12-day solo patrol clearing the Allanwater River corridor, moving north from the railway tracks up toward the southern bays of Whitewater Lake. The Allanwater is a historic fur trade route, full of narrow granite gorges, long shallow rapids, and quick lake expansions. It's popular enough with experienced canoe trippers, but once you get past August, you rarely see another soul out there. I spent the first 3 days pushing north smoothly. The work was routine. I'd clear a few fallen jack pines off a portage, notch out bad roots with the axe, tack up fresh yellow plastic portage markers where old ones had rotted off, and pitch my small green dome tent on flat granite shelves near the water. On the fourth morning, I cleared a 300-meter portage trail that bypassed a nasty, boulder-strewn chute between two unnamed chain lakes south of Ogoki. That was where I saw the first thing that didn't make sense I had finished clearing. A large birch that had snapped across the middle of the trail, and I was walking back down to the put-in to fetch my canoe when I noticed the portage sign I'd set up on a hijack pine 3 years prior. The sign was a standard bright yellow reflective triangle made of heavy, weather-resistant polyethylene. From 10 feet away it looked strange, the color was gone. It wasn't faded by sunlight the way old plastic turns dull or milky. It was a pure, dried, chalky white. I reached up to touch it, assuming someone had sprayed it with paint or that some weird chemical mold had grown over it. The second my gloved thumb made contact with the corner, the entire sign disintegrated. It didn't crack or snap like brittle plastic. It collapsed into a dry, fine dust that drifted down through the air like bone meal, leaving behind only the head of the galvanized steel nail I had hammered into the trunk. I stood there for a minute, rubbing the powder between my leather work gloves. It had no texture, no greasiness, and no smell. It was just dry, cold powder. I checked the bark around the nail head. The outer layer of the pine bark was completely gray and dry, stripped of pitch. I rubbed my gloved hand against the trunk and the bark flaked off in powdery sheets dry as burnt paper. Jack pines are usually full of sticky resin, especially in late summer, but this tree felt like it had been sitting in a kiln for 6 months. I made a brief note in my waterproof field logbook, noting a possible blighted tree or unusual chemical degradation, and finished my portage without thinking much more of it. That evening, I set up camp on a narrow sand spit jutting out into a calm, dark bay of the Allen Water. The air was dead still. In the boreal forest, absolute silence is rare. Usually you have the rustle of trembling aspen leaves, the distant lap of water against granite, the whine of insects, or the calls of white-throated sparrows. But that night the air felt heavy, almost pressurized, like the atmosphere before a massive thunderstorm. Though the sky was completely clear, and stars were coming out thick and hard. I cooked a pot of dehydrated chili over my Svenska camp stove, ate in silence, and then walked down to the water's edge to wash out my mess kit with boiled water and sand. That was when I spotted a dead moose calf lying half in the water, caught against a tangle of drifted cedar roots on the far side of the sand spit. I walked over with my flashlight and a heavy wooden stick, wary of bears or wolves that might be scavenging nearby. Wildlife mortality isn't unusual in Wabakimi. Calves succumb to winter ticks, drowning, or predators all the time. But when I got up close and shone my flashlight over the carcass, I stopped. The calf was a yearling, maybe 200 pounds. It was lying on its side in 6 inches of water. There were no claw marks, no puncture wounds on the throat, no torn skin, and no blood in the water. In fact, there were no scavengers at all. No flies, no water beetles, no gulls. What was unsettling was the way the carcass sat in the water. A dead animal in a river floats or sinks heavily into the mud. This calf was sitting high on the surface, barely displacing the water, as if it were made of styrofoam. I leaned down and nudged its flank with the tip of my boot. It was rock hard, but when I pushed harder, the skin didn't give like frozen or rotting meat. It cracked with a hollow, dry crunch, like stepping on an empty cardboard box. I knelt on a dry rock and pulled out my hunting knife, carefully cutting a small slit through the thick hide near the shoulder to see what was going on. There was no liquid inside, no blood, no body fluids, no smell of putrefaction. The muscle tissue underneath wasn't red or brown. It was a pale, fibrous gray material that looked almost like shredded linen or dry wood pulp. It was completely drained of moisture. The entire calf had been turned into a dry, light husk. I picked up a branch and used it to lift the calf's front leg. The entire 200-pound animal weighed maybe 20 or 30 pounds. It was light enough that I could have picked it up with one hand. I stepped back, my skin prickling under my wool shirt. I've worked around black bears, rotten moose carcasses, and rabid foxes, and I know what natural decomposition looks like. This wasn't rot. This was something else. something that had somehow extracted every drop of moisture and organic fluid from an entire animal without breaking the skin or disturbing the hair. I took 3 Polaroid photographs of the calf for my report, using the flash, though the white fur on the animal absorbed the light in a flat, glareless way that made the photos look strangely fake. I returned to my tent, zipped the rainfly tight, and laid my loaded 12-gauge shotgun beside my sleeping bag. I didn't sleep well that night. Every time the tent fabric rustled in the slight frost breeze, I was awake listening to the heavy, unnatural quiet of the bay. At 6 in the morning, the fog was sitting thick and low over the water, looking like gray cotton laid across the dark river. I called into the district control base in Armstrong on my VHF radio for my morning check-in. I keyed the mic, gave my call sign, Ranger 3 Echo, and waited. The speaker squawked, but the sound wasn't the usual crisp, static-laced radio chatter. It was thick and muffled, like the speaker cone was covered in wet felt. I could hear Brenda, the dispatcher, calling back, but her voice sounded unnaturally slow and distant, stretched out as if she were speaking through 20 feet of wet earth. 3 Echo. Armstrong Control, copy. State location. Armstrong, this is 3 Echo, I said, speaking clearly into the mic. I'm at Site 42 south of Ogoki. Radio check is weak and distorted. Do you copy? There was a long pause filled with a sound that wasn't static. It sounded like the low rhythmic thud of a heavy weight dropped on soft soil, repeated every 4 or 5 seconds. Thud, thud, thud. It wasn't electrical interference. It sounded physical, captured by a microphone somewhere down the line. 3 Echo report. Missing private craft. Brenda's voice came back, cut through by heavy muffling. Julian Vance, 41, solo kayaker. Overdue pickup at Smooth Rock Lake. Last seen. North Corridor. Check East Shore campsites. Copy, Armstrong, I replied, forcing my voice to sound casual. I'll deviate east toward the Smooth Rock Channel today and check the backcountry sites. We'll check in again at 1600 hours. The radio gave a final wet click and went silent. I packed up my camp quickly. I didn't bother making coffee. The dead calf was still sitting in the shallows across the bay, completely still in the fog, looking less like an animal and more like a bleached boulder. I shoved my gear into the center of the prospector, pushed off from the gravel, and began paddling east toward the Smooth Rock outlet. The Smooth Rock River Channel is a quiet, narrow stretch of water lined by high granite bluffs and dense stands of black spruce. As I paddled into the channel around mid-afternoon, the air changed again. The temperature dropped sharply. Not the clean, crisp cold of an autumn afternoon, but a damp, heavy chill that seemed to settle right into my bones. The sun was out, bright and clear in a cloudless blue sky, but it offered no warmth. Even stranger was the behavior of the water. Normally, in a narrow channel, you have a steady current, minor eddies around rocks, and the sound of trickling water against the shore. Here, the water was unnaturally still. My paddle blade cut through it without making a splash sound. When I pulled the paddle out of the water, the drops falling off the ash blade didn't plop or ring against the surface. They hit the river in complete silence. I stopped paddling about 2 miles down the channel and let the canoe drift. The silence was absolute. I took off my canvas cap and listened. No bird calls. No squirrels chattering in the pines. No wind rustling the upper branches. I brought my hand up and slapped the gunwale of my canoe. A hard, sharp wood-on-Kevlar crack that normally echoes off granite cliffs for half a mile. The sound didn't echo. It didn't even carry. It made a dull, flat thump like hitting a bag of flour, and died instantly within 3 feet of the boat. It felt as if the air itself had become thick and dense, absorbing sound waves before they could travel. I picked up the paddle again, my hands sweating inside my work gloves despite the cold. I kept close to the western bank, keeping my eyes locked on the shoreline bluffs. About 40 minutes later, I spotted a red solo fiberglass kayak pulled up onto a flat granite shelf at the mouth of a small creek. I turned the canoe toward the shelf, backwatering carefully to bring my bow alongside the rock. The red kayak was sitting half out of the water. It belonged to Julian Vance. His name and a Minnesota registration sticker were clearly visible on the bow. I stepped out onto the granite holding my painter line. My boots hit the rock, but again there was no sound. No scrape of rubber on stone, no splash of water against my trousers. It was like walking in a vacuum. "Julian," I called out. My voice came out flat, choked, barely loud enough to reach my own ears. It sounded like I was trying to shout with a heavy wool scarf wrapped 5 times around my face. I tied off the canoe to a stunted cedar and walked up the granite ledge toward the tree line. Vance's campsite was set up in a small clearing among the black spruce, about 30 yards from the water. The tent was a high-end, yellow 2-person backpacking tent. It was fully pitched, guy lines staked out securely to rocks and trees. I approached the tent cautiously, reaching down to unsnap the leather retention strap on my shotgun holster before reconsidering and unslinging the Remington 870 entirely. I held it across my chest, thumb sitting on the safety button. "Julian, Ontario Parks Ranger. You in there?" No answer. I reached down with the barrel of the shotgun and hooked the zipper pull of the tent's outer fly, tugging it upward. The tent was empty. The sleeping bag was laid out inside, unzipped, with a headlamp and a paperback book lying on top of it. But the material of the tent felt wrong. The bright yellow nylon fly felt thick, dry and brittle, like old parchment paper that had been left in an attic for 50 years. When the breeze touched it, it didn't flap. It creaked dryly. I looked around the clearing. Vance's gear was neatly organized. A small gas backpacking stove sat on a flat rock near a pair of aluminum cooking pots. I stepped over to the stove and looked closer. The aluminum pots weren't shiny or soot-stained. They were covered in a thin, chalky, grayish-white coating, the exact same dry, powdery residue I had found on the portage sign 3 miles back. I touched the rim of the pot with my fingertip. It felt icy cold, far colder than the surrounding air, and left a chalky smudge on my skin that smelled faintly like dry lime or vinegar. Then I saw the tracks. They weren't human footprints, and they weren't bear tracks. Leading out of the back of the campsite and winding up into the dense, dark spruce woods was a pair of parallel, 4-inch-wide depressions in the forest floor. In the boreal forest, the ground is covered in a deep, spongy carpet of feather moss and gray reindeer lichen. Where something heavy walks, the moss depresses and bounces back or leaves a torn footprint. These twin tracks were different. The moss and lichen inside the 4-inch bands hadn't just been crushed. They had been completely compressed flat, turned a pale, chalky gray, and stripped of all moisture. The vegetation inside the tracks looked petrified, dry as ashes, while the moss 2 inches to either side was still green, damp and soft. The tracks looked as if 2 thick, heavy, icy ropes had been dragged very slowly across the forest floor, draining the life out of everything they touched. I should have gone back to the canoe. Standard operating procedure for a missing person search when hazardous or unexplainable conditions are encountered is to retreat to a safe location, establish a base, and request a full search and rescue team with air support. But I was 20 miles from the nearest radio repeater that worked. Night was coming on in less than 2 hours. And if Vance was hurt or lost in the woods nearby, he wouldn't survive a sub-zero night in his condition. I unslung my day pack, left it by the tent, held the shotgun at the ready, and began following the dry gray tracks into the spruce wood. The forest grew thicker and darker very quickly. The trees here were old-growth black spruce, tall, thin, crowded close together, their lower branches dead and draped in pale green beard lichen. As I walked, the silence grew even more oppressive. The low, sub-audible vibration I had heard faintly over the radio earlier wasn't in the air now. It was in the ground. I could feel a faint, steady pulse against the soles of my boots every few seconds, like a heavy pump working far underground. The tracks led up a steep granite ridge, weaving between rock crevices and dense thickets of young fir. As I reached the top of the ridge, the light was fading into a bruised, purple twilight. At the crest of the ridge, the forest opened up slightly into a shallow depression, filled with shattered granite boulders and deadfall timber. That was where the track ended, and that was where I found Julian Vance. He was sitting on the ground with his back pressed against the base of a large, upturned spruce root ball. His legs were stretched out in front of him, his head tilted slightly forward. He was wearing his red fleece jacket and rain pants. "Julian," I whispered, stepping forward. Static. It sounded like the low, rhythmic thud of a heavy weight dropped on soft soil, repeated every 4 or 5 seconds. Thud. 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 It wasn't electrical interference. It sounded physical, captured by a microphone somewhere down the line. 3 Echo report. "Missing Private Craft." Brenda's voice came back, cut through by heavy muffling. "Julian Vance, 41. Solo kayaker. Overdue pickup at Smooth Rock Lake. Last seen, North Corridor. Check East Shore campsites. Copy, Armstrong," I replied, forcing my voice to sound casual. "I'll deviate east toward the Smooth Rock Channel today and check the backcountry sites. We'll check in again at 1600 hours. The radio gave a final wet click and went silent. I packed up my camp quickly. I didn't bother making coffee. The dead calf was still sitting in the shallows across the bay, completely still in the fog, looking less like an animal and more like a bleached boulder. I shoved my gear into the center of the prospector, pushed off from the gravel, and began paddling east toward the Smooth Rock outlet. The Smooth Rock River channel is a quiet, narrow stretch of water lined by high granite bluffs and dense stands of black spruce. As I paddled into the channel around mid-afternoon, the air changed again. The temperature dropped sharply. Not the clean, crisp cold of an autumn afternoon, but a damp, heavy chill that seemed to settle right into my bones. The sun was out, bright and clear in a cloudless blue sky, but it offered no warmth. Even stranger was the behavior of the water. Normally, in a narrow channel, you have a steady current, minor eddies around rocks, and the sound of trickling water against the shore. Here the water was unnaturally still. My paddle blade cut through it without making a splash sound. When I pulled the paddle out of the water, the drops falling off the ash blade didn't plop or ring against the surface. They hit the river in complete silence. I stopped paddling about 2 miles down the channel and let the canoe drift. The silence was absolute. I took off my canvas cap and listened. No bird calls. No squirrels chattering in the pines. No wind rustling the upper branches. I brought my hand up and slapped the gunnel of my canoe. A hard, sharp wood-on-Kevlar crack that normally echoes off granite cliffs for half a mile. The sound didn't echo. It didn't even carry. It made a dull, flat thump, like hitting a bag of flour, and died instantly within 3 feet of the boat. It felt as if the air itself had become thick and dense, absorbing sound waves before they could travel. I picked up the paddle again, my hands sweating inside my work gloves despite the cold. I kept close to the western bank, keeping my eyes locked on the shoreline bluffs. About 40 minutes later, I spotted a red solo fiberglass kayak pulled up onto a flat granite shelf at the mouth of a small creek. I turned the canoe toward the shelf, backwatering carefully to bring my bow alongside the rock. The red kayak was sitting half out of the water. It belonged to Julian Vance. His name and a Minnesota registration sticker were clearly visible on the bow. I stepped out onto the granite, holding my painter line. My boots hit the rock, but again there was no sound. No scrape of rubber on stone, no splash of water against my trousers. It was like walking in a vacuum. "Julian," I called out. My voice came out flat, choked, barely loud enough to reach my own ears. It sounded like I was trying to shout with a heavy wool scarf wrapped 5 times around my face. I tied off the canoe to a stunted cedar and walked up the granite ledge toward the tree line. Vance's campsite was set up in a small clearing among the black spruce, about 30 yards from the water. The tent was a high-end yellow 2-person backpacking tent. It was fully pitched, guy lines staked out securely to rocks and trees. I approached the tent cautiously, reaching down to unsnap the leather retention strap on my shotgun holster before reconsidering and unslinging the Remington 870 entirely. I held it across my chest, thumb sitting on the safety button. "Julian? Ontario Parks Ranger. You in there?" No answer. I reached down with the barrel of the shotgun and hooked the zipper pull of the tent's outer fly, tugging it upward. The tent was empty. The sleeping bag was laid out inside, unzipped, with a headlamp and a paperback book lying on top of it. But the material of the tent felt wrong. The bright yellow nylon fly felt thick, dry, and brittle, like old parchment paper that had been left in an attic for 50 years. When the breeze touched it, it didn't flap. It creaked dryly. I looked around the clearing. Vance's gear was neatly organized. A small gas backpacking stove sat on a flat rock near a pair of aluminum cooking pots. I stepped over to the stove and looked closer. The aluminum pots weren't shiny or soot-stained. They were covered in a thin, chalky, grayish-white coating, the exact same dry, powdery residue I had found on the portage sign 3 miles back. I touched the rim of the pot with my fingertip. It felt icy cold, far colder than the surrounding air, and left a chalky smudge on my skin that smelled faintly like dry lime or vinegar. Then I saw the tracks. They weren't human footprints, and they weren't bear tracks. Leading out of the back of the campsite and winding up into the dense, dark spruce woods was a pair of parallel, 4-inch-wide depressions in the forest floor. In the boreal forest, the ground is covered in a deep, spongy carpet of feather moss and gray reindeer lichen. Where something heavy walks, the moss depresses and bounces back or leaves a torn footprint. These twin tracks were different. The moss and lichen inside the 4-inch bands hadn't just been crushed. They had been completely compressed flat, turned a pale, chalky gray, and stripped of all moisture. The vegetation inside the tracks looked petrified, dry as ashes, while the moss 2 inches to either side was still green, damp and soft. The tracks looked as if 2 thick, heavy, icy ropes had been dragged very slowly across the forest floor, draining the life out of everything they touched. I should have gone back to the canoe. Standard operating procedure for a missing person search, when hazardous or unexplainable conditions are encountered, is to retreat to a safe location, establish a base, and request a full search and rescue team with air support. But I was 20 miles from the nearest radio repeater that worked. Night was coming on in less than 2 hours, and if Vance was hurt or lost in the woods nearby, he wouldn't survive a sub-zero night in his condition. I unslung my day pack, left it by the tent, held the shotgun at the ready, and began following the dry gray tracks into the spruce wood. The forest grew thicker and darker very quickly. The trees here were old-growth black spruce, tall, thin, crowded close together, their lower branches dead and draped in pale green beard lichen. As I walked, the silence grew even more oppressive. The low sub-audible vibration I had heard faintly over the radio earlier wasn't in the air now. It was in the ground. I could feel a faint, steady pulse against the soles of my boots every few seconds, like a heavy pump working far underground. The tracks led up a steep granite ridge, weaving between rock crevices and dense thickets of young fir. As I reached the top of the ridge, the light was fading into a bruised, purple twilight. At the crest of the ridge, the forest opened up slightly into a shallow depression filled with shattered granite boulders and deadfall timber. That was where the track ended. And that was where I found Julian Vance. He was sitting on the ground with his back pressed against the base of a large, upturned spruce root ball. His legs were stretched out in front of him, his head tilted slightly forward. He was wearing his red fleece jacket and rain pants. "Julian," I whispered, stepping forward. Pale, calcified ribs hanging just above the granite rock, it extended 4 long, white, fibrous tendrils down toward the surface of the river, searching for an anchor point. The tips of the tendrils touched the moving, churning water of the Allen Water River. The moment the pale fibers hit the active, flowing current, a violent reaction occurred. The tips of the tendrils didn't calcify the river. Instead, the moving water seemed to break their structure, The pale fibers shriveled, turning black and soft, melting away like dry paper dropped into boiling water. The entity recoiled, pulling its tendrils back up into the branches, its heavy mass shuddering against the pine trunks. It could anchor to rock, to soil, to dry wood, to living trees, and to animals. But it couldn't hold on to moving. Water. The liquid motion, the continuous, chaotic flow of the river shattered its ability to absorb and bind. It stayed there on the bank, anchored to the dark pines, watching, if a thing without eyes can watch, as the current carried my canoe past the granite shelf and swept me down into the white water of the upper rapids. I don't remember much of the next 2 hours. Navigating a Class 2 rapid in pitch darkness with one functional arm and no flashlight should have killed me. The canoe hit rocks, spun sideways, took on inches of freezing water, and nearly wrapped around a sweeper 3 miles downstream. But I didn't care about the rocks or the dark. I just kept my eyes locked on the moving water, praying that the current wouldn't slow down, praying that the river wouldn't flatten out into another still, silent lake. Around 3 in the morning, the river finally flushed me out into the wide, shallow delta near the south end of Whitewater Lake. The acoustic dead zone had faded somewhere miles back. I knew because I could hear the clean, beautiful, chaotic sound of wind howling across the open water, the slap of waves against the Kevlar hull, and the roar of the pine trees along the far shore. I managed to paddle the canoe into a shallow reed bed near a sandy point, dragged myself out onto the mud and collapsed in the wet grass, shivering uncontrollably from severe hypothermia and shock. I was found 2 days later by a pair of fly-in anglers from Minnesota who were out on the lake in an aluminum motorboat. They picked me up, loaded my battered canoe into their boat, and took me back to their outpost lodge on the North Shore, where the caretaker called in a medical evacuation flight to Thunder Bay. I spent 4 days in the hospital in Thunder Bay being treated for severe hypothermia, exhaustion, and localized nerve damage. When the provincial police and the district ministry officials interviewed me in my hospital room, I didn't tell them what I saw on that ridge. I was 38 years old, I had a career, a mortgage, and a life, and I knew exactly what would happen if I started talking about a calcified mass of living, bone and sinew that sucked the moisture out of moose and men in the backcountry. I told them that Julian Vance had likely suffered an accident on the trail, that I had lost my gear and canoe in the rapids while searching for him in the dark, and that I had spent 2 days stranded on the lake shore without supplies. They sent a recovery team back out to the Smooth Rock River channel a week later. When the search team returned, they reported finding Vance's campsite. They found his kayak, his tent, and his gear, but they didn't find his body. They reported that a localized forest fire, likely caused by an unextinguished campfire or a sudden lightning strike, had burned through that specific ridge along the east shore. About 20 acres of black spruce had been completely destroyed, reduced to cold gray ash that blew away in the autumn winds. The official report concluded that Vance had been caught in the blaze or drowned in the river, and his case was eventually closed as a wilderness disappearance. I resigned from Ontario Parks the following spring. In the May of 2003, I sold my house in Armstrong, packed up my things and moved down to southern Ontario, taking a job with a municipal conservation authority outside of London. I haven't been back to Wabakimi since. I haven't set foot in a canoe, and I don't go into the woods once the leaves start to turn. My right shoulder never fully recovered. The skin over my right shoulder blade is still a dead, chalky white, a smooth round patch about the size of a saucer that has no feeling, no hair, and no sweat glands. Even now, 20 years later, on cold autumn nights when the frost sits heavy on the ground, that patch of skin turns icy cold to the touch, far colder than the rest of my body, numb and dry as a piece of seasoned wood. People talk about the wilderness as if it's just trees, rocks and animals, a place that can be mapped, surveyed, managed, and understood if you just carry the right gear and follow the rules. But I know what's sitting out there in the deep northern bush, tucked away in the places where no roads will ever go, where the lakes are dark and the spruce grows thick. There are things out there that don't belong to the world of living creatures. Things that don't rot, don't make a sound, and don't die. Things that just hang in the quiet timber waiting for something warm and wet to walk under their branches. I worked as a seasonal backcountry park ranger for the National Park Service in Washington State. The events I'm about to write down took place in the late autumn of 2014, in the southeastern quadrangle of Olympic National Park, across a stretch of old-growth wilderness that spans the Keno River drainage and the jagged, roadless terrain surrounding Mount Steele. I have spent 10 years trying to convince myself that what happened out there was the product of severe sleep deprivation, hypothermia, and the natural disorienting properties of one of the densest rainforests on the North American continent. But I know what I felt. I know what I heard. And I know why I handed in my badge 2 weeks after I walked out of those woods. I'm telling this now because the silence in my head has never quite returned to normal. And if I keep carrying it alone, I do not think I will make it through another winter. To understand what happened, you have to understand the land itself. The Olympic Peninsula is not like the rest of the Pacific Northwest. It is an isolated island of ancient timber, glaciated peaks, and deep, moss-choked river valleys carved out over millennia by endless rain. The rainforest along the Quinault and Queets rivers receives upwards of 140 inches of precipitation a year. The trees there, Sitka spruce, Douglas fir, western red cedar, do not grow to normal proportions. They stand 200 feet tall, their bases 10 feet thick, draped in thick ribbons of selaginella moss that hang like wet green curtains from branches 50 feet above the forest floor. Down on the ground, beneath the upper canopy, the light is filtered into a perpetual dim green twilight. The dampness penetrates everything. It gets into your boots, into the lining of your canvas pack, into your lungs, and into your bones. It is a beautiful place, but it is also a place that feels utterly indifferent to human existence. In 2014, I was assigned to the Staircase and Quinault districts. My job was straightforward: trail maintenance, backcountry permit checks, fire watch during the dry spells, and search and rescue operations when hikers strayed off the marked tracks. I was used to the isolation. I spent weeks at a time living out of primitive patrol cabins or small tents pitched on gravel bars along Rustler Creek and O'Neill Creek. I knew the quadrangle maps by heart. I knew where the trail hazards were, where the footbridges had rotted through, and where the terrain folded in on itself in ways that didn't always make sense on a flat sheet of paper. That year, the autumn rains came early and hard. By late September, the high-altitude trails leading over Anderson Pass were already slick with slush and fallen needles, and the Park Service was preparing to winterize the upper backcountry outposts. The tourists were gone, save for the occasional hardcore backpacker or foreign traveler looking to experience the wilderness before the heavy snows sealed off the interior for the winter. It was the first Tuesday of October when the report came in. I was sitting in the district office at the Lake Quinault Ranger Station, cleaning the moisture out of the housing of my Motorola XTS 5000 field radio, when Sarah Chen came in from the front desk. Sarah was a permanent staff member, a sharp, sensible woman in her late 40s who handled regional logistics and search coordination. She dropped a manila folder onto my workbench. Inside was a copy of an itinerary form from the Wilderness Permit Station at Port Angeles. A 32-year-old German national named Klaus Weber had registered for a 5-day solo loop starting at the Graves Creek trailhead, intending to trek up the Enchanted Valley, cut across the ridge toward Rustler Creek, and come out near the upper bridge. He had been due back 3 days prior. His rental car, a silver Ford Focus, was still parked at the trailhead, covered in a heavy layer of sodden maple leaves. Missing hikers were not unusual. Most of the time it was a sprained ankle, a miscalculated pace, or a bad decision to stay an extra night in a dry tent while waiting out a storm. But Klaus Weber had left a detailed plan. He was an experienced trekker, who had spent time in the Bavarian Alps and had completed several long routes in Norway. He was equipped for wet weather. I looked over the map coordinates he had marked. His route took him through a section of the park that we rarely visited late in the season. A deep, steep-sided drainage between Rustler Ridge and the steep western flanks of Mount Steele. It was an area dominated by untouched old-growth timber, where the understory was a chaotic tangle of devil's club, sword fern, and fallen spruce logs 6 feet in diameter. Sarah stood by the window, watching the steady drizzle streak down the glass toward the gray waters of the lake. She told me that a trail maintenance crew working the lower section of the Quinault River Trail had found something weird that morning. About 2 miles off the main trail, near an unmarked draw that led up toward the high ridges, they had found a pack. It wasn't scattered or torn open by bears or elk. It was sitting upright on a flat stone beside the creek, completely dry inside its rain cover with a pair of leather hiking boots neatly placed beside it. I asked her if they had found the owner. She shook her head. She said the crew had spent 2 hours calling out, searching the immediate bank, but found no tracks, no sign of a camp, and no indication that anyone had walked away from the spot. The mud around the stone was undisturbed. That afternoon, I packed my gear. My supervisor, Frank Callahan, a veteran ranger who had been with the Park Service for over 30 years and knew every square foot of the Olympic wilderness, decided we should go up together. Frank was a pragmatic, dry-humored man from Oregon who didn't care for ghost stories or backcountry rumors. He had seen everything from lost scouts to illegal poaching rings, and he treated every incident with the same tedious, methodical procedure. We left the trailhead at Graves Creek just as the afternoon light was starting to fail. The air was cold, thick with the smell of wet cedar, wet earth, and decaying fern roots. The Quinault River roared beside us, swollen with 3 days of continuous rainfall, its water a pale, milky turquoise from glacial silt. We hiked in silence for the first 4 miles, our headlamps flicking on as the dim green daylight faded into the absolute darkness of the rainforest night. Under the forest canopy, the dark is different than it is in open country. It isn't just an absence of light. It feels physical, like a thick fabric pressed against your face. The sound of the river provided a constant, low-frequency hum that masked everything else. Every step we took was muffled by the deep carpet of moss and rotting pine needles underfoot. We reached the trail crew's temporary camp near Rustler Creek around 7 in the evening. The 2 trail workers, young seasonal guys from Montana, were sitting under a stretched blue tarp around a small butane stove. They looked uncomfortable. They had the recovered backpack sitting under the tarp with them, wrapped in a plastic trash bag to keep it dry. I sat on a downed log and unzipped the pack. Inside were high-end winter garments, a lightweight stove, a synthetic sleeping bag, rations for 4 days, a Leica camera, and a waterproof pouch containing Klaus Weber's passport and a small black notebook. Everything was neatly organized. The camera showed several photos of the Enchanted Valley, sweeping shots of the high limestone bluffs and waterfalls, taken 3 days before. The last photo on the memory card was taken from inside a dark stand of trees looking out toward a dense thicket of salmonberry. It was blurry, taken at an awkward angle as if the photographer had been moving quickly or holding the camera at his hip. I flipped through the black notebook. The early entries were written in neat, precise German, documenting daily mileage, weather conditions, and water sources. But the last page had only 3 sentences written in English in a loose, unsteady script that looked like it had been scratched out in the dark. The water makes no noise in the draw. It is standing right outside the light. It sounds like the old man from the station. I showed the page to Frank. He peered at it through his reading glasses, squinting under the bright white beam of his headlamp. He grunted, rubbed his weathered jaw, and handed the book back to me. He said that panic did strange things to people when they got lost, especially foreigners who weren't used to the sheer scale of the wilderness out here. He thought Weber had probably taken a spill, gotten a concussion, drifted off trail in a confused state, and shed his gear, a common symptom of advanced hypothermia known as paradoxical undressing or terminal burrowing. It was a sensible explanation. It was the kind of explanation that goes into official NPS search and rescue reports. But looking at the neatness of the boots and the pristine condition of the pack, the explanation felt thin. We pitched our tent on a high bench above the creek, away from the deadfall branches that could break off in the wind. That night, the rain stopped, leaving behind a cold, suffocating silence. In the Olympic backcountry, when the rain stops and the river recedes into the distance, the silence is heavy. It isn't a peaceful quiet. It is an empty, expectant quiet, where the snapping of a small twig 50 yards away sounds like a gunshot. I lay in my sleeping bag for hours, listening to the drip of water from the high branches onto the tent fly. Around 2 a.m, I heard a sound that made me sit up. It was a voice. It was distant, muffled by the timber but unmistakably human. It wasn't a scream or a cry for help. It was a rhythmic, flat call, repeating the same sequence of sounds over and over at regular intervals of about 4 seconds. Hey, hey, over here, hey. The voice was monotone, completely devoid of urgency or panic. It sounded flat, like someone reading words off a card without understanding what they meant. I reached over and shook Frank's shoulder. He woke instantly, the way men who have spent their lives in the woods do. He sat up, his head cocked toward the side of the tent, listening. "You hear that?" I whispered. The sound came again, carried on a faint draft of cold air coming down from the ridge. Hey, hey, over here. Hey, Frank reached for his boots and his flashlight. Sounds like him, he muttered, though his voice lacked conviction. Must be stuck up on the bench above the draw. We pulled on our rain gear, grabbed our medical kits and heavy lanterns, and stepped out of the tent. The air outside was freezing. Fog had rolled down from the upper slopes, hanging in thick, luminous rags among the trunks of the ancient spruces. The beam of my flashlights bounced off the suspended water droplets, creating a blinding white wall 3 feet in front of my face. We walked slowly toward the draw, a steep, narrow ravine where a small tributary fed into Rustler Creek. As we got closer, the sound of our boots crunching through the gravel seemed to absorb into the mist. "Klaus!" Frank shouted, his voice booming out into the dark. "Klaus Weber! Stay where you are! We have lights!" We stopped and listened. The response didn't come immediately. For nearly 30 seconds, there was nothing but the sound of water dripping from the hemlock needles. Then, from somewhere higher up the slope, perhaps 200 yards into the thick brush, the voice spoke again. "Klaus. Klaus Weber. Stay where you are." A cold wave of goosebumps ran up my arms and settled at the base of my neck. It wasn't just that the words were identical to what Frank had just said. It was the cadence. It had reproduced Frank's rough Pacific Northwest drawl, the slight rasp in his throat and the exact pause between the words. But it was entirely lifeless, like a recording played back through a cracked speaker deep underground. Frank froze. His flashlight beam dropped toward the ground. He turned his head slowly toward me, his face pale under the brim of his rain hat. "Frank?" I said softly. "That wasn't an echo," he said. His voice was barely a whisper. "No," I said. We stood there on the edge of the draw for a long time. The mist drifted past us, coiling around the dark trunks of the trees like smoke. We called out again, but there was no further answer. Nothing moved in the brush. No twig snapped. No animals rustled in the sword ferns. The forest had gone dead silent. We didn't go up into the draw that night. It went against everything we were trained to do as search and rescue personnel, but both of us knew without saying a word that stepping into those trees in the dark, with visibility reduced to 6 feet by the fog, was a mistake we might not come back from. We returned to our camp, sat on our packs with our backs against a massive cedar trunk, and kept our headlamps on until the first faint gray light of dawn broke through the canopy. The next morning, 2 more rangers, David Miller and Marcus Vance, no relation to me, arrived from the trailhead to assist with the grid search. We met them at the junction of the main trail. Frank didn't mention what we had heard during the night, and I followed his lead. In the bright, cold light of morning, with 2 extra men carrying heavy radios and search gear, the terror of the night felt distant, almost unreal. I tried to convince myself that atmospheric conditions had created a strange echo, or that my tired brain had projected patterns onto the ambient noise of the wind. We spent the day conducting a line search through the Rustler Creek Draw. The terrain was brutal. The slope rose at a 45-degree angle, slick with wet mud and covered in dense thickets of devil's club, whose needle-sharp spines tore through our canvas trousers. We worked in pairs, maintaining visual contact every 20 yards, sweeping back and forth across the contour lines. Around 11 in the morning, Marcus called out from the bottom of a small limestone sinkhole near the head of the draw. When Frank and I scrambled down to his position, we found Marcus standing beside a rock ledge. On the ledge sat 3 items: a stainless steel pocket knife, an unsealed packet of dried soup, and a small gold-plated pocket watch. I knelt down to examine the watch. It was an old model, polished and well cared for, but the glass face was cracked. I opened the casing. Inscribed on the inside cover were 4 words in Swedish: Till Sven från Mamma, 1988. I looked up at Frank. He was staring at the watch with an expression I had never seen on his face before. It wasn't confusion. It was recognition. "Sven Lindqvist," Frank said quietly. "Who?" Marcus asked, wiping mud from his cheek. Frank didn't answer right away. He took a slow breath, looking around at the steep, moss-draped walls of the sinkhole. "1991, he said. "A Swedish exchange student went missing up near Mount Steel. We searched for 3 weeks. Found his tent 2 miles north of here, but never found a trace of him. Case was closed in November when the snows came in." "What's his watch doing sitting dry on a ledge next to a soup packet from a German guy who went missing 4 days ago?" I asked. Frank didn't answer. He picked up the watch using a clean Ziploc bag and tucked it into his jacket pocket. "We finished the grid," he said flatly. "Keep your radios on channel 2. If you lose sight of your partner, you call out immediately. You don't wait." We searched until 4 in the afternoon, when the mountain shadows began to darken the valley. We found no tracks, no blood, no torn clothing, and no body. What we did find were 3 more items, scattered across a 200-yard line that made no logical sense. A Japanese passport belonging to a Hiroshi Takahashi, missing since 2003, found tucked neatly inside a notch carved into an ancient hemlock tree 6 feet off the ground. A single plastic water bottle, completely dry, belonging to a local hiker named Clara Jenkins, who had vanished near the staircase region in 1999. And finally, a pair of modern eyeglasses, their frames bent, sitting on a bed of fresh moss. It was as if whatever lived in this corner of the park had been collecting trinkets from the people who disappeared here over 30 years, keeping them somewhere high up in the cliffs, and dropping them back down into the draw like breadcrumbs. By 5 o'clock, the rain returned. It came down in heavy, cold sheets that turned the bottom of the draw into a rushing stream of brown mud. Visibility plummeted. The wind picked up, roaring through the upper limbs of the firs with a sound like freight trains passing overhead. David and Marcus were 50 yards ahead of us, moving toward the lower ridge to establish a night position. Frank and I were bringing up the rear, struggling through a thick patch of vine maple. "Ethan," Frank called out over the sound of the storm. He had stopped near a massive fallen trunk that lay across the slope like a barricade. I climbed up over the slippery log and slid down beside him. "What is it?" He was pointing down into a narrow crevice between 2 large basalt boulders. The space was barely wide enough for a man to squeeze through, completely overshadowed by the thick roots of a spruce tree above. "Look at the moss," Frank said. I leaned in, shining my headlamp into the dark fissure. The moss on the stone walls wasn't torn or scraped away. It was compressed, flattened into smooth, unnatural grooves that led straight down into the blackness below the root system. And from deep inside that gap, beneath the roar of the wind and the pounding rain, came a sound that made my chest tighten until I couldn't breathe. It was the sound of a small stream running over stones. But as I listened, focusing every ounce of my attention on the noise, I realized something wrong with it. The cadence was too consistent. Water trickling over rocks has a natural, chaotic rhythm, a mixture of high splashes, low gurgles, and shifting tones. This sound was a seamless looping 3-second audio track. It repeated perfectly over and over without a microsecond of variation. Gurgle, splash, drip, drip, gurgle, splash, drip, drip. It wasn't water. It was an imitation of water. I backed away from the crevice so fast I lost my footing and fell backward into the mud. Frank didn't help me up. He was staring at the hole, his hand resting on the handle of his belt axe, his knuckles white. "We need to get David and Marcus," I stammered, scrambling to my feet. "We need to get out of this draw right now." Frank slowly nodded. He didn't take his eyes off the dark gap between the rocks. "Call them on the radio," he said. I pulled the Motorola from my chest harness, switched the channel, and pressed the push-to-talk button. "Marcus, David, this is Vance. Do you copy? We need to fall back to the main trail. Over." Static crackled through the speaker. A second passed. Then a voice came through the small black speaker, clear and sharp, cutting through the background hiss. It was my own voice. "Marcus, David, this is Vance. Do you copy? We need to fall back to the main trail. Over." The recording played back my exact words, complete with the slight breathlessness in my delivery and the rustle of my rain jacket against the microphone. But the tone was entirely wrong. Flat, synthesized, hollowed out of any real human emotion. I dropped the radio into the mud. It lay there, its green LED screen blinking slowly in the rain. "Pick it up," Frank said. His voice was trembling. "Frank, that was me," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. "That was my voice." "Pick it up, Ethan," he yelled, turning to grab me by the shoulder. "We don't leave equipment." Before I could reach down for the radio, it crackled again. This time it wasn't my voice. It was a chaotic chorus of voices, men, women, some speaking German, some speaking Japanese, some crying, some calling out names, all overlaid on top of one another in a dense, incomprehensible babble that rose in volume until the small speaker distorts and buzzes. And then, suddenly, the radio went dead. The green screen turned off. The wind above us seemed to die down all at once, leaving a heavy, suffocating stillness that settled over the draw like a weight. From the dark crevice beneath the spruce roots, something moved. It didn't burst out with a roar or a violent crash. It slid forward with an impossible, sickening smoothness. I couldn't see a clear shape. In the dim beam of our headlamps through the thick mist and rain, it appeared as a shifting dark mass, a silhouette that didn't seem to have a fixed edge or surface. It seemed to absorb the light from our lamps, pulling the surrounding dark toward itself. It was tall, taller than a man, and its movements were wrong. It didn't step or crawl. It shifted its weight in long, fluid stretches, as if it were folding itself through the air. And as it came out into the open space between the boulders, it began to speak. It didn't speak with a throat or a mouth. The sound didn't come from a single point in space. It radiated from the trunks of the trees, from the wet mud under our boots, from the air itself. It spoke in Frank's voice. "Klaus. Klaus Weber. Stay where you are." Then it shifted into the voice of an old man, a voice I recognized from the ranger station audio logs from 20 years ago. "Search Unit 2. Report your position." Then it spoke in a woman's voice, soft and terrified, speaking Swedish. "Det är så mörkt här. Det är så..." Mörkt. Frank didn't hesitate. He pulled a heavy flare gun from his side pouch, pointed it directly at the center of the dark mass, and pulled the trigger. The magnesium flare ignited with a brilliant, blinding, white-hot flash, illuminating the entire draw in a harsh, flickering glare. The light cut through the dark shape, revealing, for a fraction of a second, what lay at its core. It wasn't a beast. It wasn't an animal with fur or teeth. It was a dense, wet cluster of moss, wet pine needles, bone fragments, fabric strips from old jackets, and dark, slick soil, all held together by a thick, translucent fluid that moved like cold oil. Suspended within that mass were small metallic objects, zippers, watch faces, radio clips, belt buckles, glinting in the magnesium light. It had no face, no eyes, no head. It was an assemblage of everything that had ever been lost and rotted in that valley, animated by something that lived beneath the roots of the mountain. The flare struck the center of the mass and bounced off with a soft, dull thump, dropping into the mud where it continued to hiss and sputter, casting long, twisting shadows across the trees. The entity didn't scream. It didn't react to the heat or the light, but the chorus of voices instantly shifted. All at once, every voice it carried, dozens of them, layered on top of each other, began to mimic the sharp metallic hiss of the burning flare. "Say, run!" Frank screamed. We turned and scrambled up the steep bank of the draw. We didn't look back. We tore through the salmonberry thickets, blindly shoving through branches that whipped across our faces, sliding down muddy banks and leaping over slick logs. I dropped my flashlight, but I didn't stop. I ran toward the faint yellow glow of David and Marcus's lanterns in the distance. We collided with them near the ridge crest. They were standing on the trail, their weapons drawn, looking around in utter confusion. "What the hell was that?" Marcus shouted, grabbing my jacket to steady me. "We heard the flare. We heard something on the radio." "We're leaving," Frank gasped, his chest heaving, his face slick with sweat and rain. "We're going back to the bridge. Right now." "What about the grid?" David asked, looking past us into the dark ravine. "What did you find down there?" "There is no grid," Frank said, his voice cold and hard as iron. "We are walking out. Pack your gear. If anyone stops, if anyone steps off the trail for any reason, we leave you behind. Do you understand me?" They saw the look in Frank's eyes, and they didn't ask another question. We hiked through the night. We didn't stop at the camp. We left the tent standing in the mud. We didn't stop at the secondary shelter. We marched 5 miles down the Quino Valley in a tight, silent formation, our headlamps locked on the heels of the man in front of us. The forest around us was not quiet. All through the night, as we followed the muddy track alongside the roaring river, the voices followed us. They didn't come from behind us on the trail. They came from the deep timber on either side, 50 yards out in the dark, moving at the exact same speed as our group. Sometimes it was my voice, calling out Marcus's name. "Marcus." "Wait up." I dropped my pack. Sometimes it was the voice of the German tourist speaking in clear, frightened German. "Wo ist der Weg? Ich kann den Weg nicht finden." Sometimes it was just the sound of a heavy boot stepping into wet mud, perfectly synchronized with my own footsteps, so that every time my left boot hit the ground, an echo hit the earth off to my right. We didn't look into the trees. We didn't turn our lights toward the sound. We kept our eyes on the trail and kept walking until the gray, cold wash of morning light began to bleed through the canopy near the Graves Creek trailhead. When we reached the parking area, the silver Ford Focus belonging to Klaus Weber was still sitting under the trees, covered in wet leaves. We got into the Park Service truck. Frank started the engine, hit the defroster, and pulled out onto the narrow asphalt road that led down toward the highway. Nobody spoke for the entire 2-hour drive back to the headquarters in Port Angeles, Dhaka. The official report filed 3 days later listed Klaus Weber as missing and presumed deceased due to severe weather and terrain hazards. The recovery operation was officially suspended on October 12th due to heavy winter snowfalls in the high passes. The watch, the passport, and the items we found were logged into an evidence locker and eventually returned to the families or foreign embassies through legal channels. No mention was made in the official record of the sounds we heard, the radio interference, or what happened in the draw beneath Mount Steele. Frank Callahan retired 6 months later. He moved to a small town in eastern Oregon, far away from the coast, where the landscape is flat and dry and the trees only grow as high as a man's waist. He died of a stroke 3 years ago. I didn't go to the funeral, but I spoke to his daughter on the phone. She told me that during the last years of his life, he refused to keep radios or tape recorders in his house, and he never slept with the windows open. I resigned from the National Park Service in November of 2014. I moved out of Washington State entirely. I live now in a small arid valley in northern Nevada, where you can see for 20 miles in every direction and there isn't enough timber to hide a dog. I work for a road construction crew. It is simple, loud, mindless work, surrounded by the smell of hot asphalt and the roar of diesel engines. I like the noise. I like the daylight. But sometimes on cold nights when the wind comes down from the desert mountains and rattles the glass in my bedroom window, I lie awake in the dark and listen. And every now and then, beneath the sound of the wind, I hear a faint, flat voice carried across hundreds of miles of empty air, speaking in my own voice, using words I haven't said yet, waiting for me to answer. My name is Mark Rossiter, now living in a small subdivision just outside Kelowna, but back in the spring of 1998, I was 24 and working as a seasonal backcountry park ranger for BC Parks, down in the southern district of Tweedsmuir Provincial Park. If you aren't familiar with that part of British Columbia, it's nearly 1 million hectares of raw mountain terrain, dense coastal rainforest transition, subalpine plateaus, and river systems that don't see more than a handful of human beings in a calendar year. My primary area of responsibility that season was the Etnarco sector and the trail network extending up toward the Turner Lakes chain, including the backcountry surrounding Hunland Falls. It was quiet, physical work mostly, clearing winter blowdown off the single-track trails with a chainsaw, repainting boundary blazes on the lodgepole pine,
checking the wilderness logbooks at the trailheads,
maintaining timber frame patrol cabins and making sure the few hikers who made it out that far weren't setting illegal campfires or getting into trouble with grizzly bears. The season started early that year because the winter snowpack on the eastern slope of the Coast Range had melted fast under an unusually warm April Chinook. By late May, I was stationed out of a small timber patrol cabin on the southern shore of Turner Lake. The cabin was about as basic as it gets. Cedar log construction, a corrugated tin roof, a small cast iron wood stove, 2 wooden bunk frames, a shortwave radio rigged to a deep cycle marine battery, and a galvanized steel gear locker stocked with extra chain oil, rations, and first aid supplies. I was working solo for 3 weeks while my partner, a guy named Glenn who usually covered the northern perimeter toward the Dean River, was down in Williams Lake dealing with a family emergency. I was fine with it. When you work backcountry operations, you get comfortable with your own company real quick, and honestly, most of us preferred the quiet. A typical day meant waking up at 5, frying up salt pork or oats over a Coleman burner, packing a 40-pound canvas gear frame with a Husqvarna 353 saw, 2 liters of bar oil, a Pulaski axe, a handheld VHF radio, and a sandwich, and hiking 8 to 12 miles down the trail line to clear whatever timber had come down over the winter. It started around the second week of June. I was working a section of the trail about 4 miles west of the cabin, where the route skirts a narrow granite gorge before dropping into a thick bench of old-growth Douglas fir and western red cedar. The weather had turned cold and gray. A thick, wet coastal fog had rolled over the Rainbow Range, dropping the temperature from 15 degrees down to near freezing in a matter of 2 hours. That kind of weather makes everything in the bush heavy. The spruce needles drip constantly. The ground swells into black mud, and the sound of your own boots on the loam becomes the only thing you hear for miles. I was clearing a waist-high lodgepole pine that had snapped 5 feet off the ground and laid itself right across the path. I shut off the Husqvarna to let the bar cool down before limbing the trunk, and in the sudden silence I noticed the trail markers. In BC parks, we use 2-inch by 3-inch orange plastic diamonds, nailed into the bark of marker trees about 6 feet off the ground, spaced every 60 or 70 yards so hikers wouldn't lose the route in heavy fog or snow. I looked up at the marker on a large fir right in front of me. The plastic diamond was there, but it wasn't nailed to the tree. It was embedded inside the trunk, not grown over. When a tree grows around a nail, the bark rolls over the edges over several years, creating a smooth lip of sapwood. This was different. The plastic was flush with the outer layer of bark, seamlessly integrated into the texture of the wood as if the bark had turned soft like warm wax, swallowed the plastic, and then hardened back into wood without a crack or seam. I reached out with my work glove and touched it. The plastic was cold, but the bark directly around it felt unnaturally dry. Not wet from the fog like the rest of the tree, but brittle, like kiln-dried pine board. I took the tip of my pocket knife and tried to pry under the edge of the orange diamond. The blade couldn't get underneath. The plastic didn't meet the wood at a seam. The material just transitioned from orange polyethylene into brown bark, across a 1/4-inch band of gray, powdery wood fibers. I stood there for 5 minutes looking at it. In forestry, you see weird things, cankers, burl growth, lightning strikes, but you don't see artificial materials merged into live timber at a molecular level. I made a mental note to take a photo on my next pass with the department camera, cut the log, cleared the path, and kept moving. 2 days later, on June 11th, I came across the moose. I was hiking back toward the cabin along the edge of a wide sedge meadow, where the Stillwater River drains into the marshy flats. The fog was low, sitting about 6 feet off the ground like a carpet of gray wool, leaving the upper branches of the trees visible while cutting off the ground line. I heard nothing. No birds, no wind in the canopy. No sound of water over the gravel beds, just the low, wet thump of my boots. Out in the middle of the sedge, about 80 yards off the trail, I saw a full-grown cow moose standing in the shallow water. Moose in Tweedsmuir are skittish around people, usually. The second they wind you or hear a boot step on a twig, they lift their head, ears pinned back, and trot off into the willow thickets. This cow didn't move. She was standing up to her belly in black mud, absolutely motionless. I stopped on the trail, leaning on my Pulaski. I whistled once, a sharp, shrill ranger whistle used to alert bears that a human is coming down the track. Nothing. The cow didn't turn her head, didn't twitch an ear, didn't even flick her tail against the black flies that were hovering around her flanks. I stepped off the trail, sinking ankle-deep into the wet peat, and walked out toward her. As I got closer, within 30 feet, I realized she wasn't dead. Her ribcage was rising and falling, but the movement was unnaturally slow. Maybe 2 breaths a minute long, shallow inhalations that didn't make a sound. Her eyes were wide open, looking straight ahead toward the timberline on the far side of the marsh. There was no cloudiness in her pupils, no injury, no blood, no sign of predator attack. But her head was tilted at a precise, unnatural angle, turned exactly 30 degrees upward and 45 degrees to the left, frozen in place like a wooden carving. Standing right beside her front shoulder, pressed against her leg in the mud, was a 6-month-old calf. It was in the exact same state, standing perfectly still, breath slowed to an almost imperceptible rhythm, head tilted at the exact same 30-degree upward incline, staring toward the exact same point in the trees. I reached out with my gloved hand and touched the cow's flank. Her hide was cold, not dead body cold, but chilled like river ice, and her hair felt coarse and dry, completely free of the greasy natural oils that keep a moose's coat waterproof. She didn't flinch. She didn't move an eye muscle. I could hear the faint, wet sound of her heart beating inside her chest, but the rhythm was incredibly slow, maybe 6 beats a minute, heavy and hollow like a wooden mallet striking damp earth. I stood in that marsh for 10 minutes trying to make sense of what I was looking at. Chronic wasting disease was something we were trained to look out for, but this wasn't wasting disease. Wasting disease causes tremors, stumbling, drooling, and disorientation. This was total, absolute physical suspension. The animals were alive, but their bodies were operating under some kind of external suppression. I didn't want to leave them there, but there was nothing in my field manual for a pair of paralyzed ungulates. I took out my ICOM handheld radio, extended the antenna, and switched to channel 1 to call the regional dispatch in Anaheim Lake. I pressed the push-to-talk button. I asked if Anaheim Dispatch copied Ranger Rossiter at Sector 4B near Turner Lake Marsh. There was no static. Normally, when you key a radio in the backcountry, you get a rush of high-frequency white noise from atmospheric interference or the repeater tower on Mount Lynn. This time, the speaker went completely silent. Not dead silence. It sounded like the air pressure inside the speaker housing had dropped. Then came a sound from the tiny speaker grill. It wasn't a voice and it wasn't electrical noise. It sounded like someone dragging a heavy wet sack of flour across. Gravel repeated at steady 3-second intervals. Drag, drag, drag. I keyed it again, asking for a radio check. The dragging sound didn't change speed or volume. It remained at the exact same rhythm, cold and flat. I turned the radio off, slid it back into my chest holster, looked back at the cow moose and her calf, who hadn't moved a fraction of an inch, and hiked back to the cabin. That night, the temperature inside the cabin dropped to 3 degrees below zero, which was unheard of for mid-June at that elevation. The frost on the glass pane of the small cabin window didn't form in normal feather-like ice patterns. It formed in straight parallel vertical lines, spaced about a 1/4 inch apart, looking like iron bars across the frame. The next morning, June 12th, I picked up a manual entry on the papered trailhead log located at the eastern end of Turner Lake. A solo hiker named Julian Vance, 31 years old from Vancouver, had registered 5 days prior for a 7-day solo traverse over the high pass toward the Monarch ice field. His expected checkout date was June 14th, but according to his log entry, he had planned to camp at the Upper Plateau Shelter near Creek 44 on the 10th. That was 3 miles south of where I had seen the moose. I packed a 48-hour survival kit, my compass topographic map 933 BC, a heavy wool blanket, my Husqvarna saw, and set off up the South Ridge Trail toward Creek 44. The trail gains about 1,200 feet over 3 miles, cutting through tight lodgepole thickets before opening onto an alpine plateau dominated by shattered shale, stunted subalpine fir, and pockets of lingering winter drift snow. As I climbed, the silence got thicker. In the high backcountry, you usually hear something. The wind through the ridge pines, Clark's nutcrackers calling across the draws, the distant rush of glacial meltwater down the ravines. But as I passed the 3,000-foot line, the ambient sound didn't fade out slowly. It felt absorbed. By 11 in the morning, I reached the dry creek bed where the trail crosses into the upper bowl. I found Vance's campsite set up in a hollow between 2 granite boulders out of the direct wind. From 50 feet away, everything looked normal. His dome tent was pitched on a level bed of spruce needles. His pack was resting against a boulder, and his camp stove was sitting on a flat stone near the cold fire ring. But as I walked closer, my boots made no sound on the shale. I stopped, picked up a fist-sized piece of granite and dropped it onto the rocks at my feet. It hit the ground with a soft, muffled thud, like dropping a loaf of bread onto a mattress. There was no sharp crack of rock on rock, no echo off the granite wall 20 yards away. The air itself felt thick, heavy, and compressed, like the feeling in your ears when a rapid thunderstorm rolls over a valley, but without the wind. I approached the tent. It was a high-end, 2-person mountain tent made of bright yellow ripstop nylon, or at least it had been. When I reached out to unclip the door fly, my fingers went right through the material. The nylon hadn't torn. It didn't rip like cloth. The synthetic fabric had transformed into a fine, pale gray powder that clung to my gloves like flour or dry ash. The entire outer shell of the tent had turned into this powder, maintaining its shape only because there was no wind to blow it away. The aluminum tent poles were standing intact, held together by their internal shock cords supporting a fragile, ghostly shell of white dust. Inside the tent frame lay a sleeping bag. The synthetic shell of the bag was gone, reduced to the same gray powder, leaving only the inner natural down feathers resting in a neat body-shaped pile on top of a foam sleeping pad. The sleeping pad, which was made of closed-cell polyethylene, was completely gone, leaving a gray smear on the granite dirt. I knelt down beside the tent frame. The dry dust had no odor, no chemical smell, no burn smell, no rot. I checked Vance's backpack. The heavy Cordura nylon of the pack frame had suffered the exact same fate. The synthetic fabric was powder, but the steel frame, the brass zippers, the aluminum belt buckle, and the cotton web straps were completely intact, sitting in a neat heap on the ground. His water bottle, a standard plastic Nalgene, was sitting upright. The plastic had turned into a hard, chalky white cylinder that crumbled into dry sand when I picked it up. His boots were sitting near the head of the sleeping area. They were high-grade leather hiking boots with brass eyelets and heavy leather soles. The leather was completely fine, though dry as bone. Inside the boots, his synthetic wool blend socks had turned to gray dust. Julian Vance was not there. There were no clothes, no remains, no blood, no signs of a struggle, and no bear tracks in the surrounding mud patches. I sat back on my heels, breathing hard. My breath didn't form a cloud of vapor in the cold air, even though the temperature was hovering right around 0. The moisture leaving my lungs just vanished the second it left my mouth. I reached for my map case. The plastic map window on my leather cruiser vest had turned brittle and cracked into white flakes, falling onto the shale like snow. That was when I noticed the depression in the ground. About 10 feet past the ruined tent, extending out toward the open shale slope, there was a mark in the earth. It wasn't a footprint. It wasn't a scrape from a bear claw or the track of a fallen log. It was an oval depression, roughly 4 feet long and 2 feet wide, pressed nearly 3 inches deep into the hard shale and gravel bed. The edges of the depression were unnaturally clean, cut into the stone and soil with sharp, precise edges, as if a heavy steel stamp had been pressed down from above with immense hydraulic pressure. Inside the oval, the rock wasn't broken or shattered. The gravel had been compressed into a solid, smooth, mirror-flat surface, black and dense like polished slate. I took out my Pulaski and struck the center of the depression with the steel pick end. The steel bounced off with a dead, dull click. It didn't chip the stone. It didn't leave a scratch. The topsoil and shale inside that oval had been crushed so tightly that the individual pebbles had fused together into a single, seamless layer of stone. 15 feet further down the slope was another depression. Same size, same depth, same crushed, glassy texture. Then another, 30 feet beyond that, leading in a straight, uncompromising line straight up the steep shale field toward the base of the granite cliff. The distance between the depressions was constant, exactly 32 feet from center to center. Nothing living on 4 legs or 2 legs moves with a 32-foot stride while pressing 4 square-foot ovals 3 inches deep into solid rock without making a sound or breaking the surrounding stone. I stood up. The silence was so dense now that I could hear the wet, mechanical click of my own eyelids closing and opening. I turned back toward the mountain wall. That was the first time I saw it. It wasn't standing on the ridge or hidden behind a tree. It was about 200 yards up the shale field, moving slowly across the open slope from west to east, cutting across the contour lines of the mountain. It didn't look like an animal. It didn't look like a human figure. What I saw was a vertical column, roughly 10 or 12 feet tall and maybe 3 feet wide, of visual displacement. It looked like a thick, heavy rod of curved glass moving upright through the air, bending and refracting the gray sky and the granite cliffs behind it. Imagine looking at a distant ridge through the thick heat haze rising off an asphalt road in midsummer, but condensed into a solid, clear, self-contained shape with sharp, vertical edges. It had no head, no legs, no arms, and no visible organs or surface features. But it had weight. Absolute crushing weight. As it moved across the shale, it didn't step, slide, or roll. It glided in a flat horizontal plane, maintaining its exact vertical posture regardless of the uneven slope beneath it. Every time it reached a distance of roughly 30 feet, the air directly beneath its base would buckle. There was no flash, no sound, but the shale beneath it would sink 3 inches down in a single instant, creating another one of those smooth, compressed ovals in the rock. The movement was slow, deliberate, and entirely mechanical. It moved at about the pace of a person walking at a casual stroll, maybe 2 miles an hour, moving in a straight, unwavering line toward the eastern draw that led down toward the Atnarco River Valley. Around the column, within a radius of perhaps 30 yards, the air was shimmering with a faint, cold distortion. Trees that fell within that 30-yard radius didn't break or blow down in the wind. Their branches simply bent downward under an invisible, heavy pressure, remaining bowed until the column passed, whereupon they slowly sprang back into position, not with a snap, but with a sluggish, viscous movement like wooden rods submerged in thick syrup. I couldn't move. Every natural survival instinct honed over 24 years of life told me to turn, drop my gear, and run back down the pass toward the lake. But my legs felt heavy, as if the atmospheric pressure around me had doubled. My chest felt tight, the air entering my lungs cold and dense, tasting like copper and crushed slate. The column reached a small patch of stunted mountain hemlock near the base of the rock wall. A small subalpine fir, maybe 4 inches thick at the trunk, was directly in its path. The entity didn't turn. It didn't walk around the tree. As the clear column of distortion made contact with the fir, the tree didn't snap or shatter. The trunk, the needle-covered branches, and the thick bark simply compressed horizontally, squeezed flat into a ribbon of dry wood fiber tape less than half an inch thick, as the column passed right through the space the tree had occupied. Once the column passed, the compressed trunk remained flattened against the shale, completely drained of moisture, looking like a dry wooden plank pressed into the rock. I realized then what had happened to Julian Vance's tent, his water bottle, and his gear. The entity didn't attack things in any way I understood. It simply occupied space, and whatever material couldn't sustain the extreme density and atmospheric pressure of its localized field was broken down, its moisture extracted, its synthetic bonds sheared apart, its organic structure flattened into dust or dense carbon. The column continued its steady, linear path across the slope, heading down toward the valley floor. I stood there on the shale shelf for almost an hour after it vanished into the timber. I couldn't hear my own breathing. The silence stayed for 20 minutes after the entity had cleared the ridge, only breaking when a light breeze finally blew down from the snowfields, bringing with it the faint, sharp crack of a dry branch snapping somewhere below. When the ambient sound returned, it came back all at once, a sudden rush of wind, the sound of water running in the dry creek bed, the distant whistle of a marmot on the rocks. I dropped to my knees on the shale and vomited onto the stones. I didn't finish the patrol loop. I didn't search the rest of Creek 44. I gathered what remained of Vance's camp. His leather boots, his metal tent stakes, the steel pack frame, and his notebook, which had survived because it was bound in natural cotton cardstock and written in graphite, and stuffed them into my packboard. I hiked down that mountain faster than I had ever hiked in my life. My knees were shaking, my boots slipping on the wet pine needles, my eyes scanning the timber every 3 seconds. Every lodgepole pine looked like a vertical distortion. Every gap in the gray fog looked like the edge of that clear, crushing column. I reached the Turner Lake patrol cabin at 4 in the afternoon. The fog had dropped down over the water, cutting visibility off at 20 yards from the shoreline. The lake was as smooth as glass, dark and gray under the low clouds. I went inside, locked the heavy timber door behind me, dropped the wooden latch beam into place, and sat down on the edge of the lower bunk with my Husqvarna between my knees and my Pulaski leaning against my thigh. I didn't turn on the radio. I knew what I would hear, that cold, flat dragging sound, drag, and I couldn't bear to hear it in the dark. By 6 p.m, night fell. In June, in that part of the province, it never gets truly pitch black, but under the heavy rainforest clouds, the interior of the cabin turned into a deep, cold gray. Around 9 o'clock, the wind died completely. I was sitting on the bunk, staring at the small iron door of the wood stove. The fire inside was burning slow, the lodgepole pine crackling behind the iron draft gate. Then the crackling stopped. The flames inside the stove didn't go out. I could see the orange glow through the air vents, but the sound of the burning wood, the pop of the resin, the rush of air through the flue vanished instantly. The cabin went totally, terrifyingly silent. I felt the pressure change in my head first. My ears popped hard, a sharp spike of pain shooting through my left eardrum, followed by a high, thin ringing sound that came from inside my own brain. The air in the cabin turned ice cold in a matter of seconds. The breath in my nose felt dry and sharp, like inhaling frost off an open freezer chest. Outside the cabin, the floorboards of the porch didn't creak. The heavy cedar log walls didn't groan. Instead, the entire cabin structure began to settle. The thick fir roof beams above my head began to bend downward, not with a wooden strain, but sinking slowly, silently under an enormous, flat weight descending from above. I stayed on the floor, curled up against the base of the log wall near the floorboards, holding my breath. I had my eyes shut tight, my hands pressed over my ears. But even with my ears covered, I could hear the internal pressure of my body, my pulse thumping like a muffled drum, the scratch of my fingernails against my skull. I felt a sensation of coldness pass over me, not air moving, but a physical wave of extreme dry cold that passed right through the heavy timber walls of the cabin, through my wool shirt, through my skin, right into the marrow of my bones. For 30 seconds that felt like 10 hours, the weight pressed down on the cabin. The iron stove sitting in the center of the room made no noise. But through my closed eyelids, I felt the shift in light. I opened my eyes a fraction of an inch. The cast iron door of the stove was bending inward, the solid half-inch iron warping like soft lead under an invisible palm. The stovepipe extending up through the roof was flattening into a thin, rectangular foil shape. And then, it moved past. The pressure lifted. The roof beams sluggishly returned to their original position with a series of sharp, loud, wood-cracking snaps that echoed off the lake like rifle shots. The sound of the wood stove returned instantly, a roaring rush of air through the crushed flue, smoke pouring out of the warped seams of the iron door, filling the cabin with the sharp, acrid smell of burning pine pitch. I lay on the floorboards for 2 hours, coughing in the smoke, listening to the rain begin to fall on the tin roof. Normal rain, soft tapping water drops on metal. At daybreak on June 13th, I packed my gear, left the cabin unlocked, and walked 12 miles down the river. Trail to the access road at Highway 20. I didn't wait for the boat relay. I didn't check the trail registers. When I reached the district office in Bella Coola 2 days later, I sat down with the senior district supervisor, a man named Henderson who had spent 30 years in the BC Forest Service. I laid Julian Vance's leather boots, his metal pack frame, and his cotton notebook on the wooden desk. I told him Vance had strayed off the upper trail near Creek 44, caught a sudden exposure front on the plateau, suffered hypothermia, and lost his gear down a deep granite fissure on the Monarch ice margin. I told him the tent and soft gear had been lost down the crevasse. Henderson looked at me for a long time. He looked at the boots, dry, stiff, completely intact leather sitting on his clean desk. He looked at the steel pack frame, which had no nylon straps left on it, just clean bare metal loops. He didn't ask why there was no blood or tear marks on the frame. He didn't ask why the cotton straps were burned dry at the edges like paper held over an iron stove. He reached into his desk drawer, took out an official incident form, typed in Julian Vance's name, and wrote, "Presumed deceased. Exposure, terrain hazard. Body unrecoverable." He signed it, pulled the carbon copy out, slid it into a green filing cabinet, and turned back to me. He told me I looked like hell. He told me to take my vacation days and head down to Vancouver for 2 weeks. I told him the patrol cabin at Turner Lake had a ruined stove and a crushed stovepipe. He didn't look up from his papers. He just said they'd send a helicopter team up in July with a new stove, and told me not to worry about Turner Lake. I resigned from BC Parks 3 months later, at the end of the 1998 season. I moved south to the Okanagan, took a job with a municipal water utility, working on pipes and treatment plants down in the valley where the ground is paved. The trees are planted in neat orchard rows, and the mountains are far enough away that they look like blue paint against the horizon. I never went back to Tweedsmuir. I haven't set foot in the backcountry north of Williams Lake in 24 years. Sometimes, when a winter storm rolls over the valley from the Coast Range, bringing that cold, dry mountain air down into the lake basin, I'll sit in my living room and watch the glass in the front window. If the storm is bad enough, the glass shimmers just a little bit in the frame, bending the streetlights outside into long vertical lines of distorted light. And for a second before the wind hits the trees in the yard, everything in the house goes dead silent. My name is Arthur. I worked as a backcountry park ranger for Parks Canada in the rugged wilderness of Pukaskwa National Park along the northern shore of Lake Superior, Ontario. What I'm about to write down happened in the autumn of 2016, during my final seasonal tour before I resigned my commission, turned in my government gear, and moved into a basement apartment in Thunder Bay, where I still spend most of my nights staring at the ceiling, listening to the floorboards creak. I am putting this on paper not to persuade anyone or to seek sympathy, but because the silence in my own head has become too heavy to hold alone, and if I keep carrying it without sharing its weight, I am fairly certain my bones will finally give way. Pukaskwa is not the kind of park tourists visit for a casual weekend tailgating trip. It sits on the wild edge of Lake Superior, covering nearly 2,000 square kilometers of unforgiving boreal forest, ancient granite crags, glacial river valleys, and black spruce bogs that look like they haven't changed since the retreat of the ice sheets 10,000 years ago. Access is mostly restricted to the coastal trail or by float plane and boat, and once you step past the headlands into the interior, you are entirely on your own. If a man breaks an ankle 4 days out, he doesn't call an ambulance. He sits on a cold boulder, wraps himself in the emergency bivvy, and prays the satellite transponder manages to punch a signal through the dense canopy before hypothermia sets in. In late October 2016, my primary assignment was to conduct the end-of-season trail sweeps and winterize the remote interior outpost huts. Most of the seasonal staff had already packed up and gone home to Sault Ste. Marie or Sudbury. Only a skeletal crew remained to clear deadfalls, inventory emergency caches, and lock down the backcountry shelters before the winter freezes locked the shorelines in pack ice. My supervisor, a veteran ranger named Donald Mercer, assigned me to Outpost Sector 4, a stretch of land encompassing the Willow River drainage, an area known for its brutal terrain, dense alder thickets, and total lack of cell service. My base of operations was a small 2-room cedar log cabin tucked into a granite hollow about 20 miles inland from the lake, reachable only by a grueling 3-day hike or a 20-minute hop in a Bell 206 helicopter if the weather held. The weather, however, was not holding. A cold front was pushing down from James Bay, carrying with it a slate-gray sky that hung so low over the treetops you felt like you could reach up and touch it with the tip of an axe handle. The air smelled of damp earth, wet iron, and decay. I was dropped off at the Willow River cabin on a Tuesday morning by our contract pilot, a laconic guy named Gary who barely said 3 words during the flight. As he unloaded my supply bins, filled with dried rations, chainsaw bar oil, propane tanks, and fresh batteries, he looked out at the endless expanse of black spruce stretching toward the horizon and shook his head. He told me he'd be back in 7 days to pull me out before the big frost hit, warned me that the barometer was plummeting, and took off, leaving me alone in a silence so sudden and absolute it felt like a slap in the face. For the first 48 hours, everything proceeded with the tedious, comforting rhythm of standard ranger work. I spent my days trekking out along the secondary trail legs, clearing windfalls with my Husqvarna chainsaw, checking line-of-sight radio relays, and inspecting the wooden trail shelters for bear damage or moisture rot. I knew the wilderness intimately. I knew the difference between the dry, skittish rustle of a pine marten and the heavy, unhurried tread of a black bear. I knew how to read the clouds coming off Superior, and I knew how to keep my mind calm when the dusk fell fast and the temperature dropped below freezing before I could get a fire roaring in the cast-iron stove. The first anomaly occurred on the Thursday afternoon of that week. Had spent the morning clearing a fallen hemlock off the northern spur trail near a feature called Deadman's Ridge, a narrow spine of exposed granite overlooking an unnamed peat bog. The air was dead calm, perfectly still, without even a hint of breeze to rattle the dry birch leaves still clinging to the branches. I was idling my saw, letting the engine cool down while I wiped sweat from my forehead, when I noticed something wrong with a stand of young white pines roughly 30 yards off the trail. In the boreal forest, trees break in predictable ways. Wind snap leaves jagged, splintered trunks 6 or 8 feet up. Snow load bows the branches downward until the main stem cracks into an inverted V. Rot softens the base until the whole thing uproots in a clump of dark earth. But these trees were different. 5 young pines, each about 4 inches in diameter, were bent at clean geometric right angles roughly 5 feet off the ground. I walked off the trail, sinking ankle deep into the damp reindeer moss to inspect them. There were no splintered fibers, no cracked bark, no signs of impact from falling timber. The trunks had simply folded, perfectly 90 degrees like copper wire bent between 2 pairs of pliers. The bark along the bend was smooth, unbroken, but strangely discolored. The pale green pine skin had turned a flat, chalky slate gray, looking less like living wood and more like molded cardboard. I reached out and touched the bend of the nearest tree. It felt entirely cold, but not with the natural coldness of frost or wet wood. It felt devoid of mass. When I squeezed the trunk, expecting the rigid resistance of green timber, the trunk compressed slightly under my thumb, yielding like dense, dried foam before springing back without a sound. I stood there in the quiet forest for several minutes, holding my axe, staring at those 5 right-angled trees. It wasn't natural, but my mind, trained in practical forestry, immediately sought rational explanations. A rare structural mutation? A sudden localized pocket of heavy ice deposition from an earlier storm? It was an awkward, unsatisfied reasoning, but I forced myself to accept it, recorded the GPS coordinates in my Write in the Rain notebook, and turned back toward the cabin as the afternoon light began to fail. That night, the silence of the forest changed. Normally, the wilderness at night is full of quiet noise, the deep, distant groan of timber swaying in the upper air currents, the scuttle of deer mice in the cabin footings, the occasional pop of dry spruce heartwood settling in the cold. But around 2 in the morning, I woke up because the cabin felt impossibly, unnaturally quiet. It wasn't just the absence of sound. It felt as though the atmospheric pressure inside the room had shifted, thick and heavy, pressing against my eardrums like the feeling you get when diving deep into cold water. I sat up on my cot, pulling the wool blanket around my shoulders, listening. Outside, there was no wind. No alcohols. No crackle of frozen ground settling. I got up, pulled on my boots without lacing them, and walked to the small glass window looking out toward the river clearing. The moon was behind a thick layer of overcast, casting a faint milky radiance across the frost-crusted clearing. At the edge of the woodline where the black spruce grew thickest, something was wrong with the shadows. In the wilderness, shadows move with the trees or the moon. They bleed into one another smoothly, but as I watched, a section of darkness between two large trunks didn't drift, it stretched. It didn't look like a creature or an animal. It looked like an elongated, jointless column of dry, gray fiber, roughly 12 feet tall, leaning silently out from the canopy. It moved without the fluid grace of a predator or the heavy, clumsy step of a large mammal. It moved in jerky, incremental hitches like the minute hand of an old mechanical clock. I blinked, rubbing my eyes, thinking it was a trick of the low light and my tired brain. When I opened my eyes again, the column was gone. But the trees where it had been standing were no longer swaying gently in the high wind that had just begun to pick up over the lake. They were standing perfectly rigid, their top branches frozen as if suspended in clear ice. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I sat on the edge of my cot with my 12-gauge shotgun resting across my knees, Autobuck shell sitting in the chamber, listening to my own pulse thumping in my ears. By Friday morning, the sky had turned the color of bruised wet slate and a fine, dry snow had begun to fall, not soft flakes but tiny, hard grains of white ice that rattled against the glass like thrown sand. According to my schedule, I was supposed to hike 6 miles east to check on a small secondary shelter near Lake Saganaga, where an independent wildlife research team had left a portable weather station earlier in the summer. I was under strict instructions to inventory their equipment and verify that the emergency radio beacon at the shelter was operational before the winter shutdown. I packed my day pack with extra rations, a thermal bivvy, my satellite transponder, and my first aid kit, and I strapped my 12-gauge to the side of my pack. I didn't like carrying a long gun on routine trail sweeps. It was heavy, awkward, and generally unnecessary, but the cold, lingering dread from the night before was sitting heavy in my chest. The hike east took me deeper into the old-growth interior. The forest here was dense, ancient, and dark. High canopy branches of white pine locked together overhead, blocking out what little gray light the sun managed to push through the storm clouds. About 3 miles in, I crossed a shallow creek bed. The water had partially frozen over, leaving thin sheets of clear window pane ice over the gravel shoals. As I stepped across, I noticed a set of tracks on the far bank. I dropped to one knee to examine them, assuming I'd find the familiar rounded prints of a black bear or the triangular track of a wolf. But what I found made no sense. They were not footprints in the conventional sense. They were deep, perfectly rectangular depressions stamped into the damp mud and frozen moss, roughly 8 inches long, 2 inches wide, and pressed nearly 3 inches deep into the earth. The edges of the depressions were so clean, so razor sharp, that they looked as if they had been punched into the ground with an iron die. There was no sign of toe marks, heel drag, or weight distribution. The prints followed a straight single-line trail out of the water, spaced exactly 4 feet apart, leading straight toward the dense thicket of spruce. I reached down with my gloved hand to brush away a layer of fresh ice grains from one of the marks. When my fingers touched the soil inside the depression, I pulled my hand back instinctively. The soil inside the print wasn't cold and wet. It was dry, bone dry, and felt as fine and dusty as wood ash. Whatever had pressed into the mud had somehow sucked every drop of moisture out of the earth within the boundaries of the mark, leaving a crisp, dusty shell that crumbled into powder under the lightest pressure. I stood up, my heart hammering against my ribs, and looked down the line of rectangular prints. They led straight off the trail, passing directly through a thick growth of low cedar branches. I should have turned back right then. Every manual, every survival protocol, Every instinct built over 6 years of backcountry work was telling me to hit the SOS button on my satellite transponder and retreat to the cabin. But there is a strange, dangerous momentum that takes hold of a person when faced with something that violates basic logic. You tell yourself that if you just walk another 100 yards, if you just get a better look, you'll find the rational explanation, the dropped equipment, the strangely shaped survey tools, the logical human cause. I pulled my shotgun from the scabbard, checked the safety with my thumb, and followed the line of dry, rectangular impressions off the path. The forest grew impossibly quiet as I moved deeper into the brush. The rattle of the ice grains against the pine needles faded, replaced by a strange, damp deadness in the air. 50 yards off the trail, I found the first animal. It was a full-grown bull moose, lying on its side in a small clearing of gray lichen. There were no marks of violence on the body, no torn hide, no blood on the white moss, no broken limbs, no sign of a struggle. The animal was fully grown, easily 1,200 pounds of bone and muscle, but as I approached it, something about its posture looked utterly wrong. Its legs were extended straight out, stiff and unnaturally parallel, like the limbs of a cheap wooden toy. Its head was pulled back at an awkward, rigid angle, eyes wide open and milky white with frost. I knelt beside the beast, my breath blooming in pale white clouds in the freezing air. I reached out a gloved hand and laid it against the moose's broad flank. There was no yield to the skin. The hide wasn't soft or flexible. It was hard, cold, and hollow. I tapped my knuckles against the rib cage, and instead of the dull, wet sound of flesh and muscle, it produced a dry, sharp clack like striking a dried hollow gourd or a slab of aged, oven-baked cedar. I drew my hunting knife from my belt, my hand shaking so violently I nearly dropped the leather sheath into the snow. I pressed the tip of the 3-inch steel blade against the animal's hide, right behind the shoulder, and pushed. The blade didn't cut. It didn't puncture. The point sank slightly into the surface, and then the skin around the entry point shattered with a sound like thin porcelain cracking. A small hole opened up in the flank, about 2 inches wide. Inside, there was no blood. There were no organs, no dark meat, no wet yellow fat. The interior of the moose was filled entirely with a dense, interlocking matrix of dry, pale gray fibers resembling dense, compressed asbestos or fine, dry root systems that stretched from the spine down to the belly. The fibers were dry, totally odorless, and vibrated with a faint, imperceptible hum that I felt in the soles of my boots rather than heard with my ears. I scrambled backward, dropping my knife into the moss, my chest heaving, as terror finally cut through my professional detachment. I fell onto my backside, kicking my feet against the ground to push myself away from the hollow husk of the moose. My eyes locked on the dry, gray matrix visible through the cracked hide. As I sat there in the moss, gasping for breath, the silence in the forest deepened into something absolute and suffocating. The wind high in the canopy vanished entirely. The sound of my own harsh breathing seemed to stop dead a few inches from my face, swallowed by the sudden terrifying density of the air. Then, from the trees directly above the carcass, came a sound. It wasn't a growl, a roar, or a human voice. It was a sound like a heavy, wet steel wire being pulled taut through dry wood. A high-pitched, slow, mechanical screech that resonated inside the cavity of my own teeth. I rolled over, grabbed my knife from the moss, scrambled to my feet, and looked up into the branches of a giant white pine 20 feet away. It was perched in the upper fork of the tree, hanging upside down with an unnatural, impossible lightness. The entity had no face, no eyes, no mouth, and no fur. Its body was a tall, flat frame, easily 11 or 12 feet long, composed entirely of tightly bound, dry gray tendrils that looked like weathered cedar roots or petrified sinew. It had 4 jointless limbs that tapered down into square, flat wooden pads, the exact shape and dimension of the depressions I had found in the creek bed. It had no torso to speak of. Its long, lattice-like body seemed hollow, built like an open timber frame through which I could see the gray sky behind it. But the most terrifying thing about it was the way it moved. It didn't swing or jump. It leaned. It extended its long, jointless upper limbs, anchoring its square pads against a thick branch lower down, and then its top half slid down to join the bottom half in a smooth, silent fold, like a pair of heavy wooden calipers collapsing under its own weight. As it moved, the air around it didn't stir. The branches it touched didn't sway or bend under its weight. Instead, as soon as its square limbs made contact with the green spruce branches, the needles on those branches instantly turned pale gray, dried up and dropped to the forest floor in a silent, dust-like shower. It was draining the physical density of the wood. It was sucking the moisture, the flexibility, the weight out of everything it touched, leaving behind only the hollow, dry, calcified frame. It stopped 10 feet above the ground, suspended upside down on the pine trunk, its flat, smooth chest facing me. I stood frozen, my hands locked onto the stock of my shotgun, my legs feeling as heavy and cold as two concrete pillars sunk into the peat. My brain was screaming at me to run, but my muscles refused to execute the command. I was trapped in the field of atmospheric pressure surrounding the thing, a zone where sound was deadened and the very air felt dry, thin and hollow. The entity's chest opened. It didn't split open like a mouth or a wound. The tightly bound gray fibers along its front frame simply parted outward in a series of rigid, geometric slats like the wooden louvers of a window shutter opening to the cold air. Inside its frame there was no flesh. There was only a suspended, rotating sphere of compressed, dry bark and calcified bone, spinning slowly without touching the surrounding lattice. As the sphere turned, it produced that terrible, vibrating hum, a frequency so low and dry that I felt the fillings in my teeth ache and the fluid in my eyes begin to dry out. I felt a sudden, sickening sensation in my own legs. It wasn't pain. It was a sudden, profound lightness, a bizarre, terrifying feeling that the weight was being drawn out of my calf muscles, that the marrow in my tibia was turning to dry, brittle powder. My knees buckled beneath me, and I dropped to one knee in the snow, dropping the shotgun into the moss. That physical sensation broke the paralysis of my terror. I knew with absolute, desperate clarity that if I stayed on the ground for another 5 seconds, if I let that low, vibrating sphere continue to spin in my direction, my legs would turn into the same dry, calcified husks I'd seen inside the moose. I didn't try to pick up the shotgun. I didn't try to retrieve my pack. I scrambled to my feet, turned, and ran. I have no clear memory of the first half-mile of that flight. I ran with a violent, lung-tearing intensity that I didn't know my body possessed, crashing through thickets of birch and alder, sliding down ice-slicked granite slopes, tearing my jacket on bare pine branches. Every step felt light, horribly, dangerously light. My feet barely seemed to make sound as they hit the frozen ground. It felt as if I were running on hollow stilts, as if the bone density in my lower legs had been halved in those few seconds under the tree. Behind me, there was no sound of pursuit. No footsteps, no snapping branches, no breath, but I could feel the silence following me. It moved through the forest like a wake of vacuum trailing 20 yards behind my heels. Whenever I glanced back over my shoulder, I didn't see a monster running. I saw the high canopy of the forest folding, spruce tops leaning inward, snapping into perfect right angles, needles drying into gray powder and falling through the pale light like smoke. I reached the Willow River cabin just as the afternoon light dissolved into total blackness. I stumbled through the front door, slammed it shut behind me, dropped the heavy oak crossbar into place, and collapsed against the rough cedar logs, my chest shuddering, my mouth tasting like copper and dry sand. The cabin offered no real sense of safety. The walls were 6-inch cedar logs, sturdy enough to keep out a rogue grizzly or a winter blizzard, but against an entity that transformed living wood into dry, brittle ash just by leaning against it, those walls felt as thin as tissue paper. I scrambled across the floor, grabbed my satellite transponder from the table, and hit the red emergency SOS toggle. The small LCD screen flickered to life, showing the blue searching icon, connecting to satellite. I sat on the floor with my back against the cast iron stove, holding the tiny plastic box in my wet hands, staring at the screen. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes. The screen shifted to red. Signal error. System vacuum. No carrier. I dropped the unit onto the wood floor. The frequency emitted by that thing was blanketing the area, distorting the electromagnetic spectrum, turning the air into a dead zone where radio waves couldn't move. I was 20 miles from the nearest road, trapped in a wooden box, with no way to call for help and no weapon left except my 6-inch hunting knife and a small emergency axe hanging beside the woodpile. Around 9 o'clock that night, the temperature inside the cabin began to plummet. I had a full fire roaring in the cast iron stove. Dry, birch logs popping and throwing orange, heat into the room, but the heat seemed to disappear before it reached the center of the floor. The air inside the room grew dry, sharp, and cold. I watched the glass window pane facing the river clearing. Frost wasn't forming on the glass in the delicate fern-like patterns of normal ice. Instead, the surface of the glass was becoming cloudy, dull and scratched, covered in fine geometric microfractures that spread across the pane in straight, perpendicular lines. Then came the sound. It was tapping on the exterior wall of the cabin. Not a sharp knock or a frantic clawing. It was a slow, deliberate, rhythmic tapping, a dry thud, thud, thud spaced exactly 4 seconds apart, moving slowly along the outside logs. It was testing the structural density of the wood. I stood up, holding the wood-splitting axe with both hands, my boots slipping slightly on the floorboards. My legs felt weak, hollow and cold, as if the bone marrow had been replaced by dry chalk. I had to concentrate on every single movement just to keep my ankles from collapsing under my own upper body weight. The tapping reached the corner of the cabin, paused, and then moved on to the roof. I looked up. The cedar rafters were creaking, not under a heavy weight, but with a dry, groaning sound, like dry timber being twisted in a vise. Directly above my head, a 6-inch cedar beam began to alter. The dark brown bark on the log faded, turning a chalky, flat gray. The wood didn't flex or bend under pressure, it shrank. The log narrowed by 2 inches, its outer surface cracking into thousands of fine, rectangular scales that peeled away and fell to the floor like dry gray snow. Where the gray flakes landed on the floorboards themselves turned dull and brittle. I knew then that I couldn't stay inside the cabin. If I stayed in that room, the walls would eventually lose their mass. The roof would collapse into dry dust, and I would be crushed or hollowed out where I stood. I dragged a heavy wooden supply crate beneath the small rear window, a narrow emergency hatch leading out into the dense brush behind the cabin. I unlatched the wooden shutter, pulled myself up, and squeezed through the opening into the freeze outside. The cold hit my face like a wet towel, but I barely felt it. My skin was numb, my nerves firing with a frantic animal terror that drowned out physical sensation. I dropped into the deep snow beneath the eaves. The snow wasn't cold and wet. It was powdery, dry, and felt like jumping into a pit of dried flour. I turned and looked back at the cabin. The entity was draped over the roof peak like a massive, pale gray lattice frame. Its 4 long, jointless limbs were wrapped around the corners of the log structure, its flat, smooth chest facing downward toward the chimney. The heavy blue smoke coming from the stovepipe wasn't rising into the sky. It was being drawn down into the open slats of the creature's chest frame, swallowed into that spinning, dry sphere of bone and bark. As I watched, the middle section of the cabin roof gave way, not with a crash of breaking rafters, but with a silent, sliding collapse, the timber disintegrating into a cloud of fine gray powder that drifted away on the dark wind. I turned my back on the cabin and dragged myself into the darkness of the black spruce forest. I survived that night through sheer, mindless repetition of movement. I couldn't run anymore. My legs were too weak, my bones feeling so thin and brittle that every step felt like landing on dry glass. But I knew that if I stopped moving, if I lay down in the moss or sat beneath a boulder, the silence zone would close in over me, and the creature would find me by the physical vibration of my heart. I kept moving south, keeping my left hand anchored against the rough bark of the trees, dragging my light, numb legs through the snow. Whenever I felt the air grow impossibly dry, whenever I heard that high, wet steel wire friction sound ringing in my teeth, I changed direction, veering off at sharp angles to stay on the edge of the vacuum field. I learned its pattern during those dark, terrifying hours. It didn't track by sight or scent. It tracked by structural density and movement. It was drawn to mass, to the heavy, moist timber of mature trees, to the thick flesh of large animals, to the solid, living weight of a man. When it found a source of mass, it hovered overhead, opening its chest slats, slowly draining the elasticity, the moisture, the physical substance out of the target until nothing remained but a hollow, calcified frame that wouldn't disturb the forest floor. To stay alive, I had to make myself feel less solid. I pulled off my heavy duck canvas work jacket, dropping it into the brush. I tossed away my belt, my steel-cased wristwatch, my heavy leather knife sheath. I walked through the dark, frozen forest in my thin wool shirt and trousers, shivering so violently my teeth were chipping against one another, forcing my heart to pump fast, forcing my body to burn through every scrap of stored sugar, keeping my blood moving in a desperate attempt to maintain internal friction. When my mind began to slip, when hypothermia began to wrap around my brain with its soft, warm fingers, convincing me to lie down in the white dust, I took the small pocket knife I had kept in my trousers and pressed the point into the fleshy palm of my left hand. The sharp, fiery bite of pain grounded me. It forced my nervous system to flare, forced my brain to register solid, visceral reality. I walked for hours with blood dripping from my palm, dragging my boots through the snow, using the pain like an anchor to keep my physical consciousness attached to my body. At dawn, the sky didn't turn blue or pink. It shifted from black to a pale, dirty chalk gray. I emerged from the tree line onto the high, granite bluffs overlooking the northern shore of Lake Superior. The vast, open expanse of the lake lay stretched out below me, black, ice-flecked and endless, rolling under the bitter north wind. The sight of that vast body of water, millions of tons of fluid moving, unyielding mass, felt like the most beautiful thing I had ever seen in my life. The entity couldn't move out over open water. It needed the structural framework of the forest, the canopy, the timber, the solid ground, to anchor its geometric limbs and support its dry lattice frame. I fell down the steep, rocky slope leading to the shore, sliding on my hip, bouncing off sharp granite ledges, tumbling through icy drift logs until I slammed into the freezing gravel at the water's edge. I didn't stop. I dragged myself into the surf, crawling through the knee-deep black water until I was 30 feet off the bank, clinging to a half-submerged granite boulder that rose out of the freezing waves like a gray tooth. I turned back and looked at the forest edge. It was standing at the crest of the bluff, 20 feet above the gravel beach. In the pale morning light, I could see it clearly for the first time. It was longer and thinner than it had looked in the dark, a fragile, impossibly complex loom of dry, gray, tendon-like wood. Completely dry, completely empty. Its jointless limbs were anchored into the roots of 2 ancient pine trees on the cliff edge. It leaned out over the edge of the bluff, its flat, mouthless head turned down toward me. Its chest slats opened wide, revealing the spinning internal sphere. But across 30 feet of open, freezing superior water, the suction of its field couldn't reach me. The immense moving mass of the lake broken against the granite rocks disrupted the frequency. The spray from the waves turned into fine white ice on my wool shirt, but it didn't turn to dust. The thing remained on the bluff for nearly 2 hours, perfectly unmoving, watching me as I clung to my freezing rock in the black surf. Then, as the morning sun broke faintly through the cloud layer far to the east, it withdrew. It didn't turn or run. Its top half simply slid back into its bottom half, folding down into a thin gray geometric line that aligned perfectly with the trunk of the largest white pine. The slats on its chest closed with a dry snick. The hum vanished and then it was gone, absorbed into the static, gray geometry of the frozen woods. I was found 6 hours later by a Parks Canada Marine Patrol unit out of Marathon. They had been dispatched to check on me after my satellite unit registered that brief, corrupted SOS ping before going dark. They found me sitting on the rock in the shallow surf, up to my waist in freezing water, my hands frozen to the granite, singing nursery rhymes at the top of my lungs to keep from losing consciousness. They pulled me into the boat, wrapped me in heated blankets, and rushed me to the hospital in Thunder Bay. I spent 3 weeks in the intensive care unit. The doctors were baffled by my condition. I had severe hypothermia and frostbite on 3 toes, but those were the least of their concerns. X-rays and bone density scans revealed that the skeletal structure in my lower legs, hands, and lower jaw had suffered catastrophic mineral loss, resembling the advanced bone degradation of an 80-year-old bedridden patient. Despite me being a healthy 38-year-old man in peak physical shape, my calf muscles had lost over 40% of their structural mass, turning thin, dry, and tight like weathered leather. I told the Parks Canada investigators a modified version of the truth. I told them I had been lost in a sudden blizzard, that my cabin roof had collapsed under heavy snow load, that I had lost my gear and spent 2 days wandering the interior without food or thermal protection. They accepted the story because it was simple, logical, and didn't require them to rewrite their understanding of the world. They wrote off the destroyed cabin as an accident caused by structural failure and timber rot, closed the file, and offered me a desk job at the regional office in Sudbury once I recovered. I declined the offer. I turned in my badge, signed my release papers, and took a small, quiet basement apartment in Thunder Bay, far from the forest. It has been nearly 10 years since that night on the shore of Lake Superior, but I have not lived a single normal day since I walked out of those woods. I don't go near parks. I don't go near wooden buildings or timber structures. I live in a concrete apartment building with brick walls, metal doors, and linoleum floors. I keep my rooms humidified with 3 industrial vaporizers that run night and day, filling the air with thick, wet mist that keeps my skin damp and my lungs heavy. My legs never fully recovered. I walk with a heavy, awkward limp, using a solid iron cane that I bought from an industrial supply shop. Sometimes, late at night when the city traffic dies down and the apartment building grows cold and dark, I sit in my armchair by the radiator, lift my iron cane, and tap the head of it softly against my own shin bone. It doesn't make the dull, wet sound of human flesh and bone. It produces a dry, sharp, hollow clack, like striking a piece of dried cedar, and deep inside my leg, in the hollow space where my marrow used to be, I can feel a faint, vibrating hum that never quite stops. My name is Julian. I worked as a backcountry conservation ranger for British Columbia Parks, assigned to the northern sector of Tweedsmuir Provincial Park during the autumn of 2016. What I'm about to write is not a story I have ever shared with a supervisor, a doctor, or an investigator, nor is it something you will find in any official search and rescue log or timber survey. For 10 years I have kept this inside because the alternative was being placed under psychiatric hold, or worse, having people look at my right arm and asking questions I cannot bear to answer. But I am getting older now, and the wilderness in the Pacific Northwest is not getting any smaller. People disappear in the Canadian bush every year. Hunters, hikers, seasoned woodsmen, and the public is always given the same comfortable explanations: hypothermia, rogue grizzlies, swollen river crossings, or simple disorientation. Sometimes those reasons are true. But after what I saw during my final patrol between the Atnarco River drainage and the edge of the Monarch ice field, I know that some people vanish because they stumbled into something that does not belong to our order of nature, something that rests in the vast unmonitored spaces where human feet were never meant to tread. To understand how this began, you have to understand the sheer scale of Tweedsmuir. It covers nearly 1 million hectares of wilderness. Sector 4, where I was stationed, is a mountain-carved expanse of old-growth lodgepole pine, subalpine fir, glacial rivers, and granite bluffs accessible only by bush plane or days of grueling travel on foot. My job wasn't sitting in a visitor center answering questions about black bears or handing out trail maps. I was a backcountry warden. I spent weeks at a time alone, clearing fallen timber off overgrown supply trails, checking automated wildlife monitoring stations, maintaining remote patrol cabins, and ensuring that unauthorized outfitters or poachers weren't operating in the park's protected core. I liked the work. I liked the silence, the crisp smell of damp peat and cedar, and the solitary rhythm of swinging a cruiser's axe or filing paper logs by the light of a kerosene lamp. I had spent 12 years in the bush before that season, 6 of them in the high country, and I considered myself immune to the irrational dread that sometimes strikes novice campers when the sun goes down behind the mountains. The 2016 season was wrapping up in late September. A sharp early cold front had rolled in off the Pacific, dropping the night temperatures well below freezing and dusting the upper ridgelines with fresh powder. The yellow needles of the larch trees were dropping into the moss, and the autumn fog hung heavy in the valleys, thick as wool and smelling of wet shale. My final assignment before closing down Sector 4 for the winter was a 7-day loop. Trek north from the river landing. Inspect Cabin 14 near the Dean River headwaters. Check 3 motion-activated trail cameras mounted along the salmon spawning runs, and then rendezvous at Cabin 7 with Marcus Thorne, a veteran warden who was working the adjoining district to the west. Marcus was 52, a stoic, heavy-set man who had spent 30 years with BC Parks. He knew the Chilcotin country better than anyone alive, a man who spoke in short, deliberate sentences and never panicked, not even when a mother grizzly charged his riverboat near the Stupendous Falls back in 2011. I packed my internal frame rucksack on the morning of September 22nd. I carried standard emergency gear, a satellite communicator, a VHF radio tuned to the regional repeater network, a high-caliber Winchester lever-action rifle in a leather scabbard, 5 days of rations, topo maps, a hatchet, and my maintenance kit. The morning air was so cold it burned the back of my throat, but the skies were clear and blue above the mist. I dropped off the supply boat at the southern inlet of Turner Lake and struck out north on foot, keeping a steady 4-kilometer-an-hour pace along the ridgeline. The first odd sign appeared on the afternoon of my second day, about 3 kilometers south of Cabin 14. I was tracking along a dry creek bed lined with polished river stones and dense bowers of alder. The ground was cold and hard, dusted with hoarfrost that hadn't melted in the shadow of the peaks. As I topped a small rise near a stand of mature white spruce, I noticed a trail of split firewood stacked beneath the natural overhang of a fallen cedar. It looked like someone had prepared an emergency timber cache, a neat 6-foot stack of seasoned pine logs. That in itself wasn't entirely unusual. Trail crews sometimes left wood caches for winter operations. What caught my eye was the color. The bark was intact, but the wood exposed at the split ends was a dull, chalky gray, completely devoid of any grain rings or natural sap staining. I knelt beside the pile and reached out to pick up a top log. The moment my gloved fingers closed around it, my hand shot upward with unexpected speed, nearly knocking me off balance. The log, which should have weighed 6 or 7 pounds, weighed nothing. It felt as light as a piece of dry cornstarch foam or rolled paper. Intrigued and slightly disturbed, I pulled off my right glove and pressed my thumb into the split wood. There was no resistance. My skin slid into the material without a sound, as if pushing into fine, dry flour. The interior of the log wasn't wood at all. It was a homogeneous, odorless gray silt that retained the outer shape and texture of bark down to the finest groove, but contained no organic mass. I snapped the log in two with my bare hands. It didn't crack or splinter. It simply parted, letting out a faint foot of gray dust that drifted straight down to the frozen moss, falling unnaturally fast, as if heavy as lead despite feeling weightless in my hands. I stood there for a long time, staring at my dusty fingers. Wood rots in the wilderness. It decays through fungus, moisture, insects, or fire. But dry rot leaves friable cubicle fractures, and fungus leaves damp, stringy punk. This was different. It was as if the structural integrity of the timber, its weight, its fiber, its essence, had been chemically or physically siphoned out, leaving behind a hollow shadow made of mineral ash. I wiped my hands on my canvas trousers, picked up my pack, and kept moving, telling myself it was some unusual fungal infection or chemical reaction caused by an old outfitter's spill. But deep down, my ranger training provided no answers, and that troubled me. I reached cabin 14 at 4 in the afternoon. The cabin was a small 3x4 meter structure, built of hand-hewn Douglas fir logs in the 1970s, fitted with a tin roof and a small wood stove. It sat in a clearing surrounded by dense spruce overlooking a black water tarn. Everything appeared normal from the outside. The heavy wooden door was latched, the shutter was secured over the single glass window, and the rain barrel was drained for the winter. But as I approached the threshold, I felt a subtle physical sensation that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was a faint rhythmic pressure in my ears, similar to the sensation you get when an elevator drops quickly or when a thunderstorm is about to break. A localized shift in barometric pressure that made the surrounding forest feel unnaturally compressed. I unlocked the cabin door, stepped inside, and dropped my heavy pack on the timber floor. The air inside was freezing, smelling faintly of old kerosene and dry dust. I checked the logbook resting on the pine table. The last entry was mine from July 16th. Marcus hadn't been here. I retrieved the SD card from the trail camera, mounted on a high pine branch overlooking the tarn 50 meters behind the cabin, inserted it into my portable card reader, and sat down on the wooden bunk to review the captured images. The first 300 photos were standard: wind blowing through the sedge grass, a lonely bull moose wading through the tarn in late August, a pair of gray jays landing on the camera housing. Then came the night footage from September 14th, captured at 3:12 a.m. under the infrared flash. Frame 1 showed the tarn and the tree line in sharp black and white contrast. Frame 2, taken 5 seconds later, showed an inexplicable distortion across the middle of the image. The trees in the background weren't blurred by motion. They were vertically stretched, as if the physical space captured by the lens had been pulled like warm glass. Running diagonally through the center of the frame was a razor-thin, dead-straight line of pure white light. It was perfectly straight, far too straight to be a cobweb or a branch falling, crossing from the upper canopy down into the mud near the water's edge. In frame 3, a snowshoe hare was caught mid-stride near the base of that line. The animal wasn't torn apart or bleeding, but its hind legs had lost all definition, flattened into a pale, featureless smudge on the earth, while its head was tilted upward toward the top of the frame at an impossible, broken angle. In frame 4, the hare was gone. In its place was a flat, dark smear on the soil that looked like dry charcoal dust, and the white line was slightly thicker, glowing with a soft, serrated edge. I stared at the tiny 3-inch screen of the reader until the lithium battery warming in my pocket began to chill. There were no further images on the card. The camera had stopped recording at 3:13 a.m. on September 14th, its internal clock frozen, though the battery still registered full power. I stepped outside into the failing autumn light. The sun had dipped behind the saw-toothed peaks of the Rainbow Range, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the tarn. The silence was absolute. In the backcountry, silence is rarely true silence. There is almost always the whisper of wind through pine needles, the distant rushing of a creek, the chatter of a squirrel, or the crack of a branch under a heavy bird. But standing outside cabin 14, I heard nothing. The air was so still that my own pulse sounded like a slow, dull hammer inside my skull. I unclipped my VHF radio from my shoulder strap, pulled the antenna, and keyed the microphone. Sector 4 to Patrol 7, Marcus, do you copy? Over, static answered, a harsh, dry white noise that hissed from the speaker. I adjusted the squelch and tried again. Patrol 7, this is Vance, I am at 14. Do you copy? Over. I waited, listening to the cold hiss. Then slowly through the static, a sound began to coalesce. It wasn't Marcus's voice. It was a recording or an echo of my own voice. Vance, I am at 14. Do you copy? Over. The audio played back to me, but it was altered. The pitch was dragged down into a guttural, mechanical baritone, and the words were running backward, each syllable inverted so that the consonants snapped like breaking ice. Behind my reverse voice was another sound, a dry, rhythmic clicking like thousands of microscopic fingernails tapping against dry bone. I snapped the radio off, my heart hammering against my ribs. I stood in the clearing, my hand instinctively dropping to the cold leather grip of my Winchester rifle. I looked at the dark wall of spruce trees surrounding the tarn. Nothing moved. No branches swayed. Yet I had the distinct, overwhelming impression that the forest around me was no longer empty, that the space between the tree trunks was filled with an invisible, taut tension, like a bed of piano wires pulled to their absolute snapping point. I did not sleep inside cabin 14 that night. Instead, I locked the cabin door from the outside, built a small concealed bivouac in a rock depression, 200 meters up the slope, and sat with my back against the cold granite, my rifle across my knees, watching the clearing until dawn. The night remained bitterly cold. 3 times between midnight and 4 in the morning, I heard a sound rise from the basin near the tarn. It wasn't an animal cry. It sounded like a long, high-frequency metallic hum, the sound a heavy steel cable makes when under extreme tension in a freezing wind, followed by the soft, hollow thud of something heavy and dry collapsing into the brush. When first light broke over the peaks, a pale, icy gray, I returned to the cabin clearing to retrieve my pack. Near the edge of the tarn, where the camera had captured that strange white line, I found a swath of vegetation 10 feet wide where every blade of sedge grass, every blueberry bush, and every low alder stem had been turned into that same gray, weightless dust I had found in the woodpile. The ground felt hard and strangely hollow beneath my boots, like walking on a crust of frozen snow over an empty cavern. My instructions were to rendezvous with Marcus at Cabin 7, which lay 12 kilometers to the northwest, across a high alpine pass known as the Granite Cut. I knew I should have turned back toward the river landing and called in a radio emergency from the high-frequency rig in the boat. But Marcus was out there alone, and if whatever was happening in Sector 4 had reached his sector, he might be injured or trapped. I pulled my pack tight, chambered around into the Winchester, and began the steep ascent toward the pass. The climb through the Granite Cut was grueling. The cold intensified as I gained altitude, turning the air brittle and thin. By noon, thick gray clouds had rolled in from the coast, blotting out the sun and dropping a curtain of freezing fog across the pass. Visibility dropped to less than 15 meters. The landscape was a desolate waste of shattered gray basalt, ice patches, and scrub willow. As I crested the summit of the pass, I saw the first sign of Marcus. Stuck into a cairn of rocks marking the trail boundary was Marcus's aluminum cruiser's axe. The heavy steel head was driven deep into a crack in the granite, but the handle, made of straight-grained hickory, was gone. Not broken or rotted, the wood had simply vanished, leaving a neat oval vacuum inside the axe head socket. Lying on the frost-covered rock beneath the axe was Marcus's leather tool belt. I knelt by the belt. The brass buckle was intact, but the heavy cowhide had been transformed into a brittle, paper-thin ribbon that shattered into gray flakes when I touched it with my boot. Near the belt were footprints. They weren't boot prints. They were two long, parallel, straight cuts pressed into the frozen lichen on the rock, less than an inch wide and a quarter-inch deep, running continuously across the granite without a break, as if a pair of heavy, razor-sharp steel runners had passed over the mountain, dragging something immense behind them. The cuts led down the northern slope toward Cabin 7. I followed them. My anxiety had crossed over into a strange, numb hyper-alertness. In the backcountry, fear is a luxury that gets you killed. You rely on procedure, on physical movement, on keeping your eyes moving over the terrain. But every instinct honed over 12 years in the wilderness was screaming at me that the rules of the woods had been fundamentally rewritten. The trail descended into a deep, narrow canyon known as the Blackwood Valley. Here, the old-growth forest was denser, darker, the Douglas firs and cedars growing so close together that their crowns formed a continuous canopy that blocked out the dim daylight. The cold in the valley was unnatural. It didn't feel like the bitter bite of winter air. It felt like an absence of thermal energy altogether, a cold that settled deep into your bones and made your breath freeze into tiny, dry crystals that fell straight to the ground like sand instead of drifting away in mist. As I walked down the valley trail, I began to notice the strands. At first, I thought they were spider webs left by giant orb weavers in the summer, frosted over by the cold fog. But as I got closer, I realized they were something far stranger. Suspended between the trunks of the ancient fir trees, 6 or 7 feet off the ground, were dozens of long, hairline filaments. They were perfectly straight, taut as bowstrings, stretching 30 or 40 yards between trees without sagging an inch. They glinted in the gray mist with a dull, iridescent sheen, like oil on wet steel. I stopped a foot away from one that was stretched directly across the trail at neck height. I unclipped my hatchet from my pack and carefully touched the flat steel butt of the blade to the strand. There was no sound, no vibration, but the moment the steel touched the filament, a circle of dark matte gray spread rapidly outward from the point of contact across the hatchet head. The cold traveled up the steel handle so fast through my leather gloves that I gasped and dropped the tool onto the pine needles. When I picked it up, the forged steel head was as soft as cold lard. I pressed my thumb into the blade and it yielded like thick putty, leaving a deep indentation in what had been tempered carbon steel 10 seconds prior. I stepped around the strand, my heart pounding in my ears like a distress signal. The forest was laced with them. Hundreds of hair-thin filaments strung through the dark timber, creating a vast three-dimensional geometric web that stretched deep into the valley. They didn't grow from the trees. They seemed to be anchored into the bark by tiny, crystalline nodes that looked like dry salt. And as the cold wind moved down the canyon, the strands didn't bow or flutter. They hummed. It was a sound that vibrated in my chest rather than my ears, a low, discordant harmonic chord that sounded like a brass choir playing a single, unending note 3 octaves below human hearing. I pushed on, my eyes darting frantically from tree to tree, carefully stepping over low strands and ducking under high ones, picking my way through the labyrinth like a man walking through a minefield. The cuts in the earth led straight through the dense web, heading toward the small clearing where Cabin 7 sat on the bank of the Atnarco River. I reached the edge of the clearing at 3 in the afternoon. The fog had settled into the river basin, thick as milk blanketing the cabin in an eerie, silent twilight. Cabin 7 was larger than 14, a 3-room log structure built for multi-day winter rescues, equipped with a solar radio tower, a woodshed, and a boat slip on the river. The wooden shutters were open. The front door was wide open, swinging slowly back and forth on its iron hinges with a faint metallic groan that cut through the silence. "Marcus," I called out. My voice sounded flat, muffled by the fog, stripped of resonance as if the air itself refused to carry the sound. "Marcus, it's Vance." No reply. I approached the cabin step by step, my softened hatchet in my left hand. my right hand holding my rifle by the woodstock, taking care not to let any part of my gear brush against the pine trunks surrounding the clearing. I stepped onto the wooden porch. The cedar decking beneath my boots felt springy and dry, giving off that same ominous hollow feel. I pushed the open door back and stepped inside. The interior of Cabin 7 was a scene of terrifying, methodical erasure. Marcus's personal gear was all there. His winter coat hung from a peg near the door. His leather boots stood neatly beside the wood stove. His heavy canvas pack sat on the wooden bench. But everything made of organic material, wood, wool, leather, cotton, leather straps, had been reduced to that same pale gray, weightless mineral silt. The wool coat hung like a ghost of ash, retaining its shape until the draft from the open door caused it to fall apart in silent, floating curtains of gray dust. The leather boots were filled with 2 neat cones of dry powder where Marcus's socks and feet should have been. The stove was cold, filled with white ash that had no scent of smoke. On the pine table, which was slowly collapsing under its own vanishing weight, sat Marcus's logbook. The book was open to an entry dated September 20th. The handwriting wasn't Marcus's usual clear block lettering. It was the erratic, frantic scribble that dug deep into the paper. It doesn't hunt. It converts. It's taking the mass out of the valley. The air has no warmth left. I touched one of the lines on the porch rail. My fingers don't feel cold anymore. They don't feel like anything. I can hear it singing in the wood. It's waiting for the frost to harden the timber before it pulls the valley down. If anyone finds this, do not stay in the trees. The water. The sentence ended in a jagged line that trailed off the page. The bottom half of the logbook was gone, dissolved into gray dust that covered the table like a tablecloth. I backed away from the table, my stomach turning over. "Marcus," I whispered into the freezing room. Then I heard it. The sound came from the high loft above the cabin's main room, a space accessed by a heavy timber ladder used for storing extra snowshoes and dry rations. It was a voice, Marcus's voice. It was speaking from the dark rafters above my head, but it sounded thin, flattened, like an old cassette tape playing at half speed through a cracked speaker. "Sector 4, to Patrol 7, the voice droned, repeating the exact words I had spoken into my radio the day before at Cabin 14. "Do you copy? Marcus, over." I raised my rifle, my arm shaking violently, and aimed the barrel toward the dark opening of the loft. "Marcus, is that you?" "Come down to the door." The voice didn't stop. It began to overlay itself. 2 identical voices speaking the same phrase out of sync, creating a nauseating mechanical chorus that vibrated from the log walls. "Do you copy? Vance. It doesn't hunt. It converts. Do you copy? And over." I backed toward the open cabin doorway, refusing to take my eyes off the dark loft. As I reached the threshold, a heavy drop of cold, thick liquid fell from the ceiling rafters and struck the back of my left hand. I recoiled, wiping it off frantically onto my trousers. It wasn't water. It was a cold, dense, milky gel that smelled faintly of salt and ozone. I looked up into the rafters. In the shadows beneath the tin roof, suspended 4 feet off the floor of the loft, was Marcus Thorne. He was not hanging from a rope. He was held in place by dozens of those razor-thin, shining filaments that pierced his heavy canvas coat, his trousers, and his skin at precise 3-inch intervals. He was completely motionless, his head tilted back, his eyes open and milky white, staring blindly at the roof beam. But he wasn't dead in any human sense. His chest was not rising or falling, yet his lips were moving, not with muscular action, but because 3 vertical filaments were threaded directly through his upper and lower lips, pulling them open and closed like a puppet's jaw as the threads vibrated. The voice coming from his mouth wasn't his breath. It was the acoustic resonance of the strands vibrating through his dry, hollow chest cavity. And then, as I stood paralyzed on the cabin porch, I saw what was holding him. It emerged from the dark corner of the loft, moving down the raw timber walls without making a single sound. It was not a bear, nor a wolf, nor any creature of flesh and bone. It was a tall, segmented entity, easily 9 feet in length, composed of narrow, overlapping plates of what looked like translucent, sun-bleached mica and petrified black peat. It had no joints in the human sense. Its long, needle-like limbs shifted position in sudden, spatial skips. One moment it was near the roof peak, the next it was 3 feet lower, its movement skipping through the air like missing frames in a film projector. Its body exuded a thick, dry fog that fell downward in heavy sheets, freezing as it touched the floor. Where its face should have been, there was only a smooth, wedge-shaped block of dense pitch-black material, split horizontally by 3 narrow, parallel slits. Inside those slits, a dull, cold violet light hummed with a rhythm that matched the deep, subaudible vibration of the forest web. It didn't breathe. It didn't roar. It didn't exhibit rage or hunger or hostility. It moved with the terrifying, impersonal efficiency of a crystal, forming in supercooled water, or a machine executing a line of mechanical code. It extended one long, segmented limb toward Marcus's suspended body. The limb didn't end in claws or fingers. It split into a cluster of dozens of fine, glittering filaments that embedded themselves directly into Marcus's shoulder. Instantly, I saw the color drain from his dark wool shirt and skin, turning from gray to stark, chalky white as the mass was siphoned through the strands into the entity's mica-like plates, which glowed slightly brighter with a dull violet light. The creature's wedge-shaped head turned abruptly toward the door. The 3 horizontal slits flared. The voice coming from Marcus's hollow throat suddenly shifted. It stopped repeating my radio transmission and spoke a single, perfectly clear sentence in my own voice. A sentence I had spoken to my ex-wife 5 years earlier at a coffee shop in Vancouver. A sound that should have been long dead in the air. I'm just so tired of being alone out here. The psychological shock broke my paralysis. I screamed. A raw, frantic sound, raised the Winchester and pulled the trigger. The rifle fired with a dull, suppressed pop. The bullet hit the creature's central plate, but there was no impact sound, no blood, no shattered armor. The lead bullet simply stopped midair an inch from the entity's body, dropped its velocity instantly to 0, lost its dark metallic color, and fell to the floorboards as a harmless flake of gray dust. I turned and ran. I leapt off the cabin porch and sprinted across the clearing toward the bank of the Atnarco River. I didn't follow the trail. The forest behind me was a grid of death, laced with hundreds of invisible strands that would render my body into dust the moment I struck them in the dark. As I burst through the thicket near the riverbank, a sudden, violent drop in temperature hit my face like a physical wall. The air temperature dropped to 20 below 0 in a matter of seconds. The water at the edge of the river was freezing into flat, jagged plates of anchor ice as I ran. Behind me, I heard the forest begin to snap. It wasn't the sound of trees falling in wind. It was the sound of whole stands of ancient Douglas firs collapsing simultaneously as their internal timber mass was drained. Thud, thud, thud. A rhythmic, cascading collapse that swept through the Blackwood Valley like a wave of falling sand. I reached the river's edge. The Atnarco was vast, wide and deep, a cold, silt-laden glacial river that flowed west toward the coast. I remembered the last unfinished sentence in Marcus's logbook. The water. Running. Turbulent, fluid mass couldn't anchor the rigid, crystalline nodes of the entity's web. The filaments required stationary, hard surfaces, rock, dry wood, frozen ground, to maintain their taut geometric tension. I didn't hesitate. I threw away my useless rifle, unclipped my heavy pack, and plunged headlong into the icy, churning waters of the Atnarco River. The shock of the glacial water was like 1,000 knives driving into my skin. My lungs seized, squeezing all the air out of my chest in a breathless gasp. The current caught me instantly, pulling me under into the black, freezing turbulence, dragging me over rounded river stones and submerged gravel bars. I surfaced 50 yards downriver, Gasping for air, my eyes burning with ice water, I spun around in the current to look back at the cabin clearing. Standing on the high gravel bar at the bend of the river was the entity. It stood at the very edge of the water, its tall, mica-plated form silhouette against the gray fog. It did not enter the river. Dozens of thin, white filaments extended from its elongated limbs, shooting out toward the water's surface. But the moment the tips touched the moving, turbulent current, they shattered into harmless white spray, unable to anchor into the fluid stream. The entity raised its wedge-shaped head toward the sky. The 3 horizontal fissures flared with a blinding, terrifying violet light. And then, every tree along 2 miles of the riverbank, hundreds of acres of dense, ancient boreal forest simply gave up its structure. Without a sound, without a flame, without a breath of wind, the vast wall of spruce and fir trees disintegrated. They didn't fall over. They collapsed straight downward into immense 60-foot drifts of fine gray, weightless mineral dust that blew across the icy river like a blinding blizzard of ash. Through the cloud of gray dust, the voice came one last time. It didn't come from a throat. It vibrated through the air, through the water, through the cold mud at the bottom of the river, using the freezing air molecules themselves to reproduce a sound that broke my heart and my sanity all at once. It was Marcus's voice, clear and undistorted, sounding as if he were sitting right beside me in the cold water. "Julian, it's cold out here. Help me get the fire started." I let the current take me. I buried my head beneath the icy water and allowed the raging Etnarco River to drag my shivering, half-drowned body down the canyon, away from Sector 4, away from the valley, away from that terrible geometric silence. I don't remember much of the next 12 hours. The river carried me 4 miles downstream until I was swept onto a shallow gravel bar near the western boundary of the park. I managed to drag myself out of the water, crawling on my elbows through the frozen mud until I reached the Forest Service access road. A logging crew heading toward Bella Coola found me at 7 the following morning. I was sitting in the middle of the dirt road, covered in ice and gray silt, screaming incoherent words at the sky, my clothing frozen solid to my body. I spent 3 weeks in the intensive care unit at Vancouver General Hospital, suffering from extreme hypothermia, severe frostbite, and deep psychological trauma. The official report filed by Parks Canada recorded that Warden Marcus Thorne was lost and presumed dead after a sudden flash flood, and cold snap destroyed Cabin 7 and caused a catastrophic localized forest collapse along the Etnarco riverbank. My testimony was recorded as the hallucinatory delirium of a man suffering from late-stage hypothermia and cerebral hypoxia. They gave me an honorable discharge on medical grounds, a small pension, and a framed certificate of service signed by officials who had never spent a single night alone in the deep bush. They explained away everything, except my right hand. When I plunged into the river that day as I scrambled down the muddy bank, my bare right hand had brushed against one of those low, taut strands anchored to a spruce root. I pulled away instantly, but the contact lasted less than a second. Look at my hand today. There are no scars. There is no tissue damage or skin necrosis. But from the wrist down to the tips of my fingers, my right hand has no color. It is a dull, chalky matte white, completely devoid of blood vessels, melanin, or natural skin texture. It does not bleed when cut. It does not feel temperature. I can place my palm directly on a hot stove burner or hold an ice cube until it melts, and I feel nothing but a faint, distant pressure. And when I go to a doctor and they put my hand on a scale, the needle doesn't move. My left hand and forearm weigh 6 pounds. My right hand weighs less than 3 ounces. It is a dry, hollow shell made of the same light. Mineral dust, as those logs in Sector 4, held together only by some residual physical memory that is slowly, over years, losing its grip. I live in a small, arid town in the southern interior of British Columbia now. I don't go into the woods. I don't go near pine trees, and I don't keep wooden furniture in my house. My home is built of brick and steel, furnished with metal and plastic. And I keep electric heaters running in every room from September to May to ensure the air temperature never drops below 22 degrees. People ask me sometimes why I left a career I loved, why I live alone in a dry desert valley far from the coast. I never tell them the truth. I just tell them I got tired of the cold. But during the long, dark nights of winter, when the dry wind comes down off the mountains and rattles the aluminum frames of my windows, I lie awake in the dark and listen. And sometimes, through the hum of the electric heaters, I hear a faint metallic vibration in the air, a razor-thin, high-frequency note that sounds like a glass thread pulled to its absolute breaking point. I know it's still out there. It didn't leave Tweedsmuir. It is sitting in the deep, unvisited valleys of the north, waiting for the winter frost to harden the timber, slowly spinning its invisible, tensioned webs across the wilderness, pulling the weight, the warmth, and the life out of the earth, one tree, one animal, one ranger at a time. And I know that one day, when the frost settles over my window panes and the air in my room turns dry and bitter cold, my right hand will finally turn to dust and I will hear Marcus's voice calling my name from the dark edge of the lawn.